It's a memory soaked in red, filled with faces twisted by sheer hatred. All their disgusting gazes and hypocritical gestures were pointed at one man. An elder's voice rips through the air, screaming for Kang Wunian to pay for his crimes. An entire assembly of warriors has gathered, their blades ready, their judgment already passed. But as the cherry blossoms fall, Wunian sits alone, calmly questioning their verdict. He wonders if what they call his sin was truly an act of disrespect. Another elder can't stand the silence, roaring at his supposed arrogance and brazen attitude. Go Yusang of the Huangshi sect points an accusing finger, laying the ultimate crime at his feet. He claims Wunian killed his own master's sworn brother, an act no better than a beast. A small knowing smile plays on Wunian's lips as he considers their words. He asks them one last time if they're absolutely sure his death is what they want. Or perhaps their real goal is something else, as he calmly reveals a wooden book. The elder's face twitches, a flash of pure greed twisting his features. Wunian smirks, calling them out. This was never about justice, but about this scripture. Go Yusang points a trembling finger, breathlessly identifying it as the scripture of the secret master. A knowing look crosses Wunian's face as he casually tosses the legendary text into the air. The elder completely snaps, screaming in a panic, questioning what he's doing. Wunian just grins, deciding it's the perfect time to try a new sword dance. The book unfurls into a scroll, its ancient power swirling around him like a storm. The scripture's pages then begin to rain down upon the stunned warriors below. A primal scream tears through the crowd as greed completely takes over. Hands reach, fingers grasp, desperate to claim even a single page of the legendary text. One warrior snatches a piece, a feral grin twisting his face as he declares it his. But his victory is cut short as an elder lunges, eyes burning with the same avarice. The so-called righteous warriors devolve into a chaotic mob, tearing at one another. From above, Wunian roars, mocking them for their hypocrisy. This is all they ever wanted. And so, the Huangshi sect warriors turn on each other, a self-destructive frenzy of flashing steel. When the sounds of battle finally fade, delicate purple petals begin to drift from the sky. They land gently in pools of blood, a serene and beautiful end to the massacre. In the trees above, a pair of crows silently observes the grim aftermath. And as the crows watch, a quiet game of Go unfolds between a master and his student. The old master places a stone with a soft click, his move made. But his opponent, Wunian, is startled by the sudden flight of the crows, his mind clearly elsewhere. He lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the recent slaughter settling upon his young shoulders. His grip loosens, and his sword falls from his hand, clattering onto the dusty ground. A calm voice from behind him breaks the silence, calling his name. The sword god, Kang Wunian, asks his student if he's really that exhausted from the fight. Wunian looks up, surprised to be called out so directly. At just 16 years old, he quickly denies it, trying to hide his fatigue from his master. But his gaze can't help but drift back to the complex game board before him. Wunian looks at the board and declares with certainty that the game is over. His master, however, simply smiles and asks what his next move would be. Wunian takes a moment, imagining himself in the position of the black stones. He explains his strategy. He would have attacked from both sides at once. Yulchin listens, a knowing look on his face, before posing a different scenario. What if, he asks, you can't find your way? He places a stone down with a soft click. The move is completely unexpected, and Wunian flinches in surprise. The sword god suggests that sometimes, you simply have to follow your opponent's path. But Wunian argues that doing so would never lead to a victory, only for his master to gently stop him. Yulchin looks out at the sunset, explaining that sometimes you must go as you please, for that is what it means to live. The memory surfaces a younger Wunian looking up, his master's hands on his shoulders. In the present day, he walks alone through the moonlit forest, lost in that very recollection. He thinks back on how strange it all was, how none of it ever made sense. First, assigning a guard mission to him, a boy with no skill, then suddenly sending all the servants away. And then, he was handed a book, another mission. His master, Yulchin, had ordered him to take it to Duda Mountain and await a message. Filled with a sense of dread, he'd asked his master what was truly going on. The sword god had remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. He then brushed it off as an urgent matter, claiming Wunian was the only one available. His master had cut off his protests, telling him not to worry, his senior brother would be back soon. And so, under the silent watching moon, the boy prepared to leave. He bowed deeply, promising his master, Yulchin, that he would return. But even as he spoke, a gnawing suspicion twisted in his gut. The sword god's face was a stone mask, offering no comfort, no explanation. Wunian turned to go, taking his first step into the darkness. But then he froze, his body refusing to move. A sudden violent memory crashed into his mind, a masked figure confronting his master. The man's voice dripped with scorn, mocking Yulcheon for holding on to a pointless game. His master simply stood there, absorbing the insult with a heavy, silent sorrow. And in that moment, the young Wunxian felt the crushing weight of understanding. He tried to brush it off with a confident smirk. After all, who in the entire Murim would dare harm his master? Besides, his senior brother would be back soon enough to watch over him. He told himself to stop worrying, to just focus on the long road ahead. But as he walked deeper into the night, the feeling that something was wrong wouldn't leave him. Then it hit him, a jolt of ice-cold realization. This was far too suspicious to be a coincidence. His master barely let him walk outside the house. There was no way he'd send him on a 100-mile journey all by himself. Panic flared in his chest as he turned and sprinted back, his feet pounding against the dirt path. He screamed his master's name, the terrifying image of that masked man haunting his every step. But before he could reach the house, a hand shot out from the shadows, silencing him completely. A voice cuts through the darkness, telling him not to be afraid. Wunsan's terror gives way to disbelief as he recognizes the person behind him. It's his senior brother, Jong Yan, the Plum Blossom Pure Warrior, with a finger to his lips. He's swiftly scooped up, the order to be quiet hanging in the air. Wunxian clamps his own hand over his mouth, understanding the grave urgency. In a blur of motion, Jong Yan carries him, racing back the way he came. They bound across the rooftops with silent, impossible speed. His senior brother whispers a final grim warning. He must stay as quiet as a mouse. Together, they peer over the wall of their home, their breath held tight. But the sight that greets Wunsan freezes the very blood in his veins. It's his master, Kang Yulcheon, calmly explaining that the scripture is not something to be so greedy for. The shadowy intruder stands in silence, his presence a heavy weight in the cold night air. His master scoffs, telling the man that even if he possessed it, he'd never be able to comprehend its depths. Suddenly, the old master's eyes widen in sheer, horrified disbelief. In a flash of blue energy, he's sent hurtling through the air by a devastating attack. Wunxian tries to scream, but Jong Yan violently clamps a hand over his mouth, hissing at him to stay still. The intruder seethes with rage, gathering a terrifying power in the palm of his hand. His master lies broken in a crater of shattered earth, the fight already over. With his last ounces of strength, Kang Yulcheon tries to utter a final, defiant curse. But the victorious attacker simply looms over him, a dark specter of absolute power. The man sighs, bored with the resistance, deciding he'll just have to find the technique himself. With a flick of his wrist, he snaps his fan shut, his patience clearly at an end. A pulse of dark energy erupts from him, a shockwave designed to root out any hidden secrets. Wunsan struggles in terror as the wave of power washes over their hiding spot. He clutches his mouth, eyes wide with shock, as a strange, agonizing power surges within him. Jong Yan desperately tries to guide him, telling him to focus his energy and circulate his qi. But the feeling is overwhelming, a sickening churn in his stomach that he can't control. As the initial wave passes, Wunxian gasps, asking if their pursuer has finally left. Jong Yun's expression remains grim. He can feel the intruder's presence lingering. But that's not all. He senses another power approaching, uttering the name, Dark Butterfly Shadow. And just like that, a blur of motion tears through the night. Two shadowy figures land with a sickening thud, their presence radiating malice. Hiding in the shadows, Jong Yan's eyes widen. He knows exactly who they are. They've already found their target, a man cornered and bleeding, his mind racing for an escape. It's the great sword god himself, Kang Yulcheon, brought to his knees as his assailants mock his pitiful state. The Dark Butterfly Twin Killer Squad leaders, Choa Young and Wu Young, grin down at their prey. They casually wonder what to do next. Should they search for the book they came for? Or should they perhaps take the life of this legendary warrior first? The twins begin a twisted game, debating which eye to gouge or which hand to sever. All the while, their faces are split by the most deranged, bloodthirsty smiles imaginable. And just like that, a wicked realization dawns on one of the twins. He gave the book to a disciple. Coughing up blood, the great sword god can only endure as they taunt him, asking which one he gave it to. From the rooftops, Jong Yan and Kang Wunxian watch in horror as the interrogation continues. A cold dread washes over Wunsan. No way are they talking about him. Jong Yan quickly turns to him, asking if their master gave him anything, and Wunsan nervously confirms it. He pulls out a scripture his master gave him, titled, Wisdom of the Secret Master, and it all clicks for Jong Yan. The situation he always feared, it was all because of this book. He stares at the scripture, then back at the terrified Wunxian, the weight of the moment pressing down. For a second, he closes his eyes, processing the impossible situation they've been thrown into. Then, they snap open. A new, cold determination hardening his gaze. Jong Yan tells his junior brother to listen closely, his voice laced with an unnerving calm. Fueled by a desperate courage, Wunian declares he's going down there with him to save their master. But Jong Yan flatly refuses. Wunian has a different, far more critical mission. He thrusts the scripture back into Wunian's hands, ordering him to memorize its entire contents. Wunian is floored. What could memorizing a book possibly have to do with saving their master from torture? Ignoring the question, Jong Yan presses him for a time frame. Panicked, Wunian stammers out an estimate. 30 minutes. A faint, confident smile plays on Jong Yan's lips. That's enough time. But then, in a flash, he clamps a hand over Wunian's mouth, his voice a low apology. He pulls his junior into a sudden, tight embrace, whispering that he's sorry for the heavy burden he's about to place on him. Letting go, Jong Yan's eyes are now filled with cold, unwavering resolve, leaving Wunian utterly lost. With a hand on his junior's head, Jong Yan offers one last vote of confidence. He knows Wunian can do it. And before Wunian can even process it, his senior is gone, a blur of motion across the moonlit rooftops. He moves like a phantom, a blue-tinged shadow hurtling straight into the heart of the enemy's den. Masked guards patrol the perimeter, completely oblivious to the threat closing in. Jong Yan zips past them in a flash, too fast for their eyes to even track. He lands hard in the central courtyard, kicking up dust as he confronts a swarm of enemies. His gaze is fixed, his breath steady. There is no fear here, only purpose. The guards surround him, shouting, questioning how he dared to rampage in their territory. But from the back, two men with sinister, shark-toothed grins mockingly note that the older disciple has finally appeared. Ignoring them all, Jong Yan screams past the crowd, desperate to know if his master is okay. And there, slumped over and broken, his master barely manages to utter his name. A cold dread washes over Jong Yan. He'd expected his master was hurt, but seeing him cough up this much blood, he knows the damage is far worse than he feared. His gaze hardens as he looks towards the perpetrators, a single question in his mind. Can he, one man, possibly stand against these two monstrous figures alone? But hesitation is a luxury he can't afford. He takes a firm step forward. The pressure is immense, sweat beading on his brow as he meets their sadistic smiles. The two villains just laugh, demanding he hand over the scripture for a quick death. His answer comes, not in words, but with a stomp that cracks the very ground beneath him. A torrent of pure blue energy erupts from his body, his fighting spirit finally unleashed. He channels his focus into his blade, preparing the legendary technique, Water Moon. The villain, Choa Young, just grins. He was getting bored, and this looks like perfect entertainment. He announces they'll play with the boy themselves as his brother's hand glows with a sinister red aura. Choa Young gestures to his brother Wu Young, deciding this lone warrior is a good enough warm-up. With a predatory leap, Wu Young dives from above, intent on ending this quickly. But Jong Yan doesn't flinch, his eyes locked on the incoming threat. He unleashes the first basic form of his Water Moon sword technique in a blinding flash. A storm of blue energy slashes erupts, catching Wu Young completely off guard in midair. His arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by shock as he recognizes the famous Kang clan's signature art. Gritting his teeth against the barrage, he decides he'll just have to test its power for himself. Wu Young's demonic art crashes against the Water Moon sword in a furious exchange of blows. Jong Yan desperately parries, his blade the only thing between him and a brutal end. But his opponent is just laughing, mocking the sheer strain on the young warrior's face. With a desperate roar, Jong Yan pours every last ounce of his strength into his technique. The immense pressure triggers something, a memory, a single tear of frustration from his past. He remembers being forced to study an impossible manual, his own tear staining the ancient pages. The command was simple and cruel. Memorize it, no matter the cost. But even then, he knew his senior brother had a reason. He just had to trust him. That trust is rewarded as a fist slams into Wu Young's guard, shattering his momentum. His senior brother has arrived, moving like a phantom to intercept the blow meant for him. Wu Young flashes a predatory grin, mocking him for being so careless for a disciple of the sword god. Jong Yan grits his teeth, barely managing to withstand the crushing force of the attack. He quickly regains his footing, sword held tight, but his mind is already analyzing the threat. That strange whip-like weapon it seemed to effortlessly bounce off his blade. He realizes with a jolt that it's been imbued with a strange internal energy that repels his own. Not only that, but the dust kicked up in the air, it must be a paralytic toxin. His opponent gives him no time to think, lunging forward in another vicious, crimson blur. Jong Yan throws himself to the side, the blow narrowly missing him as he feels the sheer pressure. He can't keep this up, the difference in their power is just too massive to overcome. A cold dread washes over him as he understands the truth. This man isn't trying to win, he's just playing with him. A cold sweat runs down his face. He's reached his absolute limit. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from a nearby rooftop. The wall explodes outward as a crimson shockwave tears through the stone. The two fighters become a blur of red and blue energy, clashing violently. Wu Yang lets out a wild, sadistic scream, clearly enjoying the one-sided beatdown. But Jong Yan grits his teeth, refusing to break, pushing back with every ounce of his will. From the sidelines, Choa Young notes how impressive it is for a disciple of the sword god to last this long. But his patience is wearing thin, and he finally yells for Wu Yang to stop playing and just end it. Jong Yan's eyes fly open in shock. He was just playing until now? The air shifts as his opponent's hand tightens, ready to finally get serious. Mockingly thanking him for the show, Choa Young grabs Jong Yan's arm with a crushing grip. Then comes the sickening sound of flesh and bone tearing apart. A spray of blood fills the air as Choa Young rips the limb clean off with a sadistic grin. The Plum Blossom Master can only scream his disciple's name in pure, helpless horror. Choa Young looms over the fallen warrior, sarcastically asking if he'll try being a one-armed swordsman now. But to his shock, Jong Yan staggers back to his feet, bloodied but not broken. He gasps for air, his body screaming, but his mind is clear. This was the price of his choice. Losing an arm is fine. He just has to hold on as long as he possibly can. He has to endure, just for a little while longer, so that Kang Wunian has a chance to survive. This impossible defiant enemy infuriates Choa Young, who seethes with absolute rage. Done playing games, Choa Young lunges forward, his hand glowing with killing intent to end this now. Jong Yan, however, isn't just defending, he's putting everything into one final, desperate counter. A flash of pure panic hits Choa Young. He realizes if that attack lands, he's dead. From the wounded warrior, a tiny, unassuming projectile shoots through the air. It's a Weiqi stone, and it slams directly into Choa Young's hand with explosive force. The blow sends him reeling back in agony, as his brother screams out his name in shock. The now unmasked man looks down at his own hand, trembling with absolute fury. On the ground lies the source of the attack, a single, simple game piece. And in that moment, he understands that cunning old fox has played them all for fools. From a distance, Kang Yulchin gasps for breath, his part in this desperate gambit finally complete. Furious, the unmasked brother lunges, declaring he'll tear the old master apart himself. But down on the ground, the Plum Blossom Master isn't finished just yet. With his last ounce of strength, he gathers a terrifying amount of energy into his palm. It's a final, desperate gambit from the legendary warrior. Choa Young can only sneer in disbelief, thinking the old man is still trying to play tricks. But that disbelief instantly melts into pure, unadulterated shock. He sees the master's glowing hand appear right before his very eyes. There's no time to block, no chance to evade the point-blank attack. A devastating wave of pure ki slams directly into his face. The world vanishes in a blinding explosion of blue energy. Choa Young stumbles back, his mind racing in sheer panic as he calls out for his brother. He realizes with horror that if the old master recovers even half his power, they're both dead. But before he can act, Jong Yan intercepts him, unleashing the Water Moon Sword technique. The sheer audacity of the attack sends Choa Young into a fit of absolute rage. He meets the student's blue blade with his own crimson energy, and their techniques collide. The two are locked in a furious exchange, sparks flying between them. Jong Yan knows he can't win, but he grits his teeth, determined to buy his master precious time. His masked underlings can only watch, crying out in alarm for their captain. The clash ends, and Choa Young is forced back, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. He glares with cold fury, his fingers twitching as sharp, inhuman claws extend from their tips. Screaming with rage, he redirects his focus to the true target, the master himself. The Plum Blossom Master can only watch, his body broken but his spirit burning with defiance. Choa Young stops, a cruel realization dawning on him. The old man hasn't recovered his strength. He grits his demonic teeth, insulted that someone so weak would dare to stand against him. A twisted, sadistic grin spreads across his face as he promises a slow, painful end. But first, he'll make the master suffer by ripping his precious student apart right before his eyes. Jong Yun's eyes widen, knowing he can't possibly defend against this next assault. The attack lands with brutal, overwhelming force, staggering the young disciple. A desperate cry of "no" rips from the Plum Blossom Master's throat. Choa Young's claws flash in a vicious arc, tearing through Jong Yun's defenses without mercy. Jong Yun is sent flying, crashing hard against the unforgiving ground. He coughs up a spray of blood, his body giving out from the overwhelming assault. His attacker, Choa Young, looms over his broken form, savoring the victory and declaring that it's all over. But just as he relishes his triumph, a different voice roars, announcing he has what they're all looking for. And with a thud, a book lands in the dirt, the legendary martial arts manual they've been fighting over. Choa Young's face twists in pure confusion. He didn't throw that. His eyes dart to the side, trying to process who just interfered with his grand moment. The Plum Blossom Master is equally stunned, his voice trembling as he asks why. Why is he here? Because standing on the rooftop, looking down on them all, is a new, imposing figure. A man the master recognizes, with dread and disbelief, the infamous Kang Wunian. Kang Wunian meets their shock with a cold, unblinking glare. Down below, the bait is set. The legendary manual lies in the dirt, drawing every eye. The masked warrior's greed ignites as they recognize the prize. It's the wisdom of the secret master. A mad scramble begins, each man claiming he saw it first. But while they fight over the book, Kang Wunian explodes into motion. He ignores the manual completely, rushing to the side of the fallen Plum Blossom Master. The old man looks up, weakly whispering his student's name, Wunian. He catches his master, chiding him for his recklessness in this fight. With his dying breath, the master confesses he only hoped Wunian would survive. His eyes go wide in a final moment of pain before his life fades in his student's arms. The villain's greedy excitement instantly sours into pure rage as they realize they've been tricked. One of them lunges forward, his hand clamping down on Wunian's shoulder with crushing force. With a furious roar, he hurls the boy across the courtyard like a broken doll. Wunian smashes into the ground, the impact cracking the very earth beneath him. He chokes, spitting up a mouthful of blood, the world spinning from the brutal blow. But through the haze, his senior brother, Jong Yan, struggles back to his feet. He rushes to Wunian's side, pulling him up and asking if he can still stand. The two villains simply watch, a cruel smirk spreading across their faces at this pathetic display of defiance. Tossing the book aside, the leader reveals it's nothing but a worthless ledger, his patience finally snapping. He issues a chilling ultimatum. Give up the real manual, or he'll make Wunian watch as he takes his fingers, one by one. But instead of begging, Jong Yan asks a strange question. Has Wunian memorized the scripture? A pained, desperate smile spreads across his face as he apologizes, this being the only way. In a flash, he pulls a book from within his robes, the real manual. He holds it high for all to see, a move that leaves Wunian utterly stunned. The villains just laugh, mocking him for not handing it over sooner to avoid the pain. Even the captured elder is in disbelief, aghast that they'd trade such a treasure for him. With grim determination, Jong Yan offers the sacred text to his enemies. The leader's claw-like hand reaches out, his face a mask of pure, triumphant greed. But the instant his fingers touch the cover, the book erupts in a searing blue flame. The energy flows from Jong Yan himself, his eyes glowing with raw, untamed power. The villain's faces twist from greedy triumph to absolute, uncomprehending rage. His masked cronies can only stare, horrified, as the master's wisdom turns to ash. But Jong Yan's gaze is steady, his resolve unwavering as the sacred text burns in his hands. The enemy leader's jaw hangs agape, his mind utterly failing to process this turn of events. They tremble, not with fear, but with the pure, seething fury of being denied their prize. Finally, Choa Young snaps, his composure shattering as he screams out in pure hatred. He unleashes a vicious blow, a red blur of motion aimed right at Jong Yan's head. The impact is staggering, a brutal strike meant to shatter bone and spirit alike. Jong Yan takes the hit, gritting his teeth through the pain, his eyes still burning with defiance. Completely lost to his rage, Choa Young winds up again, vowing to smash his skull into the dirt. But just as the blow is about to fall, a panicked voice screams for his brother to stop. The attack connects anyway, a brutal slash of crimson energy. Jong Yan can only grit his teeth as the burning scripture hovers over him like a guillotine. It's Choa Young's own brother, grabbing his arm, trying to talk some sense into him. He's certain this is all a bluff, that Jong Yan must have a backup plan. But his words are useless as another blast of power slams into Jong Yan, sending him flying. Looming over his broken foe, Choa Young demands to know where the copy is. A handwritten copy? Jong Yan thinks no, he has something much, much better. As his junior brother rushes desperately to his side, Choa Young demands to know what it is. With a single steady finger, Jong Yan prepares to unveil his final trump card. But Jong Yan's finger isn't pointed at himself. It's aimed right past his enemies at that child. Wunian's world shatters. Hez the one who knows the technique. He's the real copy. The brothers are completely blindsided by this insane declaration. He can only stare, the name of his senior brother, a choked whisper on his lips. A memory rushes back Jong Yan's voice, cutting through the panic of the past. He had given a simple, insane order. Memorize the book, then hand over a fake. Wunxian had argued, certain they'd see through the deception immediately. But Jong Yan was firm. Buying time was the only thing that mattered, and he asked Wunxian to trust him. He sees it all so clearly now. Jong Yan was entrusting everything to him, and with that comes the memory of his master's face, apologizing for the hardship he was about to endure. In the past, Choa-young snarled, accusing Jong Yan of trying to deceive them again just to save the boy. But his brother's voice of reason cut through the rage. They had no other leads. If they killed the kid, their only clue to the scripture would be gone forever. Jong Yan stood firm, declaring that Wunsan was the only key and they couldn't kill him. With a wicked grin, Choa-young seemed to relent, agreeing with a swift, "All right, fine." He lunged forward, but not at Jong Yan, snatching the young, terrified Wunxian instead. They would take the child with them, deciding they could always kill him after confirming the truth. For a fleeting moment, the wounded Jong Yan thought his plan had worked. Wunxian was safe, but a glint of pure malice flashed in Choa-young's eyes. He spun around and impaled Jong Yan, coldly stating that with the key secured, he was no longer needed. Blood gushes from Jong Yan's mouth, his eyes wide with the shock of the betrayal. His final thoughts are of the boy, apologizing for placing such a heavy burden on him. The horrific scene is reflected in the wide, tear-filled eyes of young Wunxian. With a silent plea for forgiveness, his protector's body goes limp and begins to fall. A choked, horrified gasp escapes the child's lips. It's followed by a heart-wrenching scream for his senior brother. But in that moment, his grief curdles into a venomous, all-consuming self-hatred. He sees the body on the cold ground and knows it's all his fault. He couldn't do anything but watch, proving his absolutely worthless. But the villains have no time for sentiment, turning away from the tragedy without a second thought. A path of pure destruction leads to the last man standing, the defeated Plum Blossom Master. The victor, Choa-young, approaches with a mocking cackle, relishing the old man's despair. He violently yanks the master's head back, forcing him to look up. He wants him to see it, the final, miserable state of his fallen disciple. The master squeezes his eyes shut, a final, silent act of defiance against the horror. But Choa-young just scoffs, threatening to gouge them out himself if the old man refuses to watch. Just then, his brother eagerly interrupts, begging to get in on the fun. A sadistic deal is struck. His brother can have the right eye for himself. With a manic grin, Choa-young declares he'll start by taking the left. But as the strike descends, a blinding golden energy suddenly erupts from the ground. A warrior shrouded in golden light lets out a furious roar, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. Choa-young's sadistic confidence evaporates into pure, slack-jawed shock. Without hesitation, the enraged warrior throws a punch, his fist a comet of golden energy. His brother screams a frantic warning, sensing the overwhelming power in the attack. But the fist closes the distance in an instant, aimed squarely at Choa-young's face. The impact is explosive, sending the villain flying backwards in a flash of light. The attacker doesn't pause, immediately gathering more energy into his open palm. He then unleashes a massive, concentrated beam down the corridor. The blast slams directly into Choa-young's masked brother, catching him completely off guard. All Choa-young can do is scream in horror as he watches his brother get engulfed by the attack. His student, Wunxian, is already down for the count as a shadowy figure steps over him. From above, the masked man lets out a furious roar, diving in for the final blow. His target, the old master, kneels on the ground, completely drained of his immense power. Hess used up every last drop of his innate energy. There's simply no strength left to fight. The masked man grins behind his mask, seeing the perfect chance to kill the exhausted legend. Wunxian can only watch in horror, screaming for his master who's about to be cut down. But in this desperate moment, the old master's eyes are strangely clear, a memory surfacing. He recalls telling a young Wunxian that he was correct about something important. It all flashes back to a single, deliberate move on a Go board from years ago. A move he had once sternly called a fatal mistake, but now he understands its true meaning. And with that final realization, the old master closes his eyes, a faint, peaceful smile on his lips. The masked man doesn't hesitate for a second, unleashing a vicious, final strike. Wunsan can only watch, a raw, horrified scream tearing from his throat. His master's body slumps forward, a single black crow taking flight as his life ends. The flock scatters into the sky, leaving the bloody battlefield behind. Black feathers drift through the air, slowly giving way to something else. The gentle, silent fall of snowflakes. We're pulled back into a memory. A lone figure walking through a cold, desolate winter. There in the snow, he finds a body, a pool of blood staining the pure white ground. It's Jong Yan, the plum blossom pure warrior, and a younger Yulchun has just found his fallen friend. Yulchun's eyes narrow with a cold, grim finality. He stands there in silence, absorbing the tragic scene before him, looking down at the broken body of his friend, a legend now reduced to a corpse. So this was it, the pathetic end of the so-called Sword Saint. He thinks of their long, complicated relationship, wishing his friend had just listened to him. But all that remains of that history is a tattered uniform stained with blood. A wave of regret washes over him. This was not how it was supposed to end. With a heavy heart, he turns to leave his friend behind. But first, he drapes his own cloak over Jong Yan's face, a final, small gesture. He won't bury him, deciding this is the only courtesy the man deserves. With a heavy heart, he bids a final farewell to the fallen Sword Saint. He turns to leave, his footsteps quiet in the falling snow. But something is wrong, an unfamiliar energy makes him pause. A colossal, glowing blade suddenly appears in the sky above him. He recognizes the inscription on the steel, a sight that triggers a dark memory. The scene shifts to the sound of flesh tearing and agonizing screams. A sadistic man named Choa Young taunts his captive, demanding he recite a scripture. We see the victim, Kang Wunian, strapped to a chair, battered and bleeding. But his eyes burn with defiance as he tells his tormentor he knows nothing. The masked guards explode in anger, accusing him of daring to lie to their leader. Choa Young's face contorts in fury, his patience finally snapping as he offers one last chance. He seizes San's hand, the pressure immediate and agonizing. He promises to show him the true hell of having every bone in his body shattered. Even his own men are shaken, realizing their leader is about to use the dreaded supreme divine skill. But Wunian's resolve is ironclad. He will never reveal the scripture his master died to protect. A torrent of dark, twisted energy erupts from Choa Young, enveloping the room in shadows. A spectral figure of pure agony rises, its tendrils lashing out towards our hero. The darkness consumes Wunian, and his body is racked with unimaginable pain. Through the torment, his captor screams at him, demanding he reveal the scripture's contents. Yet even now, Wunian roars back through the pain that he would rather die. A twisted grin spreads across Choa Young's face, his tongue flicking over razor-sharp teeth. So, if Wunian won't talk, perhaps it's simply time for him to die. His masked guards cry out, urging their lord to stop, reminding him of the scripture they need. But it's no use. He grabs Wunian's head, vowing to blow him up with his own energy. Our hero lets out a final, agonized scream as the dark power begins to overwhelm him. A masked guard shouts in horror, begging his master to come to his senses. But a sudden spray of blood cuts through the air. Choa Young's arm is severed in a flash of brilliant blue light, stopping his attack cold. His eye widens in utter shock and disbelief. What just happened? A calm voice cuts through the chaos, observing that luckily, he wasn't too late. A new figure stands at the entrance, her blade glowing with a cold blue light, ordering them to step away from the boy. Her eyes burn with intensity as she repeats her command with absolute finality. Everyone freezes, Choa Young clutching the bloody stump where his arm used to be, his guard stunned by the sudden intrusion. He howls in pure agony, the sadistic torturer now getting a small taste of his own medicine. One of the masked guards snaps out of it, shouting that the intruder is now the top priority. They must deal with her first. With that, his men leap into action, scaling the walls to converge on their target, but she's already a blur of motion. One of the guards can't believe his eyes, he didn't even see her move. How is she this fast? The mysterious swordswoman ignores them, looking down at the barely conscious Wunian, asking if he's the swordmaster's disciple. But Wunian is too far gone, his eyes rolling back as he finally succumbs to his wounds. The enraged Choa Young, now masked and ready for battle, points out that the boy has lost consciousness as he lunges forward for round 2. His eyes burn with absolute fury. The humiliation is simply too much to bear. With a roar, he swings his remaining arm, a furious arc of red energy aimed right at the woman's neck. She dared to injure him, and now he's going to make her pay. He screams, promising to take her head for this insolence. But his wild, rage-fueled attack is met with a calm, precise defense of shimmering blue light. The woman's eyes glow with focus as she prepares her counter, something small held between her fingers. In an instant, she unleashes a volley of tiny, almost invisible projectiles. Choa Young scoffs, easily deflecting them with his aura, mocking her for using such cheap tricks. But a split second later, his eye widens in pure, unadulterated shock. A single, tiny needle is embedded just above his eyelid, a perfect, impossible shot. The needle sinks deep into flesh with a sickening squelch. Choa Young lets out a blood-curdling scream as the tiny projectile pierces straight through his eye. In a flash, his personal guards swarm in, roaring to protect their fallen master. They immediately form a perimeter, initiating their butterfly's shadow formation. One of the masked warriors locks onto his target, his killing intent flaring. He lunges forward, sword drawn, intent on cutting down the intruder. But she moves faster, grabbing one of them by the collar with effortless grace. She becomes a blur of motion, a whirlwind of blue light in a sea of red. Their coordinated assault is useless as she weaves through their attacks. Her eyes glow with a chilling intensity. She's just getting started. She moves like a phantom, her blue aura cutting through their formation. One of the guards winces in pain, his face slashed before he even saw her move. He's sent tumbling backwards, utterly powerless against her speed. Another one rushes in, only to be met with a brutal kick that sends him reeling. Hez left in utter shock, wondering just what kind of monster they're facing. But her eyes remain cold and focused, already calculating her next move. A sharp crack echoes as another guard's mask is shattered by a direct hit. In an instant, the entire squad is defeated, their bodies raining down around her. She effortlessly catches one of the falling guards, the battle already won. Cha Young can only stare from a distance, shocked that his entire team was hit. Choa Young clutches his bleeding face, stunned by an immeasurable energy unlike anything he's ever felt. From the sidelines, his brother's eyes widen in sudden, horrified realization. He sees the woman standing over their captive, but his gaze locks onto her weapon. There's no mistaking it. The blade is inscribed with Moon Heart, the legendary Crescent Moon sword. All of Choa Young's arrogance shatters into a scream of pure terror, questioning why she of all people is here. She stands revealed, Jo Yoon, the disciple of the Swordmaster, known as the Cloud's Child. Stepping over the bodies of his fallen men, she calmly states she's here to take back what was stolen. A cold sweat breaks as Choa Young stammers, asking if the Swordmaster himself is with her. Jo Yoon presses her glowing blade to his throat, warning him to hand it over before her master arrives. His brother knows it's over. If the Swordmaster appears, their entire organization is doomed. It's time to retreat. Cornered and desperate, Choa Young grits his teeth, claiming he doesn't have it. Jo Yoon's eyes flash with cold intent as she asks if he wants to lose his other eye as well. He screams that it's the truth, blaming that damned senior disciple of the sword god for burning the scripture. Groveling on the floor, he begs her to believe him, asking how he could possibly lie in this situation. Even his brother watches, realizing that their lord wouldn't endure such humiliation for a simple lie. But Jo Yoon isn't convinced. Something still feels off about this whole scene. She levels a sharp question at him. If the scripture is gone, then why was he torturing that boy? A flicker of panic crosses Choa Young's face. He can't lose this last clue. He has to deceive her and escape. He sputters out an excuse, claiming he tortured him, thinking he might have hidden a copy of the scripture. It's all he knows, he insists, promising to repay the favor if she'll just pretend this never happened. He continues to beg, his pathetic pleas echoing in the desolate cave. Jo Yoon looks down on him, utterly repulsed but deciding she has no personal reason to end his life here. She delivers one final, chilling warning. If he's lying, her master will personally come for him. With a crazed, sharp-toothed grin, Choa Young swears on his life that it's the absolute truth. She's had enough of this conversation, turning her back on him as his brother watches silently. Taking this as his cue to leave, Choa Young orders his men to descend the mountain immediately. But as they prepare to depart, Jo Yoon casually plants the tip of her sword into the stone floor. His brother, however, isn't quite finished. He grabs the battered Kang Wunian by his hair. There's a look of pure malice in his eyes. He still has something he needs to settle with the boy. And without warning, he unleashes a vicious blast of energy, sending the unconscious warrior flying. But that single blow sends him reeling, coughing up a spray of blood from behind his demonic mask. From the edge of the crater she just created, Jo Yoon holds the boy and asks who gave them permission to leave. Sprawled in the dirt, the brother seethes with rage, blaming this kid's group for his own brother's death. But Jo Yoon is unmoved, calmly revealing her master's two orders. Find the scripture and save this child. Her eyes flare with an icy blue light as she gives them one simple instruction. Don't resist. The sheer killing intent washes over Choa Young's brother, and a cold sweat breaks out across his face. He knows she's not bluffing, but if he lets the boy go, his only lead to the scripture vanishes. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he decides he has no choice but to use a power he'd been saving. To think he'd be pushed this far, all to deal with a woman trying to save this one unconscious boy. His hand tightens around a hidden hilt, dark energy beginning to swirl as he prepares to draw his weapon. With a guttural roar, Choa Young's brother decides to throw his life on the line, his demonic energy exploding outwards. But Jo Yoon is completely unfazed, coolly stating that if he wants to fight, she will oblige him. Her own brilliant blue aura ignites as she warns him. The moment she draws her blade, his entire sect will be annihilated. All that bravado shatters in an instant, a choked gasp escaping his lips as he realizes the sheer difference in their power. He forces himself to stay calm, his mind racing for a way out of this impossible situation. There's no winning this, but he realizes that if the Swordmaster takes the boy, Hell be kept alive as a lead to the scripture. So, with a final, bitter promise of revenge, he and his men make a hasty retreat, vanishing into the chaos. The dust settles. A pained groan cuts through the silence as Kang Wunian finally begins to stir. His blurry vision clears to find Jong Yan standing over him, asking if he's finally awake. He looks up, his mind struggling to place the face of the woman who saved him. A phantom pain shoots through him as the memory of being impaled flashes in his mind. She watches him dryly, noting that the agony is just now hitting him that he's conscious. Through gritted teeth, he weakly asks again who she is. She introduces herself as Jong Yan, disciple of the Swordmaster, Li Mu-young. His eyes fly open in shock. The Swordmaster's disciple? This woman is his senior, but she casually brushes it off, telling him to drop the honorifics since she's only a few years older. He asks if she saved him, but she coolly states that she was only following her master's orders. Ignoring her cold demeanor, he thanks her earnestly as his senior, earning a look of pure disgust. She tells him to just use her name, but his attention has already shifted, a new question on his mind. Her piercing gaze cuts through him as she asks a single, chilling question. Where is the commentary on the Heart Sutra? A wave of dread washes over Wunian. The Swordmaster, he's after that scripture too? The Dark Butterfly Shadow, his own sect, and now the most powerful swordsman alive, why are they all obsessed with it? He remembers the book itself, how its contents seemed so incredibly plain. Even as he committed every word to memory, he thought it was strange, never understanding the desperation behind the hunt. Yet, it was because of that simple scripture that he lost his senior, Jong Yan, and was forced to watch his master be cut down in a flash of merciless red energy. His master's final warning rings in his ears: trust no one, and never reveal the contents of the scripture. Looking up at Jong Yan with a heavy heart, he tells her the truth: the scripture is gone now. Her eye narrows slightly, her calm expression giving nothing away. He desperately clarifies that his senior was the one who burned it. She leans in, her piercing gaze searching his for a lie as he stammers out a confirmation. Internally, he begs her to believe him, knowing his life depends on this one moment. To his shock, she simply turns away, stating that if the scripture is gone, her master's task is complete. A massive wave of relief washes over him. He can't believe it, she actually bought it. But her next words hit him like a physical blow. Then let's part ways here. He cries out for her to wait, reaching a hand forward as she glances back, annoyed. With a pathetic, pleading smile, he asks if she couldn't possibly go with him. The look of utter disgust on her face says it all. He explains his master's last wish, but the corrupted energy pulsing in his arm is the real reason he can't make it to Mount Duda alone. Jong Yan stares blankly at the grotesque, corrupted arm he holds out to her. He explains the supreme divine technique is rotting his flesh. He'll die before he even reaches the mountain. Realizing his desperation, he pleads with her not all the way, just to the next village. The sheer patheticness of his groveling is clearly getting on her last nerve. She lets out a long, suffering sigh, weighing her options. But when she finally relents, saying it's on her way, his face explodes with manic relief. He immediately starts bowing profusely, thanking her as she facepalms, already regretting it. Having accepted her fate, she turns and pointedly asks for his name. He eagerly introduces himself as Kang Wunian, adding a respectful senior Jong Yan. As they begin their journey, she immediately tells him to drop the senior, and he happily complies. 4 long days later, they finally arrive at the bustling city of Jumdang. Kang Wunian breathes a sigh of relief, thinking the journey took longer than he expected. He turns to Jong Yan, offering her a simple but deeply sincere thank you for her help. With a strained smile, he promises that now they've arrived, he won't be a burden any longer. He has to let her go. He tells himself this is the only way it can be. His mind flashes back to her unexpected kindness, tending to him during his violent seizures. He knows the only reason he, who had lost everything, managed to survive was thanks to her. To ask for any more help from her now would just be selfish. But as she prepares to walk away, a heavy, conflicted sigh escapes her lips. She can't shake the feeling that if she abandons this kid now, Hell never survived the rest of his journey. She wrestles with her conscience, knowing she couldn't possibly live with the guilt. Kang Wunian just looks on, completely oblivious to her internal struggle. With a sigh of resignation, she turns back, deciding to see this through to the end. His face absolutely lights up, a pure, unadulterated explosion of joy. He thanks her over and over while she internally justifies it as a mission-related decision. Later, at an inn, he's practically drooling over a mountain of food. He nervously asks if she's sure about ordering so much, but she just waves it off. But as he reaches for his first bite, a sinister black aura erupts from his hand. His arm seizes up uncontrollably, the sudden spasm knocking his chopsticks from his grip. She grabs his hand, her expression softening with pity as he grits his teeth in pain. Suddenly, a commotion erupts from below as angry patrons start screaming at Wunxian on the balcony. But a cheerful, red-haired warrior steps in, telling the angry mob to take it easy. With a confident smirk, he completely ignores them and demands a bottle of fine wine for himself. The sheer arrogance makes Jong Yan slam the table in fury, completely losing her patience. A curious Wunxian turns to her, asking if she happens to know that loud-mouthed oaf. Her voice carries, and the warrior's head snaps up, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. In the next instant, a blur of motion sends him flying with a resounding thud. It was her! She kicked him so hard he sails through the air, and Wunxian can't help but be impressed. But wait, they're on the second floor. Did she really just launch a man out of a 2-story window? Impossibly, he lands right at their table, casually asking about the swordmaster, leaving Jong Yan slumping in defeat. The boisterous warrior finally notices Wunxian, laughing it off and asking who he might be. Jong Yan, ever the stickler for rules, points out that he should probably introduce himself first. He just grins, puffing out his chest and proudly declaring himself Swift Sword, Jiok Wu. Wunxian politely gives his own name, a bit flustered by the man's overwhelming energy. But Jiok Wu's smile fades as he studies him, sensing a strange darkness behind that polite face. His eyes then lock onto Wunxian's bandaged right arm, as a faint wisp of energy catches his eye. A sudden, shocking realization dawns on him that specific aura he's felt it before. The memory hits him like a lightning bolt, transporting him back to a dark, lonely mountain. He remembers seeing a powerful figure being thrown through the air, completely overwhelmed. It was Kang Yulchan, Wunsan's grandfather, gritting his teeth in his final agonizing moments. The memory floods back, showing Kang Yulchan screaming as a tidal wave of blue energy engulfs him. He tries to fight it, to push back, but spits blood as the overwhelming power crushes his guard. The blast finally shatters his defenses, launching the legendary warrior backwards into the dirt. And standing over the devastation is a single, shadowy man, the source of it all. His hand pulses with that same chilling energy as he demands to know where the scripture is. He gives a cold warning that if he isn't told, things are about to get much, much worse. The man casually mentions that he's already wiped out all the other warriors stationed on the mountain. But even beaten and bloody, Kang Yulchan stands defiant, refusing to serve a monster like him. The mysterious man simply sighs, calmly opening a fan as if this is all just a minor inconvenience. He looks down with utter contempt, asking if pests like them ever truly thought they were on his level. The old warrior's face twists in agony, a bitter realization crashing down on him they were never players, just pawns. But the man with the fan pauses, sensing a faint tremor from one of the bodies on the ground. In a blur, he's there, his hand clamped around the throat of a survivor. He hoists the masked man into the air, almost amused that someone managed to live. Kang Yulchan can only watch, screaming out in horror for his captain. The villain leans in, his voice cold as he offers one last chance, the scripture, or death, for everyone. But even as his mask cracks and his life fades, the captain just grins, a final, defiant sneer. He chokes out a desperate plea for someone to save the second disciple. With a sickening snap, his last words are cut short as his neck is broken. And that final, casual act of cruelty ignites a fire of pure, unrestrained rage in Kang Yulchan's eyes. The masked man points, giving one final, chilling order. Retrieve the scripture. He warns that the life of the dark butterfly shadow hangs in the balance, punctuating his threat with a slash of energy. Every fiber of Kang Yulchan's being rebels, his teeth grinding together as something inside him begins to snap. And then he roars, a primal scream of pure agony and rage tearing from his throat. That inhuman cry echoes through the cold, rainy mountains, the sound of a man breaking. As the grief recedes, a single burning thought takes its place. He is all that's left. And in that moment of absolute clarity, he swears he will kill the man responsible, a vow that echoes over a distant memory. The face of a smiling Kang Wunian flashes in his mind, the very person he failed to protect. In that memory, Jiok Wu's voice rings out, calling to his little brother from across the tavern. He approaches, his eyes filled with concern, asking what happened to Wunxian's bandaged arm. Jong Yan points a finger, warning Wunxian that Jiok Wu is not someone you benefit from getting close to. But Jiok Wu just laughs, teasing that Wunxian's had it rough dealing with Lady Zhu's personality, which immediately sets her off. She fires back, mocking his name, suggesting a far less flattering version that means lingering worries. He just grins, explaining that since her name is Cloud, his name, Rain, has no choice but to follow her. An intense, crackling energy flares between them, a silent war erupting right over the dinner table as Wunian watches, bewildered. But he finds himself smiling. Despite their bickering, they seem cheerful, and the pain in his own body starts to ease. Suddenly, Jok Woo's playful expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he senses a disturbance. In the next instant, a man goes flying through the air, crashing hard into the wall. Another warrior is slammed into the ground with enough force to shatter the floorboards. The patrons shout in alarm, recognizing the uniform of the bloodline ghost, Ho Chang, as he makes his brutal entrance. The crowd murmurs in excitement as disciples of the Duda sect stride in, apparently here to deal with Jok Woo. One of them arrogantly plants his foot on the downed brawler, blaming the chaos on the group upstairs. He points a finger, declaring that the problem is that rotten seed on the second floor. Up above, Jok Woo seems utterly unbothered, happily munching on a chicken leg. This blatant disrespect sends the disciple into a seething rage, his hand gripping his sword. He starts to draw his blade, ready to escalate things, but a hand firmly stops him. A silver-haired woman steps forward, introducing herself as Baek Hyung-jin, the fifth disciple. With a calm but firm voice, she asks Wunian to identify who is with him, and Wunian, bless his heart, simply blurts out his own name. Jo Yoon just shakes her head, absolutely done with his complete lack of social awareness. Jok Woo casually turns from his meal, mockingly welcoming the Duda sect members who've come to greet him again. Without another word, he leaps from the second-floor balcony, crashing down to the ground floor with a thud. Wunian introduces him as the swift sword Jok Woo, his tone implying they must be fools not to recognize the name. Baek Hyung-jin is unfazed, informing them that the Odasan Sword Martial Arts Tournament is in 15 days. Unfortunately, she continues with a cold glare, disciples from uninvited sects aren't allowed and should leave immediately. A wicked grin spreads across Jok Woo's face as he asks her what she plans to do if he decides not to. Her gaze hardens, her silence speaking volumes about her resolve. From her spot upstairs, Jo Yoon smirks, thinking it's about time the arrogant Duda sect got humbled. Baek Hyung-jin's patience snaps. If words won't work, she'll settle this with force, her hand reaching for her sword. But before a single blade can be drawn, Wunian shouts for them to hold on, rushing down to stop the fight. Wunian panics, desperately telling his brother to take care of his precious little cutie. But Jok Woo has other plans, casually reaching for some chopsticks to teach these kids a lesson. He brandishes a single one with a wicked grin, deciding that's all hell need for now. It's such a hassle, he sneers, telling the entire group to just come at him all at once. Roaring that they won't be underestimated, the Duda sect disciples charge forward in a wave of blue energy. But Jok Woo effortlessly parries their blows, mocking their swordplay as dull and predictable. One disciple, enraged at the insult, unleashes his ultimate technique, the Sword of the Living. A storm of blade energy crashes down, met only by the warrior's intense, crimson aura. Jok Woo stops the attack cold, a slight smirk on his face as he admits the kid is somewhat decent. The disciple stares in utter disbelief, his ultimate sword art completely neutralized by a pair of chopsticks. But a cruel smirk spreads across Baek Hyung-jin's face. The initial attack, she reveals, was nothing but bait from the very beginning. Jok Woo's bravado shatters. How could these amateurs possibly wield a high-level art? A nearby disciple screams out in alarm, knowing the true danger is just beginning. Two more warriors descend, unleashing the 5 moves of the living in a pincer attack. For the first time, Jok Woo is genuinely pressed, gritting his teeth against the assault. Their synchronized blades close in, a vortex of lethal blue energy ready to tear him apart. But then a massive, unfamiliar sword of pure energy slams down, stopping them dead in their tracks. Even Baek Hyung-jin's composure breaks as she stares in utter disbelief at the strange weapon. Jok Woo, however, seems to recognize it, his eyes widening with a hint of familiarity. One of the Duda disciples screams out the name of the technique in pure shock. Moonheart. From above, a calm voice observes the scene, noting they've been ambushed from all sides. A woman looks down from the second floor, her gaze dripping with disdain as she questions their honor. The Duda disciples land, surrounding Jok Woo, their formation now broken by the massive sword plunged into the floor. They demand to know who these newcomers are, and why they would dare to help a scoundrel like Jok Woo. But the woman just scoffs, drawing her own blade and declaring that cowards who rely on ambushes don't deserve her name. Her sheer arrogance sends the disciples into a rage, sputtering at her disrespect. Suddenly, her silver-haired companion steps between them, warning the Duda sect to stay out of it. He then turns to the woman, a bead of sweat on his brow as he tries to rein her in. She just gives him a sharp, sideways glare, mockingly calling him young lady, making it clear who's really in charge here. Jo Yoon mocks Jok Woo, saying his title of Swift Sword must be empty if he fell for such a petty trick, while he just sheepishly admits he owes them a great debt. He follows it up with a hearty laugh, completely agreeing with her assessment of his foolishness. Deciding to cut his losses, he announces that since he's been defeated, he and his people will leave. With the matter seemingly settled, the silver-haired swordsman, he offers a formal bow to Jok Woo's group, apologizing for the intrusion and confirming that they've delivered their message. But the Duda disciples are having none of it, shouting at their senior for just letting things end like this. They cry out in protest, absolutely stunned that he would simply walk away. Rushing after him, they demand to know if he's really going to let remnants of the demonic sect go unchecked. He stops, his face grim, and delivers a cold dose of reality. If that young lady hadn't shown mercy, one of them would have been seriously hurt. A disciple's face twists in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the young woman they so easily dismissed was holding that much power over them. But the silver-haired swordsman glares back, asking if they're really so sure about their chances. His mind races, realizing that with the tournament approaching, strange things are afoot in both the rogue and demonic sects. Not just that, but now a disciple of the legendary Kim Seon has appeared. This changes everything. He orders his men to move. They have to get back to Duda Mountain and report this to the sect leader immediately. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Jaeok Woo is having the time of his life, bellowing for all the alcohol the owner can find. Jo Yoon just sighs, asking what's got him so excited when she's the one who had to move her entire business. The masked man then turns to her, asking a question he's been pondering about their swords, Water Moon and Moon Heart. She explains that the two blades were crafted as a set by her master and the legendary swordsmanship master. Jaeok Woo tries to piece it together, wondering what happens when you combine the meanings of the two swords. Jo Yoon clarifies the poetic phrase for him. The heart, like the moon reflected on water. That is its true meaning. She continues, explaining that for the moon to reflect on water, the water must be calm and still. The phrase is a reminder to always keep a peaceful heart, a concept that strikes a deep chord within Kang Wunian. He remembers his master's final moments, how even in death, there was no anger or resentment in his eyes, only peace. But that serene memory is instantly shattered by the gruesome reality of what happened, the flash of a blade from that monster, Choa Young. His master was cut down, sinking into a sea of his own blood, a vision that forever haunts Wunxian's mind. And despite his master's peaceful acceptance, Wunxian clenches his teeth, swearing he will have his revenge. His dark aura is so thick that Jaeok Woo stops mid-drink, sensing the sudden shift in mood. Deciding enough is enough, he breaks the tension by shoving a huge dumpling straight into Wunxian's mouth. The sudden, simple act catches Wunxian completely off guard, and he finds himself reminded of his own older brother. A small, genuine smile breaks through his grimace as he agrees the dumplings are delicious, brother. Jaeok Woo grins, declaring that he knew they'd be a good match, entrusting this task to his new little brother. He throws a friendly arm around Wunxian, suggesting he answer honestly, and Wunxian happily agrees. But from afar, Jo Yoon watches in horror, realizing Wunxian is letting his guard down far too easily. She recognizes the technique instantly. He's fallen victim to the supreme divine skill, just like the others. The friendly act vanishes as Jaeok Woo's eyes turn cold, revealing he is a disciple of the Great One's divine sect. That name sends a jolt of pure terror through Wunxian, who grabs the man in utter disbelief. Jaeok Woo explains that this is the unorthodox sect that even the most powerful orthodox factions fear. They have another name, the demonic sect, and a horrifying realization begins to dawn on Wunxian. If he's from the demonic sect, then Jaeok Woo is connected to the dark butterfly shadow. The betrayal sinks in, and Wunxian begins to shake, not with fear, but with pure, unadulterated rage. But Jo Yoon cuts in, telling Wunxian to calm down, explaining that Jaeok Woo is a problem, but not a villain like the dark butterfly shadow. Jaeok Woo readily admits his group is full of outsiders, and he can't vouch for every single member's character. His expression turns serious as he gets to the point, asking if Wunxian's injuries were caused by the dark butterfly shadow. The question lands hard, and Wunxian can only clench his teeth as a cold sweat drips down his face. Seeing his reaction, Jaeok Woo reveals the name of his true target, Choa Young, a prodigy who almost reached the second stage of the supreme divine skill. He explains that this ultimate technique has 5 stages, a ladder to absolute power, but it's a dangerous climb. Only their founder ever truly mastered it, while others who tried to force their way through simply descended into madness. Even Jaeok Woo, for all his strength, confesses that he himself is still stuck at the very first stage. Choa Young, however, grew arrogant upon reaching the second stage, defying their founder's will and leading his own faction on a path of cruelty. His story told, Jok-woo reaches out to Woonseon's bandaged arm, noting the pain he must have suffered, making him flinch at the touch. Jo-yoon suddenly snaps, telling Jok-woo to stop gawking at the wound if he has no intention of healing it. But with a slight smirk, Jaeok-woo calmly replies that he actually can heal it. The bold claim leaves Woonseon and Jo-yoon completely speechless, their minds blanking for a moment. They both erupt in disbelief, demanding he repeat what he just said. He explains that since the supreme divine skill caused the damage, that same skill can be used to extract the cursed fire energy. Woonseon's eyes light up with hope, but Jok-woo cuts him off, reminding him he's still stuck at the very first stage. The hope dies in an instant, replaced by crushing despair. So it's impossible after all. Jaeok-woo clarifies that he can't do it, but there is one person in the world who can. The legendary founder, the sword demon, Seonggan. A new, desperate fire ignites in Woonseon as he grabs Jaeok-woo, frantically asking where this master can be found. But the lead is a dead end. The sword demon is a constant wanderer, and Jok-woo admits he hasn't seen him in years. But with the sword demon gone, Jaeok-woo sees only one other path forward. He grins, telling Woonseon the answer is simple. He must learn the supreme divine skill himself. Woonseon is completely stunned, the idea seeming utterly impossible. Jake-woo's confidence falters, however, as he admits he can't just teach the skill to a non-disciple. In a flash, Woonseon slams his head to the floor, desperately begging him for help. He confesses he's been lazy his whole life, but swears he's changed, driven by the need for revenge. The sheer intensity of the plea leaves Jok-woo speechless. Woonseon declares that if his arm is the issue, he'll gladly cut it off and learn with his left. He screams, tears in his eyes, pleading for the power to avenge his family. Jaeok-woo freezes, the boy's raw desperation striking a forgotten chord within him. Suddenly, his mind flashes back to a painful memory of his own youth. He was just a foreign orphan, beaten mercilessly by locals for just existing. He remembers the feeling of helplessness, whispering pleas for someone to save him. Woonseon's screams echo his own past, a desperate cry for salvation. He looks down at the boy kneeling before him, and the parallel is undeniable. He remembers a kind hand reaching out, a master who told him everything would be all right. The memory floods him with emotion, and he clutches his chest, unsure of what to do. In Woonseon's desperate, tear-streaked face, he sees his own from the day he met his savior. And with that memory burning in his mind, Jok-woo roars at the boy to get up, calling him little brother. Woonseon and Jo-yoon are both stunned by his sudden declaration. He can't just ignore someone has called family. With a confident grin, Jok-woo promises to teach the boy everything, admitting that even if a full recovery is impossible, he can certainly extend his life. Tears of pure gratitude stream down Woonseon's face as he thanks his new brother, promising to repay this life-saving favor. But Jaeok-woo is touched by the boy's sincerity, brushing it off by saying that saving a precious life is reward enough for him. The two share a heartfelt, tearful hug, as Jo-yoon looks on with a sigh, calling him a fool even as a faint blush colors her cheeks. Later that night, she slips out of the inn, needing a moment alone. She gazes up at the full moon, a quiet sigh escaping into the cold night air. Despite her tough exterior, she's relieved, admitting to herself what a blessing it is that the boy can be healed. We cut to the Duda sect, where the symbol of the White Lotus flies proudly. Here, a friendly sparring match is underway, with Baek Hyungjin easily deflecting her opponent's staff. The other disciples watch in awe, recognizing this as a high-level bout between the 5 great disciples. But the silver-haired swordsman is sick of being underestimated, channeling his energy into a forbidden technique. He's not the same person he used to be, unleashing the piercing stone with everything he's got. Baek Hyungjin's face drains of color, Hez using inner power in a simple spar. The young man's anger fades into panic as he realizes he's made a terrible, irreversible mistake. The massive wave of blue energy rushes forward, about to completely engulf his senior sister. But in the blink of an eye, a single hand reaches out to intercept the blast. The sect elder, Go Yusang, effortlessly nullifies the attack, gently catching Baek Hyungjin as he chides the boy's recklessness. Holding Baek Hyungjin, the elder tells the boy he desperately needs to learn some restraint. The other disciples can only stare in shock, realizing just who has intervened. It's Master Jo Yang, the revered head of the entire Duda sect. He dismisses them all for the day, reminding them not to overdo it with the tournament so close. While the young swordsman apologizes profusely, the master simply laughs at his fiery passion. Baek Hyungjin approaches her master, promising to speak with her junior about his recklessness. With perfect composure, she gives a formal greeting, the near disaster already behind her. Master Zhou Yang's tone turns serious as he asks if she has properly welcomed their guests. She confirms that all the guests have arrived, but her face grows grim with a new report. The Great One's divine sect has begun to make its move, and apparently, that isn't their only problem. And there's more. Baek Hyungjin reveals that a disciple of the legendary sword saint was there. Master Zhou Yang's calm demeanor shatters. He demands to know if she's absolutely certain. The sword saint, a mythical figure who never meddles in the affairs of the Murim. The horrifying implication hangs in the air. If she sides with the Great One's divine sect, he stumbles back, his heart sinking. A bloodbath of unimaginable scale is about to begin. Elsewhere, the bloodline ghost meditates, reciting a strange and poetic creed about the sky and earth. Kang Wunian listens, completely bewildered. This is the teaching of the divine sect? Juk-woo just laughs, explaining that he finally gets it now. It's not a martial technique, is it? It's the very foundation of their sect, a spiritual core that prevents them from falling into chaos. But Kang Wunian isn't listening anymore. His eyes widen in shock as a memory surfaces. He knows this chant. It comes flooding back to him now, a memory of when he was reciting the scriptures. He grits his teeth, a cold sweat dripping down his face as the past resurfaces. He'd noticed something strange back then, a faint light emanating from between the pages. And in a flash, the horrifying truth becomes clear. The scriptures his master gave him, they were dual-layered. Beneath the surface, they held the forbidden core techniques of the Great One's divine sect. Suddenly, he understands why Butterfly Shadow and his clan risked everything for that book. But what about that other master? The masked man who attacked the Plum Blossom sect? Why did he want it? And the most chilling question of all, why did his own master possess a book of demonic martial arts? None of it makes any sense, and his mind reels from the impossible contradictions. With his mind a whirlwind of questions, Wunian finally asks about the very origin of the supreme divine skill. Juk-woo's expression darkens as he begins a tale from long ago, of a nation called Yeoguk. This nation faced a devastating invasion, a war that ended in their complete and utter ruin. From the ashes of this fallen kingdom, 3 supreme masters remained, and from them, the divine skill was born. Wunian presses for their names, and Juk-woo smirks, telling him he already knows them well. The first, he proclaims with a wild grin, was the leader of their sect, the sword demon Seonggon. The second was his junior sister, the sword saint, Lee Mu-young, and the last was his disciple, the sword god, Kang Yulchan. The world stops for Wunian, his own master, one of the 3 progenitors of the Great One's divine sect. The contradiction is impossible. Juk-woo snaps him out of his horrified trance, and Wunian can only stammer that it's nothing, hiding the utter chaos in his mind. Wunian puts on a strained smile, deciding he can't reveal his true situation to these people just yet. He turns to Jo-yoon, who asks if her mental technique is helping ease the pain in his arm. She cautions him not to overdo it. At his level, even gathering energy is a struggle, and as a new day dawns over the mountains, their time together comes to an end. Juk-woo announces it's time for him to leave, as he has a mission from his sect to carry out. He gives Wunian a final warning. Duda Mountain won't welcome him, but Wunian is resolute it's his master's last wish. With a massive, toothy grin, Juk-woo gives him a thumbs up, promising to always support his brother. Wunian is visibly moved by the gesture, while Jo-yoon just sighs, completely over the theatrics. With a final farewell, Juk-woo rockets off into the forest, leaving them in a cloud of dust. Jo-yoon breathes a sigh of relief, glad that the noisy guy is finally gone. With the boisterous Juk-woo gone, Wunian turns to Jo-yoon with a thoughtful question. He asks what truly separates the orthodox and unorthodox factions in the world of Murim. She's utterly baffled by his naivety, wondering how he could ask something so fundamental. Wunian explains, recalling how the supposedly righteous Duda sect warriors were nothing but arrogant bullies. In contrast, Juk-woo, a man from the demonic sect, had proven to be a person of immense honor. Jo-yoon offers a harsh dose of reality. Juk-woo may be his benefactor, but to others, he's a waking nightmare. Her advice is stark as she stares out at the dawn. He can't afford to trust people so easily. This warning, she explains, extends to absolutely everyone he meets. Her gaze hardens, telling him that this includes even herself. Her chilling words linger as the scene shifts to a snow-blanketed estate, the Kang Manor, where someone watches with dread. A hand delicately picks a single hair from a corpse, noting how the great Kang Manor was reduced to a blood-soaked ruin overnight by Windai Lee Seomun, first disciple of the divine sect. He's found his proof, a trace left by the twins, confirming the wisdom of the secret master was here. Just then, a voice calls out to him from across the courtyard. It's the 5th disciple, Baek Hyunjin, here to get a report from her senior brother. She laments that they were too late, but he coldly reminds her they have no time to mourn. With a smirk, he looks up, telling their hidden observer to stop lurking and come down. And perched atop a dead tree, axe in hand, is the last person we'd expect to see. Jae-ok-woo. He just grins, completely unfazed at being caught red-handed at a massacre site. Seo-mun asks if the mission is complete, and Jae-ok-woo confirms it proudly. This destruction was his work. Jae-ok-woo takes a moment to survey the scene, trying to piece together the aftermath. He recalls the report. The sword god's first disciple was found lying out here, and the head of the sword god himself was supposedly covered inside the manor. He turns, a new question forming in his mind. If that's true, then whose body is buried in this freshly made grave? Before anyone can ponder, Baek Hyungjin declares there's one easy way to find out. She erupts with golden energy, slamming her hands into the earth to unearth the corpse. The violent explosion of soil and ki sends Jae-ok-woo stumbling back, shocked by her audacity. But as the dust begins to settle, his eyes lock onto the figure in the ruined grave. It's the lifeless body of their fourth brother from the divine sect. Baek Hyungjin spots a familiar ring on the corpse's hand, confirming it's their traitorous fourth brother Choa-young. The revelation sends a chill down Lee Seo-mun's spine. If a weakened sword god could do this, how strong was he really? Impatient as ever, Baek Hyungjin crosses her arms, demanding to know what their next move is. Lee Seo-mun calmly lays out the facts. If Choa-young is dead, then Woo-young is still alive, and the sword god's second disciple is still missing. Their first task, he declares, is finding Woo-young, who might be with a child. A word that instantly ignites a fire in Jae-ok-woo's eyes. His sudden, furious reaction startles the others, who turn to ask him what's wrong. But the anger on Jae-ok-woo's face melts into pure, dawning horror as he begins to speak. He believes he's made a terrible mistake, and his memory flashes back to Duda Mountain, home of the Duda sect. There, two figures arrive at the Grand Suda Hall, the sect's headquarters. The younger of the two remembers their master's words that this is where teacher Hyunro resides. He remembered his purpose with grim determination. He had to deliver his master's message. But as they approached Suda Hall, two Duda sect disciples immediately moved to block their path. One of the guard's eyes widened in shock, a look of horrified recognition on his face. He pointed a trembling finger, accusing them of being from the demonic sect. Screaming at them to leave, the disciples didn't hesitate to draw their weapons and charge. The woman moved swiftly to shield Wunsian, her hand already on the hilt of her sword. Just as the confrontation was about to turn bloody, a new voice commanded everyone to stop. A silver-haired swordsman appeared, his calm authority instantly halting the escalating fight. He casually asked what business they had here, leaving the disciples stammering and confused. Wunsan quickly spoke up, introducing himself from Kang Manor and pleading to see the sect leader. The name Kang Manor hits him like a lightning bolt. He's dealing with a disciple of the sword god. Wunsan flinches, completely caught off guard by the sudden shift in atmosphere. The swordsman's demeanor flips entirely, slinging a friendly arm around Wunsian's shoulder. But his companion isn't fooled. She can see the undisguised arrogance behind that smile, and she doesn't like it one bit. He apologizes profusely, saying they would have rolled out the red carpet if they'd known who he was. Wunsian, completely naive, actually buys it, thinking he'd just misjudged this kind person. The silver-haired warrior graciously offers to lead them directly to the sect leader himself. But the moment his back is turned, that friendly smile twists into a frustrated scowl. He bursts through the sect leader's doors, loudly announcing that someone very important has arrived. An elderly man looks up from his desk, addressing the intruder as Hyungjin, clearly annoyed by the disturbance. Master Jo Yang calmly regards the newcomers, asking what business they have on Duda Mountain. Wunsan steps forward with a formal bow, ready to introduce himself. He reveals his identity. Kang Wunian, the disciple of the sword god, Kang Yulshan. The name changes everything. The sect leader roars with laughter, pulling the boy into a powerful, familiar hug. He exclaims how long it's been, placing a warm hand on Wunsian's shoulder. Then, with a wide, friendly smile, he asks how Wunsian's master is doing. That single question shatters Wunsian's composure, his face paling as sweat beads on his brow. The memory of his master's last moments flashes before his eyes, and tears begin to fall. He chokes out the horrifying truth his master was killed, murdered by the Dark Butterfly twin killer. The joyous reunion turns to ash as the sect leader's face twists into a mask of pure shock and disbelief. Master Jo Yang grabs Wunsan by the collar, his mind reeling as his disciples cry out his title. The world slows to a crawl for the sect leader, the single thought echoing in his head. Yulchin is dead? The story cuts away to a desolate, snow-swept mountain, where a senior investigator surveys a grim scene. His men report in, their voices strained with horror. There are no survivors. The entire mountain is a graveyard. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing these aren't just any warriors. They're from the Yunban Bureau, the largest agency in the region, slaughtered. With the martial arts tournament so near, who would dare do this? Suddenly, one of the lead investigators cries out, his eyes locked on something in the distance. A scout frantically waves them over, having made a critical discovery. He points them up the treacherous, snow-covered path. The lead investigator follows his direction, his face etched with urgency as he spots something on the cliff. His eyes widen in disbelief, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he processes what he's seeing. Etched into the mountainside in the victim's own blood is a single, ominous word. Rain. And he knows that mark. There's no mistaking the signature of the ruthless swift sword, the infamous Jaok Wu. The scene shifts, pulling us into a memory of a much younger Wunxian, arriving at a grand sect building. An old master places a warm hand on his shoulder, acknowledging the long, hard journey he's made. This man, Go Yusang, was the sworn brother of Wunxian's late master, and he now embraces the boy as his own disciple. With tears welling in his eyes, he tells Wunsan to call him sect leader, for this place is now his home. Overwhelmed by this incredible act of kindness, Wunxian breaks down, unable to hold back his tears. Through his sobs, he thanks the sect leader, a wave of relief and gratitude washing over him. But as he is welcomed, the cold, resentful gaze of another disciple promises his new life here will not be without its trials. Later, as Wunxian rests in his new quarters, the quiet is broken by the creak of the door. The sect leader, Go Yusang, enters with a warm smile, asking if the boy has gotten any rest. Wunxian thanks him for his kindness, but Go Yusang's expression grows somber. The doctor's report was not good. Cutting to the chase, he asks Wunxian to tell him exactly what happened out there. The boy's face tightens with urgency as he explains he has a final message to deliver from his master. He tries to rise, a sudden movement that catches the old man completely off guard. With eyes burning red, Wunsan reveals the shocking truth. He has memorized the entire coveted book his master died for. The sect leader's mind reels as Wunxian begs for something to write with, needing to record the knowledge immediately. But that's not all. He clenches his fists, demanding to be taught martial arts, his voice filled with a desperate need for revenge. The fierce determination is there, but his wounded body immediately protests with a sharp jolt of pain. Wunxian seethes with frustration at his own powerlessness, while the sect leader looks on with quiet understanding. Gently, Go Yusang places a hand on his arm, urging the boy to calm down. He tells Wunxian that writing the manual can wait. For now, his only job is to recover. The elder's voice softens, assuring him that he understands the pain of losing his master, Yulchian. Defeated for the moment, Wunxian relents and agrees to follow the sect leader's orders. With the boy settled, Go Yusang quietly slides the door shut as he leaves the room. He stands alone in the dark, silent hallway for a moment. But then, his senses scream. A sudden, unseen presence makes his eyes snap wide. In an instant, his peaceful demeanor vanishes as he unleashes his aura, demanding to know who's there. The sheer force of his power erupts, blasting down the empty corridor. But after a tense moment of searching, the sect leader finds nothing. With a scoff, he dismisses the feeling, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Perhaps it was just his imagination after all. He turns and walks away down the empty hall. Meanwhile, at the Duda Sect's mountain, disciples arrive to an incredible sight. A young warrior is completely starstruck by the sheer number of martial artists gathered here. He notices that many of them aren't even from their sect, wearing all sorts of different uniforms. A senior disciple explains it's because the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. The 5 sects representing the righteous path are gathering their leaders to plan for the future. First among them is the oldest and most prestigious of all, the Godaisen sect. And then there is the largest and most powerful of the 5, the renowned Huangshi sect. We have the elegant and deadly Seonin sword sect, a faction led entirely by female masters. And the rugged Yongmun sect, warriors who claim the lands of the old Yeoguk kingdom. Finally, there's their host, the Duda sect, led by the serene and powerful teacher Hyunro. The young disciple is still completely overwhelmed by the sight of so many martial artists. But then his thoughts happily drift to a recent addition to his small world, Jo Yun. A quiet determination settles in his eyes. He turns to his senior brother, asking if she'll be returning to her master on Mount Guwol. He nervously fumbles over his words, trying to build up the courage for a request. With a blush creeping up his neck, he finally asks if he might be allowed to visit her again. His senior brother looks back, a quiet and understanding expression on his face. The senior brother just smiles, but someone else has a question. It's Jo Yun, appearing out of nowhere, asking why he wants to visit, and he blurts out the honest, embarrassing truth. She takes a moment, a faint, unreadable smile playing on her lips. Then she drops a bombshell. She'll be training here for a while, so they'll be seeing plenty of each other. The young disciple completely loses his mind, frantically asking why she's here so suddenly. But as he panics, her mind flashes back to a recent, chilling conversation. She remembers her master's simple, unwavering order to protect him. She had been so confused her mission was only to save his life that one time, wasn't it? A horrible thought begins to bubble up from the pit of her stomach. Could it be because she told her master that Wunsan had memorized the entire manuscript? Her master's expression confirms her worst fears. Perhaps that was indeed the reason. The realization hits her like a physical blow, and she cries out, asking how he could do this. But her protest is silenced by his furious command, threatening to sever their bond forever if she continues. Defeated, she can only whisper his title, the distance between them feeling impossibly vast. His final order was cold and absolute. Ensure Wunxian masters the manuscript and protect him at all costs. Which brings her to this moment, with a disturbingly cheerful Wunxian thinking to himself he has to use her pure heart. The smile on his face stretches wide, almost painfully so, as he offers a silent, chilling apology. He turns and calls out to her, brightly suggesting they head down the mountain path now. But in the very next instant, his foot slips on the uneven stone. A sharp cry escapes his lips as he pitches forward, tumbling down the stairs. His fall is broken by a powerful hand, and a furious elder demands to know his sect. In a flash of clarity, Wunxian realizes he's just met a lifelong nemesis, and asks for the man's name. The elder bellows that he is Go Yusang, of the esteemed Huangshi sect. His grip tightens painfully on Wunxian's shoulder, demanding he speak up. He scoffs at the boy's lack of respect, questioning what sect would raise such an insolent disciple. As Zhou Yun watches helplessly, Wunxian can only stammer, completely intimidated by the elder's presence. The old man's patience has clearly reached its limit. He declares Wunxian's silence is proof he's a demonic spy, raising a hand crackling with fiery energy. Wunxian shuts his eyes, bracing for the deadly blow with a terrified gasp. But just before impact, a hand glowing with pure blue chi intercepts the attack. The fiery attack is stopped dead, effortlessly nullified by a serene blue light. Go, Yusang's face contorts in shock, his rage instantly replaced with disbelief. The savior reveals himself a calm, white-haired elder, Master Zhou Yang. He formally apologizes for his disciples, confirming they belong to the Duda sect. Go Yusang scoffs, telling Wunsan he was almost mistaken for a spy, but the boy seethes he wasn't even given a chance to speak. Master Zhou Yang explains that the boy is a recent recruit, still unfamiliar with the customs of the martial world. He bows his head slightly, asking the elder to kindly forgive their youthful mistake. The Huangshi elder pauses. Suspicious, why are they taking new members now? Something feels off, but he knows better than to push it. Deciding to save face, he agrees to overlook the incident, but only out of respect for Zhou Yang. Wunxian starts to offer his thanks, but his master quickly silences him, warning him that they must remain careful. His master's voice rings inside his head. It's a sound transmission. Zhou Yang warns him to keep his origins and his connection to Master Yulchan a secret for his own safety. Wunsan lowers his head, silently agreeing to the heavy burden. But the moment is shattered by a frantic warrior from the Huangshi sect, who comes skidding to a halt. He screams in terror that the demonic sect is on the move, leaving a trail of bodies along the mountain. The news sends a shockwave through the Duda sect members. Go Yusang's face twists into a mask of pure fury, wondering what those demonic beasts have unleashed. They arrive at a horrific scene. A snowy pass littered with corpses, and a single word scrawled in blood rain. Zhou Yang shudders, recognizing the unmistakable mark of Jiok Wu's crimson rain. All around them, warriors collect the fallen, cursing the demonic sect for the gruesome massacre. An impatient leader orders a carriage to depart, refusing to wait any longer. Amidst the grim proceedings, a young disciple thinks he spots his brother, only to be quickly shushed by his companion. Suddenly, more figures begin to arrive, blurring into existence from the snowy woods. The head of the Goddessan sect, Xinyang Xion, reports that his extensive search has yielded no traces. He's followed by Zhou Sang-won of the Yongmun sect, who confirms the east is also clear. Their enemy has vanished. The sect leaders begin to convene, one noting the conspicuous absence of the Huangshi leader, though a representative steps forward. Even so, they're still waiting on one more crucial party, and the tension mounts in the treacherous mountain pass. Just as they begin to wonder, all eyes snap upward as two figures descend from the sky with incredible speed. They touch down with an imposing splash, their dramatic entrance silencing the assembled warriors. It is the head of the Sionun sword sect, So Jiamzhong, arriving fashionably late with a confident smirk. Master Zhou Yang greets her, noting her long journey, but So Jiamzhong's reply is sharp and to the point. With a cutting glare, She hopes that this time, he'll finally make a decisive choice. The pointed remark hits its mark, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily stunned and silent. Without another word, she sweeps past him, completely ignoring his attempt to call out to her. Her attendant quickly rushes forward, bowing deeply to apologize for her sister's foul mood. She formally apologizes on behalf of Sojiamjiang, trying to smooth over the blatant disrespect. Zhou Yang just laughs it off, thinking to himself how utterly opposite the two sisters are. But his smile vanishes as he gets down to business, his voice turning grave and serious. He declares that despite the grim location, they must hold a martial arts competition right here and now. The reason? To hold the Great One's divine sect accountable for the recent atrocity. Master Zhou Yang addresses the crowd, asking who first discovered this horrific scene. A grim-faced warrior steps forward, introducing himself as Bunung Pa of the Huangxi sect. He reveals the devastating truth. All 125 victims were members of his sect's escort corps. The news sends a shockwave of fury through the assembled warriors. An entire escort corps wiped out? Unforgivable. And Bunung Pa already has a prime suspect, the infamous sixth disciple of the Great One's divine sect, Jiok Wu. But a young disciple from the Duda sect suddenly speaks up, stammering that it must be a misunderstanding. Before he can say another word, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, silencing him mid-sentence. It's Zhou Yun, her eyes blazing as she reminds him they aren't even supposed to be here. She whispers furiously that if he dares defend Jiok Wu now, he'll be branded a spy for their enemies. One of the Huangxi elders glares down at them, his patience clearly wearing thin with their little side drama. Master Zhou Yang continues, his voice booming. The atrocities of the Great One's divine sect run deeper. He recounts a merchant group's slaughter 2 months ago, where survivors described a man with a fan, and a deadly archer who appeared from the shadows, annihilating them with a single blast of energy. He names the culprits, the first disciple, Li Seomun, and the third disciple, Yu Aizhong. Hearing this, the crowd erupts, demanding they tear apart the demonic sect once and for all. Master Zhou Yang raises his voice, explaining that for too long, they have aimed for enlightenment and peace. But now, leaning against a tree, he admits that was a grave mistake. A line has been crossed. His face contorts with righteous fury as he makes his proposal. A full-scale war. The leaders of the other sects, Xin Yangson, Zhou Sangwan, and even the icy Sojiamjiang, all voice their immediate support. With the alliance solidified, Master Zhou Yang gives a solemn bow of gratitude. The war is on. With all his might, Master Zhou Yang declares that their swords will exterminate. But his grand declaration is cut short by a deafening explosion that rocks the entire assembly. The warriors are thrown into chaos, their calls for war turning into cries of confusion. Even the master himself is frozen in shock, his righteous fury completely derailed. Through the smoke and dust, panicked eyes spot figures standing on a cliff above. A man with a fan smirks down, casually remarking what a great speech it was. It's Li Seomun, the first disciple. And with him are the formidable Jiok Wu and the bloodline ghost. Down below, one of the young disciples stares up, his face a mask of utter disbelief and horror. He sees the trio looking down upon them, an impossible, terrifying sight. All he can do is whisper in dread, recognizing the monstrous form of his brother, Jiok Wu. And up above, Jiok Wu flashes a feral, bloodthirsty grin. He mockingly asks his companion if all martial artists are this fond of ganging up on people. His companion, hooded and impassive, is revealed as Yu Yizhong, the third disciple, who couldn't care less. Jiok Wu just sighs, complaining that his senior brother is as dull as always. This blatant disrespect sends the Huangxi sect representative into a blind rage. Gathering his energy, he screams that the sect will never forgive them for killing innocent members. On the cliff, both Jiok Wu and the third disciple brace for the attack, eager for a fight. But before the elder can launch his assault, Master Zhou Yang unleashes his own immense aura, stopping him cold. He commands his men to calm down, stating they'll hear them out before any fighting begins. Then, looking up at the disciples, he acknowledges them with a heavy tone. It's been a while. Having descended from the cliff, Jiok Wu lands firmly on the snowy ground. Li Seomun walks forward, internally complimenting Elder Zhou Yang's impressive presence. With a knowing smirk, he remarks that the elder's discernment is sharp, unlike that other old fool. Master Zhou Yang's face twists in fury at the sheer audacity of the young man. He tries to regain control, reminding them that this is a martial gathering and they are uninvited. The elder's words carry a sharp edge, telling them to back off. But Li Seomun just smiles calmly. He smoothly concedes that yes, they are indeed uninvited guests. But, he argues, since they are the very reason for this competition, who could be a more important audience? Xin Yangson grits his teeth, realizing their attempt to dismiss them with technicalities has completely backfired. With his point made, Lee Seomun's smile widens as he asks if they can now begin the real competition. Master Zhou Yang's face hardens, deciding he'll be the one to get to the truth. His voice echoes as he demands to know if Jiak Wu was the one who slaughtered the escort group. Lee Seomun feigns a thoughtful pause, as if the name of the escort bureau barely registers. All eyes turn to Jiak Wu, who looks momentarily confused by the direct accusation. But that confusion melts away, replaced by a twisted, blood-soaked grin of pure malice. He proudly boasts about how his swift sword swept away those shameless bastards. The younger disciples can't believe their ears, utterly horrified by the casual confession to a massacre. Lee Seomun's own smile widens, calling the situation a shame with absolutely zero remorse. That arrogant display is the final straw, as one of the furious investigators leaps into the air. He roars with righteous fury, screaming curses at the Great One's divine sect as he attacks. But the third disciple, Yu Yizhong, isn't about to let that happen. As the investigator's furious strike descends upon Lee Seomun, it's met by a calm, unmoving figure who appears from nowhere. Yu Yizhong stops the glowing blade with just 2 fingers, his own energy flaring to life. The attacker's face twists in agony and disbelief. His all-out attack was caught so easily. A pulse of power sends him hurtling backwards across the hall. His senior barely catches him, both men staring in shock at the impossible display. The investigator's mind races. He was just overpowered by a man wearing a blindfold. Yu Yizhong lowers the cloth, a cold smirk on his face, confirming this is the same man who parried his arrow. Then he reveals the horrifying truth. The empty, scarred sockets where his eyes used to be. The young Duda sect disciple screams in terror, realizing the man has no eyeballs. Lee Seomun calmly confirms that this is indeed the case. Enraged, the senior investigator roars that this is some kind of trick and lunges forward with a golden aura. But his attack is stopped dead, his wrist caught by a strange, fur-covered hand. With a flash of purple energy, Yu Yizhong drives his transformed fist deep into the man's gut. The impact unleashes a shockwave that obliterates the surrounding forest in an instant. Lee Seomun can only scream his junior's name, shocked by the sheer scale of the attack. Misunderstanding the situation, the other investigators assume it's a signal and charge forward. Annoyed that things have gotten so messy, Lee Seomun prepares to step in himself. But the charging warriors are suddenly thrown back, stopped by an invisible wall of force. And just then, a new figure steps through, looking down on the rabble as she calls them fools. The charging investigator freezes mid-step, utterly captivated and at a loss for words. This is Baek Hyungjin, and she looks at the gathered crowd with pure disdain for their noisy chatter. With an aura of absolute superiority, she asks if they've failed to grasp the situation. She reveals that this entire area is now completely surrounded by the forces of the Great One's divine sect. But the fiery So Jiamjiang refuses to be cowed, lunging forward with her blade, telling her to comply quietly. She unleashes her cherry blossom swordplay, the beautiful but deadly falling blossom technique. So Jiamjiang can only stare in disbelief as Baek Hyungjin effortlessly sidesteps the entire assault. Seeing an opening, her loyal attendant rushes in, shouting that she's coming to help her leader. But she's far too late, as Baek Hyungjin unleashes a counterattack of golden light, clashing with the blossom storm. The combined assault of So Jiamjiang and her attendant rains down, but it's met with utter indifference. Burning with fury and pride, So Jiamjiang screams at her subordinate to get lost, insisting she doesn't need any help. Baek Hyungjin calmly accepts the task from Lee Seomun, who gives her one simple, crucial order: do not harm Lady So. With a flick of her wrist, she effortlessly parries the storm of cherry blossoms, her golden light shattering the attack. But just as one fight ends, a new player emerges, a red-haired beast of a man, Jiak Wu, laughing as he demands a real challenge. From the sidelines, the scarred elder Xin Yang-san spots the loudmouth and calls forth 2 of his own warriors. Without hesitation, the 2 men leap into action, moving as one to confront the challenger. They introduce themselves as the Go Brothers of the Godasan sect, and they're here to shut him down. Jiak Wu's grin only widens as he draws his massive, wrapped blade, thinking they look like fun toys to break. Amidst all the chaos, Lee Seomun lets out a weary sigh, utterly unimpressed by everyone's hot-headed impatience. But another elder, Teacher Hyunro, steps forward, declaring that the Godasan sect will no longer tolerate their crimes. His aura explodes as he demands their entire sect be dissolved and exiled from the central lands. Lee Seomun's lips curl into a smirk. So much for a peaceful resolution. Fine then. He coolly states that in this world, only strength matters, and invites the old man to try his luck. With a flick of his fan, He unleashes a storm of dark energy that crashes against teacher Hyunro's brilliant blue martial arts. From the sidelines, Shin Young-san watches in awe, recognizing the incredible skill of both fighters. Jo Sang-won is equally stunned, wondering just how powerful the Great One's divine sect has become right under their noses. But for one young disciple, the sight of that fan triggers a dawning horror. He suddenly realizes this could be the very man who grievously wounded his own master. As their powers clash, Lee Seomun notes that Hyunro has improved, but the elder dismisses their past fight as mere youthful folly. Lee Seomun unleashes his full power, declaring that this time, things will be different. But teacher Hyunro meets him with an explosion of brilliant blue energy, not giving an inch. As their powers tear the landscape apart, Hyunro questions the motive behind this assault. He realizes if this was a true war, the divine sect would have sent their ultimate weapon, the sword demon. Elsewhere, the elder Go Yu-sang roars for the weaker warriors to retreat or be annihilated by the shockwaves. He seethes with rage, calling them monstrous bastards for their reckless display. The younger disciples can only watch in terror as Jo Yun points towards the epicenter of the conflict. Lee Seomun and teacher Hyunro are caught in a maelstrom of destructive energy. The clash finally subsides, and Hyunro demands to know Lee Seomun's true intentions. He knows this isn't a simple fight, it's a diversion, and he's not about to fall for it. Lee Seomun flashes a knowing smile, impressed that Hyunro saw through his act so quickly. He drops the pretense entirely, announcing they're here to deliver 3 simple demands. Buna Eungpa explodes with rage, shouting that they would never negotiate with a demonic sect. His defiant words are cut short as Lee Seomun effortlessly blasts him backward. While Buna Eungpa struggles to even stand, the first demand rings out: never interfere with the divine sect again. The second command is even more insulting. The Odasan swords must cease all martial arts tournaments. Finally, Lee Seomun prepares to deliver the most important ultimatum of all. With a chilling grin, he forbids them from ever again seeking the wisdom of the secret master. That name hits teacher Hyunro like a physical blow, his mind reeling in absolute shock. Even the younger disciples seem to grasp the forbidden nature of those words, staring in disbelief. The disciples' mind flashes with terror. If that was their goal, then what happened before? A memory floods back the day teacher Hyunro finally understood their true target was the secret master's wisdom. A single tear falls as the old master recalls the grim, heart-wrenching decision he had to make. He knew in that moment that Wunxian could not be allowed to fall into their hands. He turned to another disciple, giving a desperate order: take Wunxian and escape during the chaos. With a silent apology and a furious roar, teacher Hyunro began gathering an immense amount of energy. He would never accept their terms, choosing instead to unleash his full defiant power. A massive shockwave of pure blue energy erupts, catching the enemy forces completely by surprise. They could only scream in disbelief, wondering if the old man intended to take everyone down with him. This was it, their one and only chance to escape. Amidst the chaos, a young disciple grabs Wunxian's arm, pulling him along. But He's not alone. Jo Yun is right beside them, and he frantically asks what she's doing here. Their escape is instantly spotted by the enemy, who realize they're making a break for it. 2 shadowy figures give chase, and Jo Yun glances back, a bead of sweat tracing her cheek. Suddenly, the young disciple freezes, his eyes widening in horrified recognition. That distinct, butterfly-like mask, he knows exactly who these pursuers are. A surge of pure rage consumes him. These were the very bastards who hurt his master. He slams his foot down, grinding to a halt, the escape plan thrown to the wind. Wheeling around to face them, he stands guard over Wunsan as Jo Yun screams his name, begging him to keep moving. But it's too late, as the masked guards descend, vowing that no one will leave this place alive. But Jo Yun isn't about to be captured, unleashing her water moon sword technique. Even so, she's immediately put on the defensive, struggling to parry their coordinated assault. The junior disciple leaps to her side, adding his sword to the desperate defense. Suddenly, a flash of golden energy erupts as a new warrior intercepts a hooded figure. But his confidence shatters, realizing he's evenly matched with this eyeless bastard. In the next instant, his world narrows to the cold steel pressed against his throat. The blind swordsman effortlessly bats aside his frantic counter, a clear gap in their skill. He calmly assures the warrior not to worry, he won't be dying just yet. Because first, he's going to personally gouge out his eyes as payment. Dark energy erupts, and the golden warrior can only scream, completely overwhelmed. Amid the chaos, the Duda sect disciple sees her opening a chance to get Wunsan to safety. But her desperate dash is cut short as arrows whistle past her face. Pinned down, she can only draw her sword, trying to shield her junior from the assault. Just then, the hooded swordsman lands before them, telling them to stay put. He promises he'll ensure they aren't dragged any further into this. The two disciples are left speechless, wondering why this mysterious man is suddenly protecting them. Meanwhile, Bunung Pa is having a terrifying realization. He pants, drenched in sweat, as it dawns on him, how did that blind man find him so easily? Hiding in a tree, he racks his brain. The man holds a grudge, but he'd never forget a face like that. A voice cuts through the air as the hooded figure appears, asking if he truly doesn't recognize him. The hooded swordsman's voice is laced with cold fury, asking how he could possibly forget burning his family and hometown to the ground. Bunung Pa freezes, the words triggering a distant, bloody memory. Hometown? Could it be? He stares down from the tree, a sudden dread washing over him as he looks at the man below. Then, the realization hits him, a crazed, manic grin spreading across his face as he remembers the sole survivor. He's thrown back into the memory of a downpour, a young boy with hollowed eyes crying atop a mountain of corpses. Yu Yijong's face contorts with pure hatred, snarling that he has lived his entire life just for this moment of vengeance. Bunung Pa's eye goes wide, the shock turning to disbelief as he processes that the broken child from that day is now this monster. His mind flashes back to the massacre, his men laughing as they cut down villagers. He even remembers one of his own men mocking the last child left alive. His man had grinned, saying it was time for the rest of his punishment. A sickening squelch, followed by a boy's piercing screams echoing through the rain. The downpour continued, washing away the blood but not the horror. Young Yu Yijong clawed at his face, his world plunged into agonizing darkness. He collapsed into the mud, a broken child begging for anyone, anything to save him. The subordinate then turned to his master, Bunung Pa, questioning the brutal order. He asked why they bothered gouging out the boy's eyes if they were just going to kill him anyway. Bunung Pa sneered, his reason dripping with contempt. The boy dared to look at him. For not knowing his place for that trivial, infuriating reason, a helpless child's despair began to curdle into a rage that would fester for a lifetime. That voice, after all these years, Yu Yijong has never forgotten it, not for a single moment. Bunung Pa laughs, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he recognizes one of the survivors. He scoffs at the very idea of being defeated by a mere remnant of the past. But his golden blade stops dead in its tracks, his arrogant eye widening in utter disbelief. Because Yu Yijong hasn't drawn a weapon, he's caught the blade with his bare hand. A storm of dark energy effortlessly smothers the sword's golden light. He locks eyes with his tormentor, roaring that today is the day Bunung Pa will pay for his sins. The nearby Duda sect disciples can only watch, stunned by the sheer ferocity of the clash. One of them pales, the horrifying accusation sinking in, could an orthodox master truly commit such a cruel act? Before he can finish the thought, a vortex of dark energy smashes directly into Bunung Pa's core. Jo Yun cries out his name as Kang Wunian suddenly drops to one knee, clutching his hand. A debilitating seizure racks his body, and he can't believe it's happening right now. But a calm hand rests upon his own as teacher Hyunro moves to intervene. He channels a soothing, cool energy into the boy, instructing him to calm his mind. Wunian struggles to obey, his face a mask of pain and panic. The old master gently shushes him, warning him that speaking will only drain his energy further. From the side, Jo Yun can only watch in awe, unable to fathom the level of mastery required for this. Under the teacher's gentle control, Wunian feels the searing pain finally begin to fade. He looks up, shocked that the sect leader would use his own power for him at such a dangerous time. But teacher Hyunro calmly states that bringing him here was entirely his decision and responsibility. He looks the boy in the eye, promising he will ensure his safe return. But one of the Duda sect disciples calls out, asking what will happen to the other disciple from the Great One's divine sect. The sect leader's expression turns grim. It's complete chaos out there. Everyone has been scattered across the forest, ambushed by masked assassins. Even elite warriors like Sojimjeong are locked in fierce, desperate combat. The Great One's first disciple, Lee Seomoon, finds himself facing down two determined opponents. The entire battlefield is a storm of explosions and clashing energy, with no clear victor in sight. Lee Seomoon's opponents, the Go brothers, are already sweating, wondering what kind of monster he is and how he never tires. But from the sky, the demon Choa Young descends, mocking their attempt to flee. His face contorts into a terrifying grin as he declares that the real fight is only just getting started. But elsewhere, another duel begins with a fierce, blinding slash. A silent volley of deadly projectiles cuts through the air. Bunung Pa is forced onto the defensive, deflecting the sudden barrage. Cursing under his breath, he realizes this foe is skilled at any distance. And in the reflection of his eye, he sees his attacker, the hooded Yu Yijong. The third disciple lunges, his voice filled with venom, promising to gouge out his eyes. But Bunung Pa sidesteps with contemptuous ease, letting the assassin stumble past. He roars back, mocking the very idea that this weakling could ever touch him. Calling him a ghost of a fallen nation, Buneung-pa unleashes a torrent of golden energy. His immense power begins to coalesce into a storm of shimmering blades. He calls it his swordsmanship, Form 6, a deadly matrix of pure energy. But the third disciple doesn't even flinch, planting his foot and dashing forward. He plunges directly into the storm of golden blades, a mad grin on his face. Buneung-pa's arrogance shatters. He can't believe it, the man is charging straight through his heartstrike. He can't comprehend this suicidal madness, wondering if this man has no fear of death. But fear is a luxury he can't afford. His only thought a burning promise to take those eyes. Panicked, Buneung-pa abandons his technique and throws a desperate, power-loaded punch. Yet even in this chaos, Yu Yizhong's senses are razor-sharp, detecting the flow of energy. Just as Buneung-pa unleashes his fist wind, a swirling vortex of ki. But the hooded assassin is already moving, weaving past the blast to close the final gap. Buneung-pa's fist connects, erupting in a massive golden explosion meant to obliterate his foe. But the hooded man just takes it, absorbing the full force with a grimace of pure determination. For a split second, Buneung-pa stares in disbelief. He landed a perfect hit, so why isn't it over? Because the assassin was never trying to block. He was just closing the distance for his own attack. A piercing scream of pure agony rips through the air as Yu Yizhong's blades find their mark. He lands softly, a chillingly serene expression on his blood-spattered face. Buneung-pa collapses to the ground, his hands flying to his face, his world gone dark. Yu Yizhong simply looks down, his promise fulfilled, his vengeance delivered. But just as one fight ends, a crimson blur crashes into the battlefield. A wild-eyed brawler with a savage grin has just joined the party, and he looks thrilled. But the cost of that victory is revealed as Yu Yizhong lies motionless in the snow. A guttural scream of pure disbelief tears from Jaek-woo's throat. His eyes widen in horror. No, it can't be his third senior brother. With a roar of absolute fury, he becomes a crimson missile, rocketing across the battlefield. All he can see is his brother's fallen form, and his mind is consumed by rage. But the Go brothers move to intercept him, declaring that his fight is with them now. Jaek-woo doesn't even spare them a glance, bellowing for them to get out of his way. They clash in a flurry of motion, the brothers shocked by the sheer power of his technique. But before their fight can truly begin, a flash of blue energy slams into one of them. The first disciple, Lee Seomun, has arrived, and he's not asking questions. But another presence makes itself known, an old master whose power radiates pure, overwhelming pressure. He unleashes a wave of energy that slams into Jaek-woo, not as an attack, but as a command to stop. A dome of shimmering blue force expands outwards, freezing the entire battlefield in its tracks. As his own disciples try to rush forward, teacher Hyunro barks at them to stay back. This is no place for them. The technique carves a massive crater into the ground, a testament to his incredible power. When the dust settles, Lee Seomun stands before Jaek-woo, calmly asking if he's okay. But Jaek-woo is beyond reason, tears streaming down his face as he points past his first senior brother. His gaze is fixed on the still, bleeding form of their third brother, Yu Yizhong. And in that instant, Lee Seomun's serene mask cracks, replaced by a look of absolute, murderous fury. He glares down at the terrified Goddessan swordsman, who's already bleeding from the eyes, realizing this man is about to die. Seeing their own men fallen, the other sect leaders glare at the scene, their faces twisting with fury. The Godaisen patriarch seethes, labeling them all demonic sect bastards. Another master steps forward, his voice dripping with condescension, questioning why a killer would grieve for his own. Green energy begins to swirl around him as he mocks them for the lives they've taken. He finds it utterly baffling that such monsters could show affection for one another. With his power reaching its peak, he screams that their grief is nothing but blatant hypocrisy. The word echoes in Lee Seomun's mind. Hypocrisy? He looks at the faces of these so-called righteous masters, and the sheer nerve of their accusation is staggering. All his simmering rage finally boils over, a dark aura erupting from him as he roars back at them. Master Zhou Yang panics, shouting for the first disciple to calm down, asking if he truly wants a war to the death. But Lee Seomun's calm is terrifying, a stark contrast to Jaek-woo's raw, visible grief. He tells them plainly that the outcome depends entirely on the Godaisen sword's response. If they refuse his demands, well, he's more than happy to settle things right here and now. The threat hangs heavy in the air, and Master Zhou Yang can only sigh, feeling the immense pressure. He folds, announcing they'll accept the first two conditions, much to the green-robed master's shock. But then, he pivots, saying he has a question about that third condition. With a sharp gaze, he asks if the wisdom of the secret master isn't already in their possession. The accusation sends ripples of shock through the Duda sect disciples. Impossible. Even Lee Seomun is caught off guard for a second, wondering what this old fox is scheming. But he recovers instantly, a sly smile playing on his lips as he feigns ignorance. Master Zhou Yang lays his trap, claiming there's a witness who knows the divine sect has the scripture. Lee Seomun scoffs, a bead of sweat betraying his calm as he asks who that could possibly be. But in the next instant, his smug facade shatters with a terrifying realization. Before he can be exposed, however, another voice cuts through the tension with an air of profound sorrow. The green-robed master announces that his sworn brother, the legendary sword god Kang Wunian, was brutally murdered by assassins. The bombshell stuns Master Zhou Yang, completely derailing his own plan. The other masters erupt in disbelief. The sword god, dead? Who could have done such a thing? As the green-robed master turns, overcome by grief, the others can only call out in shock. Tears streaming down his face, he speaks the name of a child, Kang Wunian. He declares that Wunian was there, the sword god's own disciple, and a direct witness to the massacre. The weight of the moment crashes down on Wunian, his mind reeling from the sudden turn of events. The old master leans in, urging the boy to reveal the truth and name his teacher's killer. Wunian stammers, his mind a total blank under the crushing pressure of the entire sect's gaze. He didn't understand the complex politics, but he felt an animal instinct for who would benefit from his words, and who would be utterly destroyed. If he spoke the simple truth, his brother Jiok Wu would be condemned. But a different loyalty, a different path, was already forming in his mind. He lowers his head, the heavy decision made in an instant. A final, haunting image of his master, Kang Wunian, flashes before his eyes, sealing his resolve. With newfound resolve, Wunian's eyes flare red as he begins to speak. He declares his master was murdered by none other than the dark butterfly twin killer, Choa Young. Lee Seomun, first disciple of Choa Young's sect, flinches as if struck. This changes everything. Jiok Wu stares in disbelief. His brother, his own little brother, is lying to save him. The green-robed master grins, the pieces clicking into place. So that's why Zhou Yang was protecting this boy. Master Zhou Yang's voice thunders, recalling a solemn promise made 15 years prior by the sword demon Xianggan. A flashback reveals the secret master entrusting his wisdom to the sword god, a pact the divine sect was meant to honor. Xianggan swore that if his sect ever broke that pact to steal the master's knowledge, they would be exiled forever. And now, Zhou Yang glares at the disciples of that very sect, his words dripping with accusation. He roars at them, questioning if they even have the right to stand here, since Choa Young was one of their own 7 stars. Cornered, Lee Seomun tries to dismiss the accusation, claiming they left the sect long ago. But Master Zhou Yang calmly states that while he may be an old man, one thing is certain. This desperate child risked everything to seek him out, and for that alone, he will take action. Suddenly, Kang Wunian erupts, screaming that it makes no sense for Choa Young to die while his brother lived. A slow, predatory grin spreads across the green-robed master's face. Oh? That's odd. He points out a fatal flaw in the story. He never once said Choa Young was dead. Lee Seomun's blood runs cold. The realization hits him like a physical blow. They've been tricked. The Godaisen patriarch explodes in rage, demanding to know how they dared break their promise. Master Zhou Yang seethes, calling them despicable, shameless scoundrels. And the green-robed master lets his own power flare, declaring this is why the demonic sect can never be trusted. Jiok Wu curses his carelessness while Lee Seomun seethes in silence. That sly old snake. He realizes the patriarch only pretended to negotiate to set this trap. His hand tightens on his fan as his mind races. If it's come to this, he makes a chilling observation. Letting even one of them escape alive would be a problem. A dark solution forms in his mind. If they kill them all, the agreement is simply erased. The sheer killing intent radiating from him sends a jolt of terror through Kang Wunian. But Lee Seomun pulls back from the brink, recalling this is not what his leader would wish. Instead, he offers an ultimatum. Agree to 2 conditions, and his forces will retreat. Humbled and defeated, the Godaisen patriarch swears they will never interfere again. But the green-robed master absolutely erupts, roaring at Master Zhou for allowing this humiliating surrender. Jiok Wu explodes, unable to believe his eldest brother is just letting them walk away. But Master Zhou Yang cuts through the rage with cold logic, asking if anyone truly believes they could win without devastating losses. The green-robed master falls silent, the hard truth of the situation hitting him like a punch to the gut. Their side has already lost 3 good men, a painful reminder of their current weakness. If they lose any more of their core strength here, he warns, the entire Godaisen sect faces a true crisis. For the sake of their future, They must take a step back and swallow their pride. As Lee Seomun's group departs, he promises they will cross paths again very soon. Jae-uk-woo can only watch, his eyes burning with silent, unyielding fury. A tear of disappointment escapes Kang Wun-san. It was naive to hope for anything more. With a quiet hiss of frustration, Jae-uk-woo finally turns away, the battle lost for today. But just as they turn to leave, a pair of daggers whistle past one of the Duda sect's disciples. She spins around in alarm, only to find the third disciple, Yu Yi-jeong, right behind her. His masked face offers a silent, chilling warning to just keep walking. With the message delivered, Lee Seomun's group finally departs, leaving the defeated warriors in the snow. But Jae-uk-woo is absolutely seething, unable to understand why his eldest brother would back down. He stomps after him, demanding to know why they didn't seize the chance to eradicate their enemies completely. He argues they should have fought to the death if that's what it took, forcing Lee Seomun to finally stop. The first disciple turns, calmly reminding the hot-headed Jae-uk-woo that their mission was never total annihilation. Besides, he explains, facing a grandmaster like Zhou Yang was a monumental task. Victory was far from guaranteed. The cold, hard logic hits Jae-uk-woo, leaving him speechless and sweating with raw frustration. Lee Seomun continues, admitting that in his planning, there were two things he failed to consider. First, Bunaeung Pass, sudden appearance, an unexpected variable that would have made it impossible to stop their vengeful third brother. And his second, more critical mistake was placing his trust in Master Zhou Yang's character. He once owed the man his life and believed that integrity would keep him from revealing the child's location, but he was dead wrong. Jae-uk-woo is completely lost, demanding to know what his leader means by that. The truth hits him like a physical blow. Zhou Yang is going to abandon Kang Wun-san, and with that betrayal, Wunzian's fate now hangs precariously in the balance. The young warrior treks on alone, lantern in hand, completely oblivious. His life is now a fragile candle in the wind, about to be snuffed out. The crucial information about him, the only clue to the scriptures, has been leaked to the leaders of the Ogesdan sword. Now, the entire martial world descends, a pack of wolves hungry for Kang Wunzian. His guardian knew this day would come, wondering how she could possibly protect such an innocent child from this fate. In a cold, snowy forest, the hunt has already begun. An assassin's hand clutches a tree, her poison needles glinting in the pale light. So Jeong pants, wounded. She was so close to taking down her target, if only she'd had a little more time. A flicker of pure hatred crosses her face as she thinks of the one who interfered that man. And there he is, standing over her and her defeated attendant, a massive glaive resting on his shoulder. He announces his intention to take the child, his voice leaving no room for argument. This is Ma Jinjian, the second disciple of the Great One's divine sect, and his mission is already complete. A mysterious figure then emerges from the shadows, mocking So Jim-jong about her little reunion with an old friend. Her attendant can only stare at the ground, branded a traitor. In her eyes, all hope drains away. She knows it's truly over. The hatted woman twists the knife, mocking her for still having feelings for Ma Jinjian. This accusation sends So Jim-jong spiraling back into a furious memory. She recalls the day this girl tarnished their sect's honor, and how she never wanted her back. The memory deepens, focusing on the moment of the original betrayal and offered flask. We see the attendant, years ago, innocently offering their sect master some water to calm him, but the old master was far too sharp for that, swatting the drink away with distrust. He ordered her to drink it herself, a challenge that hung heavy in the air. The memory fades, leaving only the crunch of snow in the silent, waiting forest. A heavy footstep plants itself in the snow, bringing both Lee Seomun and Jae-uk-woo to a dead halt. It's their second brother, Ma Jinjian, holding the limp body of their sister Baek Hyungjin. They rush over in a panic as he explains it must be poison from one of So Jim-jong's needles. Lee Seomun urges them to get her to their youngest brother, certain he can cure her. But Jae-uk-woo is confused. He doesn't see any of the infamous poison needles on her body. The scene shifts back in time, revealing the moment the poison was really used. So Jim-jong's attendant collapses, choking on blood as her mistress watches over her. The girl claws at her throat in agony, the betrayal finally dawning on her in a wave of pain. So Jim-jong looks down, her eyes filled with nothing but cold, satisfied contempt. She leans in with a terrifying smile, reminding her sister that she should have just drunk the water. A year had passed at Suda Hall since the devastating battle. For most, the wounds had begun to heal, but for one young man, the memories were still fresh. In this past timeline, a younger Kang Wun-san struggles, unable to master a simple sword technique. He grits his teeth in frustration, his body failing him as he collapses in a fit of coughs. From a distance, a senior disciple mocks him, quoting a proverb about a dog learning poetry, and then asks if Wunsian is somehow even worse than that. The bully, Guak, can't believe he still hasn't learned the very first technique of their sword style. All Wunxian can do is apologize, feeling utterly pathetic. Guak sneers that with disciples this useless, it's no wonder his master and the Kang family are so weak. He twists the knife, blaming their pathetic level for why they were all crushed by the dark butterfly shadow. Wunxian's head hangs low, believing every word. It's all his fault. But the moment his master is insulted, something snaps, his eyes flaring with pure rage. Guak is genuinely shocked. How dare this weakling glare at him with killing intent? He scoffs that the boy has no respect and needs to be taught a lesson in hierarchy. His lackeys eagerly grab Wunsan, restraining him for the punishment to come. With a sadistic grin, Guak winds up a punch, admitting he's never liked him from the start. The blow connects hard as he screams that the sword hall isn't a place for pathetic losers. But even as his face swells, Wunxian's defiance doesn't break. Instead, a strange, dark power awakens deep within him, flaring to life in his eye. With impossible strength, he catches the next punch, promising to turn this senior into mush. But just as the situation spirals, a furious shout echoes through the training grounds. The voice stops everyone cold. Senior Guak recognizes it instantly. Another senior brother is rushing towards them, his face a mask of disbelief. He can't believe his eyes, seething at the scene before him. Landing gracefully, he points an accusing finger at the bullies, his voice laced with disgust. How could disciples of the main sect commit such a shameless act? Guak, however, feels no shame, demanding to know why he's siding with this loser. He launches into a pathetic tirade, blaming Wunxian for being disrespectful and incompetent. But his excuses are cut short by a brutal punch straight to his jaw. The silver-haired senior looms over him, coldly asking if he still doesn't get what he did wrong. He orders all of them to the inner hall immediately for their punishment. They'll be copying the sect's 108 rules by hand, but for Guak, the ringleader, it's double. With a swift kick, the bullies are sent flying, their pathetic pleas for another chance echoing behind them. Guak seethes in the shadows, convinced that if it weren't for Wunxian, he'd be the senior's favorite. Sometime later, a familiar voice calls out to a battered and bruised Wunxian. It's his master, Teacher Hyunro, who stares in shock, demanding to know how his student ended up like this. The old man is overcome with shame, believing he failed to teach his disciples properly. But Wunsan frantically waves his hands, insisting it was all his own fault to spare his master the pain. Changing the subject, he asks with genuine concern why his master came to visit him. Hyunro looks at him with paternal warmth, explaining he's entering closed training and just had to see him one last time. But Wunsan sees through it. This isn't training. It's a quiet retreat for the ailing sect leader. Teacher Hyunro dismisses his worries, telling him it's just a routine matter and to wait patiently. Wunxian bows deeply, promising to pray for his master's health before taking his leave. But as the young disciple turns to go, the old master's kind smile fades. His expression hardens into one of grim determination. The warmth in his eyes is replaced by a cold, calculating glint. The gentle atmosphere shatters as Hyunro suddenly asks if that's all there was in the scripture book. Wunxian freezes, his mind racing to understand the sudden, intense shift in questioning. Hyunro begins to explain the secret commentary of the Heart and Mind Sutra, an ancient scripture. It is composed of 10 volumes, and the one Yulchan possessed was the final, crucial 10th piece. Hyunro explains that this final volume wasn't just scripture. It held the very essence of martial arts. The revelation hits Wunxian like a physical blow. He'd been handling something far more important than he ever imagined. His master turns away, recalling a promise he made with Yulchan, to uncover the book's true meaning for the world. A single tear falls, a testament to the weight of that final vow between friends. He confirms that the text Wunxian transcribed is indeed from the sacred sutra, but it's incomplete, just the public text that generations have failed to decipher, lacking Yulchian's hidden key. His gaze turns sharp, almost manic, as he demands to know if Wunxian is absolutely certain he wrote down everything. Under the crushing pressure, Wunxian's composure finally cracks, and he begins to confess. He admits there was one section that didn't seem to fit, so out of caution, he hadn't dared to transcribe it. At this, Hyunro's intense facade shatters into a wave of pure, tearful relief. The old master pulls him into a tight, desperate hug, thanking him over and over as Wunxian reels in shock. With tears of relief, Hyunro whispers that now, his old friend Yulchan can finally rest in peace. A single tear traces its way down Wunxian's own cheek, the weight of the moment finally hitting him. He can only manage a quiet agreement, still overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Later that night, Wunxian walks alone through the moonlit courtyard, his mind still racing. He stops short, surprised to hear a voice from someone who normally pretends he doesn't exist. Lounging in a tree above is Jo Yoon, casually asking what business he had with the sect leader. Wunxian stammers, his mind flashing to how much she's always hated him meeting the old master. Suddenly, she leaps down from the branch, her eyes locking onto his bruised face, demanding to know if he got beaten up again. A cold fury radiates from her as she vows to handle it, and Wunxian panics, begging her not to get involved. She sighs, dropping the act, insisting she needs to see his injuries as he frantically protests. Before he can react, she leans in impossibly close, her fingers gently touching his bruised cheek. The sudden proximity catches them both off guard, and a deep blush spreads across Jo Yun's face. She leaps back in a panic, yelling at him for a moment before blurting out an apology and vanishing into the night. And just like that, another strange, heart-pounding memory was made between them. A year after their first clash, Wunsan would often find himself reliving that moment. But that peace was shattered by a sudden, brutal ambush as the sect was set ablaze. A blindingly fast, murderous slash cut through the chaos and the screams. Amidst the inferno, the red-haired demon, Jeok Woo, carved a path of destruction. With a savage grin, he signaled that the Great One's divine sect was on the move once more. We see Wunxian pouring every ounce of his being into his spear training. Day after day, he swings with desperate intensity, his movements a blur of effort. Jo Yun reflects on his dedication. For the past year, he's sacrificed sleep just to practice. But all that hard work hits a solid wall of reality. Following the basic techniques gets him nowhere, and he's easily disarmed. She can't help but sigh. His martial talent is tragically poor, with no progress in their core art. After another failed attempt, he suddenly stops and turns to her with a serious question. Clutching his chest, he asks if it's normal to feel a sharp pain when using the art of tranquil silence. Her playful frustration vanishes in an instant, replaced by genuine alarm. That is a very bad sign. It's not just bad, it's a precursor to chi deviation, a martial artist's worst nightmare. Her face twists in absolute horror at the mention of chi deviation. She explains the dangerous conflict. His innate arts are fire, clashing with the water energy of the new technique. She orders him to stop immediately, warning that this path leads to paralysis or even death. His hand tightens into a fist as a crushing thought takes hold. Is it impossible for him to get stronger? Not only will he fail to get revenge, but hell live on as a failure, dragging down his master's name. Watching his despair, Jo Yun is reminded of her own mission. The swordmaster ordered her to protect this boy. She realizes this isn't about her personal feelings, it's about fulfilling her master's command. With sudden resolve, she offers him an alternative. Does he want to learn Moonheart? Hez stunned. That's the legendary sword art of the swordmaster himself. She gives him a final warning. Moonheart is a fierce technique that could shatter his arm, and she needs to know if he's prepared for that price. He doesn't hesitate. Being disabled, he decides, is far better than being powerless. With newfound resolve, he grabs her arm and begs her to teach him, swearing he'll endure any pain. The scene cuts away to a blood-soaked inn, where a warrior screams for someone to spare his life. But his pleas are useless, as a strange, shattering energy envelops him completely. The man responsible stands over another body, a demonic grin on his face. It's Jeok Woo, the Red Storm. One of the survivors, a chief escort, scrambles away in pure terror, telling his men to flee. But a devastating blow cuts him off, sending him coughing and spluttering to the floor. Jeok Woo looms over him, a chilling smile spreading as he confirms he's found the man in charge. He effortlessly lifts the chief amidst the carnage, the bodies of his men strewn all around. Leaning in close, Jeok Woo gets straight to business, demanding to know where the item is. The chief escort trembles, and the small wooden tablet in his possession begins to crack and splinter. Suddenly, a group of righteous warriors bursts in, vowing to protect their chief and kill the scum from the demonic sect. One of them lunges forward, his blade glowing with righteous energy, and sinks it deep into Jeok Woo's chest, a seemingly perfect strike. But the Red Storm just grins, a demonic aura flaring to life as he finally finds a worthy opponent. With a guttural roar, he unleashes a shockwave of pure, unadulterated power. Watching from a safe distance, another martial artist is stunned. The Great One's divine sect? After all this time? He realizes he's dangerously close to the smaller factions allied with the Youngmun sect. They must be warned. He turns to flee, knowing the Odaesan sword is their only hope against this menace. But just as he makes his escape, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, and his world turns to red. The man's mind struggles to catch up, his thoughts a jumble of confusion. But confusion is swiftly replaced by a raw, guttural scream of pure agony. His tormentor looms over him, demanding to know where the item is. The cold promise of losing his legs next hangs heavy in the fiery air. But even now, the sect leader tries to bluff, spitting out the name of the Youngmun sect. He declares that by making such a flashy mess, the invader has sealed his own doom. Before he can finish his threat, a blur of motion cuts him off. A cold sweat breaks out across the leader's face as a new kind of fear takes root. The invader calmly explains that destroying everything on his way here was the entire point. In these fire-ravaged streets, there isn't a single soul left to answer his cries for help. All his bravado shatters, and the sect leader finally breaks, screaming out the warehouse's location. He begs, he pleads, not just for his own life, but for the lives of everyone in the security bureau. But the invader's face remains a cold, emotionless mask as he offers a hollow apology. This, he declares, is simply retribution, and with one final, brutal swing, silences the man's cries forever. The entire stronghold is left to burn, a testament to the invader's merciless efficiency. A few days later, the scene shifts to the pristine, quiet Suda Hall. The Duda sect disciples have been summoned at dawn, kneeling in perfect rows, wondering what's going on. One young disciple with sharp red eyes glances around, a question forming in his mind. He thought the sect leader was supposed to be in closed-door training, yet there he sits. A senior elder steps forward, his voice echoing in the hall, announcing an urgent dispatch to the stronghold. The elder explains that the Yongmun sect has sent word, raising questions among the kneeling disciples. A cold dread washes over Kang Wunian. This feels exactly like last year's incident. Could it be the Great One's divine sect? The sect leader had already received the grim report. Several security bureaus were raided, and even small allied sects suffered losses. He declares that the main force, including himself, will depart once preparations are complete in 7 days. But before that, they must select a vanguard to move out immediately and gather critical information. His gaze falls upon a disciple named Hyungjin, tasking him with forming a 7-man team for the job. Hyungjin accepts the heavy responsibility without a moment's hesitation. He rises, his sharp eyes scanning the rows of his peers as he begins to make his choice. The first names are called out: Buyong, Daoquan, and Sangjeong, 3 serious-looking warriors. He continues with Yonghoon and Cheonggok, a pair of disciples who seem just a little too eager for the coming fight. A freckled disciple named Dopyeong grins, volunteering himself as the 6th member, before Hyungjin announces his final pick. With a dramatic point, he declares that the last person he's bringing is Wunian. The world seems to spin for Wunian, utterly panicked by the sudden, unwanted attention. Sometime later, the newly formed team journeys through a forest, with Dopyeong loudly insisting he has crucial intel on the Yongmun sect. His teammates aren't buying it, openly mocking his tall tales about knowing another sect's layout. Growing desperate, Dopyeong tries to prove his worth, describing a very specific landmark near their main gate. He speaks of a rabbit-shaped rock that hides a secret tunnel, known only to the sect's own disciples. But the others just laugh it off, clearly convinced he's making it all up. Frustrated, Dopyeong turns to Wunian, hoping for at least one person to believe him. He calls out his name only to find Wunian completely ignoring the argument, tending to an injured comrade instead. But Dopyeong's desperate plea is met with a choked gasp as Kang Wunian suddenly stumbles, his body seizing in agony. The others immediately rush to his side, their squabbling forgotten as they see their strongest member suddenly collapse. Wunian can feel his internal energy failing. The power he received from Zhou Yang is fading fast. Hyungjin realizes the terrible truth. It's been over a month since Wunian used the supreme divine skill, and the backlash is hitting him now. Panicked, Hyungjin declares they must find a doctor at once, urging them to cross the mountain to the nearest city. But as they prepare to move, the sun begins to dip below the horizon, bathing the forest in an ominous twilight. The team descends into argument, some claiming it's suicide to climb a mountain in the dark, others accusing them of abandoning Wunian. Fed up, Dopyeong shouts that if no one else will go, he'll carry Wunian to safety himself. Hyungjin sharply rebukes him, reminding the boy of their mission and the danger of splitting their forces in enemy territory. Just as fists are about to fly, Wunian pushes himself upright, swaying on his feet and forcing out the words that he's fine. Through gritted teeth, Wunian insists he can't endanger them and tells them to follow Hyungjin's orders. But Zhou Yun immediately shuts him down, refusing to listen to his self-sacrificing nonsense. She takes command, announcing she'll find medicine alone and ordering the others to protect Wunian. Turning back to him, she forces a smile, asking if he can just hold on a little longer for her. Blood trickles from his lips as he promises he will, telling her he'll see her soon. The second he answers, she launches herself forward with a powerful burst of speed. She vanishes into the night, a desperate blur promising to return to him quickly. But just as she disappears from sight, one of the disciples suddenly shouts for his senior brother. Against all odds, they've spotted an inn in the distance, its lights still glowing warmly in the cold. The flicker of hope means nothing to Wunian, however, As he lets out a ragged gasp, his body failing. Hyungjin tries to be optimistic, thinking at least Wunxian will have a roof over his head. He rallies the disciples, announcing their plan to stay the night. But the moment they step inside, they're met with a scene of absolute filth and neglect. Suddenly, a heavy footstep thuds on the floorboards, and a voice wonders aloud about customers. An old, disheveled innkeeper appears, scratching his greasy hair and looking thoroughly annoyed. Hyungjin forces a polite smile, asking for food, but the old man grunts that they only serve noodles, and it'll be a wait. The innkeeper shuffles over to his station, still running his fingers through his matted hair. Then, without a second thought, he plunges that same unwashed hand directly into a container of ingredients. Du Pyong recoils in pure horror, shouting at the man for his blatant lack of hygiene. But the old man is completely unbothered, claiming a good boil solves everything, leaving Du Pyong seething. Hyungjin leans in, suggesting they just cut their losses and camp outside, but Do Pyong is hesitant since they've already ordered. Finally snapping, Do Pyong declares he'll handle this himself to protect their honor. He storms over, telling the innkeeper they're leaving, but the old man protests that the noodles are already cooking. With a face twisted in disgust, Do Pyong snarls that the old man can eat the filthy food himself. His rage completely consumes him, ready to lash out. But in a flash of movement, the innkeeper slams Du Pyong's face straight into the ground. The old man roars, accusing them of trying to dine and dash without paying for his noodles. Bloodied and trembling, Do Pyong can only seethe with pure, unadulterated humiliation. His fellow disciples struggle to hold him back as he screams, asking if this crazy geezer knows who he's messing with. The innkeeper calmly stands over them, stating that if they're leaving, they still have to pay for the food. And just when they thought it couldn't get worse, a woman appears, adding that they owe for lodging too. Hyungjin tries to be the voice of reason, agreeing to pay for the noodles but questioning the sudden lodging fee. With a smug look, she suggests that if they can't pay with money, they can pay with something of value. She glances over their belongings, their swords, their clothes. Anything would do, she says with a grin. Her gaze then locks onto the bloody Do Pyong, a predatory glint in her eye. Or, she offers with a chilling smile, they even accept payment in people. She leans in close, pointing out that the bruised disciple already looks half dead anyway. So why not just leave him behind? Du Pyong can only stare back, his mind blank with sheer terror. Fed up, Hyungjin shoves a pouch of money at her, declaring this is enough for everything and they're leaving. He leads the stunned disciples out the door, eager to put this nightmare in behind them for good. Du Pyong glances back one last time, the woman's terrifying offer still echoing in his ears. Back at the inn, the heavy doors slam shut, sealing the disciples' escape. The strange duo watches them leave, coldly remarking that the young warriors are just throwing a life away. Later that night, the group makes camp, but the air is thick with frustration and anxiety. One of the disciples can't stop ranting about the inn, but Hyungjin tells him to let it go. It was just bad luck. But the worry is real, he warns Hyungjin that without proper treatment, Do Pyong won't survive the night. Hyungjin's mind races, wondering if that server girl's words were a threat, or maybe some kind of twisted warning. Lost in his own pain, Do Pyong feels utterly useless, wishing he could still access his supreme divine technique. But their troubles are far from over, as a silent, deadly force descends from the darkness above. A sudden sound cuts through the night, and Do Pyong's head snaps up, his despair instantly replaced by sheer panic. He screams out a frantic warning to Hyungjin that something is coming. The horrifying realization dawns on them they're completely surrounded. A figure lands with a heavy thud, his menacing mask radiating pure malice. From behind the grin, a voice drips with contempt for the disciples of the Odasan sword. The command is simple, cold, and absolute. Kill them all. One of the disciples trembles, wondering if this is the feared divine sect. But a flash of recognition brings a new wave of dread. No, that mask is something else. They're the dark butterfly shadow, and their leader roars the order to attack once more. Hyungjin immediately takes charge, yelling for everyone to stay on their guard. His comrades draw their blades, steeling themselves for the deadly ambush. Kang Wunian grits his teeth, his bandaged arms shaking from the strain of the fight. The assassins of the dark butterfly shadow swarm them from all sides, a whirlwind of death. The vanguard disciples clash desperately against the ambush, steel ringing out in the chaos. But Hyungjin roars in defiance, unleashing a torrent of blue energy from his sword. He becomes a storm of azure light, his fluid sword art carving through the cloaked figures. Meanwhile, Kang Wunian is being pushed back, desperately trying to keep an assassin at bay. He's completely overwhelmed, stumbling backward and losing his footing. The masked killer smirks, mocking the boy's pathetic struggle as he raises his blade for the kill. A flash of panic hits Hyungjin. He realizes his comrade is about to die. In a burst of speed, he intercepts the blade, shouting for the assassin not to touch the kid. Kang Wunian can only scream in terror, shouting for his senior brother. But Hyungjin has no time to respond as 2 more assassins descend upon him. The other disciples see this and immediately rush to his aid, forming a protective line. Taking charge, Hyungjin orders everyone into a sword formation around the campfire. He knows this is going to be a long, drawn-out battle for survival. They stand back to back, a tiny island of light surrounded by a sea of masked killers. A horrifying realization dawns on Kang Wunian. Their numbers aren't shrinking at all. In fact, instead of falling, enemy reinforcements just keep pouring in from the darkness. Hyungjin grits his teeth. He knows they can't win this fight. They have to retreat. He thinks their sex movement technique might give them a chance, but there's a problem. Wunian is too weak to use the lightness technique, and Hyungjin knows it. Just as their formation wavers, another masked assassin lunges in for the kill. The disciples are being overwhelmed, barely holding on against the endless tide. One of them screams in frustration, trying to create an opening. He cries out to Hyungjin that they can't win. There are just too many. Another disciple shouts the obvious. They have to use the lightness technique and escape now. But Hyungjin refuses. Horrified, they would even suggest abandoning Wunian. The disciple snaps back, asking if they should all die for some nobody. He screams that Hyungjin needs to make a decision before it's too late. But before he can answer, Do-pyong grabs Wunian, declaring that he will stay behind. But Hyungjin immediately shuts him down, insisting that if anyone stays, it will be him. Do-pyong refuses to back down, reminding them all that he was Wunian's trainer. This is his responsibility, to the very end. A flicker of pride crosses Hyungjin's face. That fool is finally acting like a true senior brother. But the touching moment is shattered as masked assassins descend, mocking them for having time to chat. With no other choice, Hyungjin yells for them to save themselves and unleashes a massive fire art to create a diversion. The blast rips through the forest, but the assassins emerge from the smoke, having casually smothered the flames. Suddenly, their only source of light is gone, plunging the disciples back into the disorienting darkness. Hyungjin lets out a desperate roar, ordering everyone to follow his lead and escape now. They push their lightness technique to the limit, a blur of blue energy as he vows to cut down anyone in their way. The masked leader just watches them flee with a cruel grin, giving the simple, chilling order to chase them down. The masked assassins tear through the darkness, closing in on the stragglers. But one of them skids to a halt, a delighted grin spreading across his mask. Hess spotted them 2 disciples who couldn't keep up with the main group. The younger one, Wunian, immediately panics, looking to his senior for what to do. His senior, Guak, however, is disturbingly calm, simply calling out his junior's name. Then, in a sickening flash, Guak strikes out not at the enemy, but at Wunian himself. Wunian is slammed to the ground, utterly confused, asking what his brother is doing. Looming over him, Guak coldly announces that this is where his life ends. The friendly facade finally crumbles, revealing a twisted, sadistic monster beneath. His crime? Daring to call him brother, and with a brutal kick, Guak sends him flying. Sprawled on the ground, betrayed, Wunian can only see Guak's full name. Meanwhile, their pursuers finally arrive, cursing their luck for losing the main group. But their frustration turns to cruel amusement as they spot a lone survivor. It's Guak, the betrayer, who ironically scoffs at the righteous sects for abandoning their wounded. The masked killer leans in, his voice dripping with malice, reminding Guak he's all alone. He promises him a miserable death without witness, raising his blade for the final blow. The air cracks as the weapon descends in a vicious, unstoppable arc. Guak is frozen, the killer's words echoing in his mind to die without anyone watching. In that final split second, his world narrows to a single point of terror, and the last thing he sees is the reflection of his own killer, swinging down to end it all. But in that instant, something impossible happens. A bandaged hand, seething with dark energy, shoots up and intercepts the blow. With a sickening crunch, Guak doesn't just block the attack, he shatters the killer's arm. The masked man's taunt about no one watching hangs in the air, and Guak's eyes flare with a terrifying realization. If no one's watching, he can finally go all out. He explodes forward in a blur of motion, his blade tearing through the killer's shoulder. The masked man stumbles back in utter disbelief. How could this brat possibly overpower him? Gone is the sniveling traitor. In his place stands a cold, calculating warrior. Realizing his fatal mistake, the leader screams for his men to kill him, warning that he's been hiding his true strength. Guak simply raises his sword, its edge now humming with a chilling aura, ready for them all. And suddenly, we're pulled into a memory. To the source of his pain, a right arm, bandaged and trembling, unable to bear any weight. His master, Jong Yan, delivered the grim news. His legs were strong, but his right hand was useless for the water moon sword technique. Wunxian's face twists in agony. The sword was, their last hope. Was he really going to fail here? But no, the fire in his eyes refuses to be extinguished. He couldn't stop, not now. He wouldn't give up on mastering this technique, and if his right hand wouldn't work, a simple, insane idea sparked in his mind. He would just use his left. And through sheer force of will, he poured all his power into his offhand, mastering the flowing blue energy of the water moon sword. Back in the present, Guak smirks. Unlike other arts, the water moon sword and the supreme divine technique combined with terrifying ease. He unleashes this perfected power, a whirlwind of blue energy that tears through the assassins, leaving them stunned and broken. As the chaos settles, one thought rings clear in his mind. This is his victory. He almost scoffs. These assassins were nothing. Even Jong Yan had been a far greater challenge. His blade becomes a tempest of blue light, carving through their ranks with contemptuous ease. The remaining masked grunts watch in disbelief, unable to even touch the so-called weakling they were sent to kill. But just as they prepare to swarm him, a menacing presence descends, ordering them all to stand back. A commander cloaked in blood-red energy strikes without warning, his blade crashing against Guak's guard. The sheer force of the blow sends Guak skidding backwards, the impact rattling him to the core. He grits his teeth. This new arrival is on a completely different level. This must be their leader. There's no holding back now. Guak realizes he has to go all out against an opponent this strong. The commander sneers that this is the end for him, but Guak's expression shifts. This is the moment he wanted. He bellows out a challenge, not for the man in front of him, but for the true leader hiding in the shadows, declaring he is the one they've been searching for. With a defiant roar, Guak announces his true identity. He is the last disciple of the sword god. The commander freezes in his tracks, his mind struggling to process what he just heard. Guak meets the unseen leader's gaze, confirming the very title they came to destroy. And at that same moment, somewhere far away, Jong Yan's world seems to stop. We see her confronting the Duda sect disciples, who have returned from the mountain without their charge. They kneel before her, defeated. One of them finally daring to ask the dreaded question. He wants to know where Wunxian is. Hyungjin, the one who led them, can only bow his head and apologize for his utter failure. He confesses that he couldn't bring Wunxian back, and the news shatters Jong Yan's composure. In a flash of pure rage and grief, she grabs him by the collar, her silence screaming for an answer. Her voice trembles with rage as she demands how they failed to protect a single child. Another disciple quickly explains they were ambushed, insisting Hyungjin's choice saved their lives. But Jong Yan's anger hardens into a chilling resolve. She doesn't care for excuses. The disciple stammers, intimidated by the cold fury in her eyes. He can only point a trembling finger towards a distant, forbidding mountain range. That's all she needs. With a surge of force, she throws Hyungjin to the ground. He lands hard, crying out for his master in disbelief. But his pleas fall on deaf ears as she prepares to leave. She declares she'll find Wunxian and Do Pyong herself, leaving the rest to him. And in a brilliant flash of blue energy, she's gone, leaving them in her dust. Hyungjin grits his teeth in frustration, left behind in the dust. But a sudden realization cuts through his anger. They might still be alive. And far away, in a desolate, snow-covered forest, we find Kang Wunian, injured and disarmed, standing before a dark cave with a sinister captor. This new figure, one of Choi Young's kin, announces to his master that he's delivered the prize. Ominous flames flicker to life, illuminating the terrifying maw of the cavern. Wunxian is ordered to go inside alone, while his captor stays behind. As a warning, the man holds Wunxian's own sword, telling him not to try any foolish tricks. Powerless and seething with humiliation, Wunxian can only agree. With his head bowed in fury, he runs alone into the suffocating darkness of the cave. A single thought burns in his mind. He will kill the one responsible. The memory of his master and elder brother's deaths fuels an unforgivable rage. He remembers the pain, the humiliation, the one who made him like this. He grips the sharpened bones he's concealed, ready to get his revenge, even if it costs him his life. Deeper in the darkness, a raspy voice echoes out, questioning his presence. By the weak light of a candle, Wunsan sees a grotesque figure with a mouth full of shark-like teeth. That's him! With a guttural scream, Wunxian lunges forward, all his hatred focused on a single point. His makeshift weapon finds its mark, slamming into the creature's chest with a sickening thud. The man falls back, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he stares up at his attacker. But instead of fear, a twisted smile spreads across his face as he whispers that now he can survive. And just as Wunxian's revenge seems complete, the scene shatters, flashing back to a moment of pure shock. In a desolate, snowy wasteland, Hyungjin desperately screams the names of his missing friends into the wind. But his companion, Guak, stands beside him, utterly silent. He can't bring himself to speak, because in his mind, only one thought repeats. This is all his fault. He remembers running for medicine, leaving his brothers behind as they were overwhelmed. A chilling realization washes over him that was the last time he ever saw them. Back in the snow, he clutches his chest, wondering why this failure feels like a piece of his soul was ripped away. Hyungjin snaps him out of it, pointing toward a dark thicket of trees, the very place they were ambushed. They push forward into the chilling silence of the forest, hoping against hope. And there, lying cold in the snow with a sword through his chest, is Wunseon. But another search party is out there, and one member, Jo Yun, refuses to turn back. Hyungjin pleads with her, insisting their clever friends must have found a way to survive. Suddenly, a panicked shout cuts through the tense air, calling out for a senior brother. It's Do Pyong, stumbling out from the woods, gasping that he's still alive. Hyungjin rushes forward, a wave of relief hitting him that at least one of them is safe. But Jo Yun grabs him, her eyes wide with desperation, needing to know what happened to Wunseon. Do Pyong explains that Wunseon had a seizure, forcing him to make the hard choice to escape alone. He can barely meet their eyes, apologizing for leaving his brother behind. Jo Yun's hope isn't dead yet. She demands to know if he saw a body, and he admits he couldn't confirm it. That's all the confirmation she needs. With cold resolve, she tells Do Pyong to lead the way, and Jo Yun knows it in her gut. A kid with a will that strong wouldn't go down so easily. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure seethes, fueled by a single thought that kept him alive: revenge. But as he finally finds his target, the scene before him is not what he expected. He sees a young boy, Wunseon, broken and crying his eyes out. The scarred man reaches out, a twisted gentleness in his voice, promising not to hurt him. Tears stream down his own face, a wave of relief washing over him. He feels saved. But that relief is shattered as a small bandaged hand grabs him with surprising force. Wunseon is shaking with rage, screaming that this man killed his family and turned him into a wreck. He pulls back a fist, ready to tear that disgusting smiling mouth right off his face. Yet the man just grins wider, shouting back that he will help him get that very revenge. With a blade pressed to his throat, Wunseon is just a breath away from getting his revenge. But Choa-young just grins, telling him to hold on. He can always kill him after he hears the full story. He could sense it from the dagger's aura. Wunseon had learned the supreme divine technique. Wunseon's resolve wavers as he asks if this so-called help includes Choa-young offering his own life. The villain just scoffs, calling him naive for thinking their skills alone could ever touch the legendary sword god. A cold dread washes over Wunseon. What is he talking about? Choa-young reveals the bitter truth. They were nothing but pawns in a much larger game, deceived and played by one man, the man in the blue robe. It was all his scheme. He explains that the sword god was already severely weakened, slowly being poisoned through his meals. Wunseon's fury erupts as he demands to know the name of the one who ordered it all. But just as his anger peaks, a crippling force surges through Wunseon's body. He cries out in agony, every muscle seizing uncontrollably. The after effects of the dark butterfly technique, they're hitting him now, paralyzing him completely. Choa-young watches this display with a dead-eyed stare, his silence unnerving. Then, a twisted, shark-toothed grin spreads across his face as he scoffs at Wunseon's amateur mastery of the art. Wunseon can only grit his teeth, demanding to know what's so damn funny. The villain just laughs, telling him that, ironically, they both share the exact same fate. Both of them, he explains, are destined to be consumed and killed by the very fire they wield. This imperfect power flares up inside them, causing the seizures that are slowly destroying their bodies. But with a chilling confidence, Choa-young tells him not to worry, because tonight, there's a way for him to survive. Wunseon eyes him with suspicion, demanding to know what this so-called solution is. The villain's plan is simple, yet utterly insane. He intends for them to complete the second stage of the supreme divine technique, to push past its flawed first level. With a monstrous grin, Choa-young lays out his terms. Wunseon hands over the formula from his master, and, in return, he'll teach him how to perfect the very art that's destroying them both. Wunseon is disgusted. How could he possibly hand over the scripture his master died to protect? But Choa-young's voice echoes in his mind, mocking his weakness, reminding him he'll die long before he figures it out alone. And the most frustrating part? He knows the bastard is right. The formula is still a mystery to him. Choa-young insists this is their only path. If Wunseon masters the technique, the seizures will stop, and they both might survive. It's a tempting offer, a sliver of hope, but how could he ever bring himself to trust his sworn enemy? Choa-young's patience finally shatters, his face contorting with rage. He screams that they are out of time if they keep stalling. Neither will survive the night. The choice is brutal and simple. They complete the second stage together, or they both die right here. There is no other ending for them. The weight of his ultimatum hangs heavy in the flickering candlelight. Wunsan finally relents, but on his own grim terms, stating he doesn't trust him one bit. He warns that at the first sign of betrayal, he'll kill Choa-young and then end himself. A twisted, relieved grin spreads across Choa-young's face. He just wants to live. With the dark pact made, Wunzian begins to meditate, and the cursed energy starts to swirl. Choa-young follows, and together they sink into the volatile depths of the technique. Inside their shared consciousness, the world dissolves into its most fundamental principles. A cosmic dance of opposing forces, dampness from dryness, cold from heat. Everything spirals back to the singular, perfect balance of yin and yang. But as they seek harmony within, an entire night bleeds away into the dawn. The sun rises, casting its light on the hidden cave, a silent witness to the ordeal. And just outside, patience has worn dangerously thin among the cloaked figures. The vice leader has had enough. If his lord won't let them act, he'll check himself. He can't shake the feeling the silence is unnatural. Something must have happened inside. With a sudden burst of speed, he charges headfirst into the darkness to investigate, only to be met with a silent, impossibly fast strike to his neck the moment he enters. And just like that, the entire squad is down, leaving Choa-young's brother staring up at a nightmare. The man's blood runs cold as he stammers. He knows this figure. But why? Why is he here? Before he can process it, the cloaked man moves, a blur of silent, lethal intent. A single, devastating palm strike connects with his chest, the impact echoing through his very soul. And with that, the fearsome warrior is brought to his knees, utterly and completely defeated. The scene shifts, rewinding to a memory on a cold, desolate mountain pass. A young guac grits his teeth, trying to convince his comrades that the legendary Great One's divine sect was here. But Do-pyong isn't having it, grabbing him by the collar and calling it an outright lie. His fury erupts as he accuses Guac of abandoning their brother, Wunsan, on purpose. He gestures wildly at the empty snow. There isn't a single trace of the enemy Guac described. Another warrior, Hyungjin, steps in, trying to restrain Do-pyong and calm the furious Lady Zhou. But Guac chokes out the truly baffling part. The bodies of the divine sect, they're all gone. Hyungjin's eyes widen in understanding. Their enemies didn't just retreat. They meticulously erased their tracks. That specific method sends a chill down Zhou Yun's spine as her mind connects the dots. This could only be the work of one group, the Dark Butterfly Shadow. A terrifying thought forms: what if they weren't tracking the divine sect, but were after Wunsan all along? And if their leader, the sadistic Choa-young, was involved, she knows his cruel nature. A flicker of hope ignites within her. He wouldn't kill Wunsian so quickly. Not yet. He's alive! She turns to the others, her voice firm, declaring they will continue the search. Hyungjin can only stare back in disbelief, protesting that there are absolutely no clues left. But Zhou Yun strides forward, ignoring him, convinced their hideout and Wunsian are just ahead. She glances back with an ice-cold glare, telling Do-pyong to stop whining and fulfill his duty. He stammers out an agreement, but internally, he's panicking. That look, she definitely suspects him. If she ever finds out he abandoned Wunsian on purpose, she'll kill him. He needs someone else to pin this on. Meanwhile, in a dark, candle-lit room, the very man they're searching for is fighting for his life. Kang Wunian coughs violently, expelling a mouthful of stagnant, corrupted blood. But as it drains, he feels a glimmer of hope, focusing again to circulate what little energy he has left. A sadistic voice suddenly echoes from the shadows, mocking his pathetic attempt to recover. Wunsian's concentration shatters, blood pouring from his mouth as he realizes it's all been for nothing. He stares in despair, demanding to know what he means the bad blood was clearing. It was working. The man sneers, explaining that losing blood means he's getting worse, bitterly lamenting his own lack of talent. The scene flashes back to a furious Wunsian, demanding to know why Choa-young is acting like this after begging to learn the technique. But Choa-young just snarls from the ground, venomously asking who helped Wunsan master the first stage. Another memory flickers, a man with a sly grin whispering to Wunsan, who is left utterly speechless. He quickly covers his mouth, realizing he almost let a dangerous secret slip. Back in the present, Choa-young looms over him, saying it wouldn't matter anyway, listing the few masters at that level, including his own brother. His composure shatters as he screams, cursing his own pathetic talent compared to theirs. If only he wasn't such an idiot. He wouldn't have needed any of this. He wouldn't have raided Kang Manor. Tears of blood stream down his face as an image of his fallen brother flashes in his mind. All his grief and rage finally boil over as he lunges at Wunxian, screaming his brother's name. A single name escapes his lips, a mournful whisper for his fallen brother. He unleashes that torrent of grief and fury upon Wunxian, slamming his fist into the young master's face with a sickening crack. Through a mask of blood and tears, Choa Young raves about his own loss, his own master. But Wunxian grabs him, his voice raw with rage, questioning how he dares mourn after butchering Wunxian's entire family. The accusation doesn't even register. Choa Young just screams that Wunxian's master was a dead man walking anyway. They were all just pawns, he reveals, trapped in the vicious schemes of a man in a blue robe. That mysterious figure deceived his brother, tricking him into sacrificing his life for a bug like Choa Young. Wunsan's eyes sharpen, seeing an opening. He demands to know who this incredible man is, but the only answer he gets is another crushing blow to the jaw, silencing him completely. But just as Wunxian struggles to his feet, a sudden, chilling presence fills the air. A voice cuts through the darkness, calm and predatory. "So you were here." Wunsan freezes, every drop of blood draining from his face. That voice, it can't be. Dark, oppressive energy erupts around him, swallowing the light. His eyes widen in utter disbelief at the figure materializing from the shadows. The one person he never expected to see here, his own sect leader. The old man's gaze is utterly devoid of warmth, looking down with cold disappointment. He judges Wunxian's broken state and declares him completely useless now. Stepping right over him, the leader glances at Choa Young's body, remarking what a waste of talent he was. Then, without hesitation, his hand descends to finish the job, and Wunxian can only scream. Wunxian, his face a mask of bloody terror, screams that he's committed a grave sin, begging for mercy. But the sect leader just scoffs, repeating the words "a grave sin" with utter contempt. "If that's the case," he declares, "then the only proper course of action is for Wunsan to die." A silent gasp escapes Wunsan as the cold reality sinks in. He understands now. His fate was sealed the very moment his leader appeared, and with that horrifying realization, a strange, grim resolve settles over him. His hand closes around a sharp, pin-like weapon on the ground. Looking up, he thanks his master for the mercy of letting him end it himself. He presses the sharp points against his own throat without a hint of hesitation, and with a final, gurgling scream, he wishes his leader a long life as he plunges the weapon deep. The light fades from Wunxian's eyes, his final, desperate act complete. Elsewhere, the silence of a desolate inn is shattered as doors are thrown open. Disciples from the Duda sect barge in, calling out to see if anyone is there. Their leader, a woman with piercing eyes, scans the empty room with deep suspicion. Her men are already convinced. This shady inn must be a front for the divine sect. She silently agrees, recalling the ambush they suffered right after leaving this very place. One of her disciples, Do Pyong, grins, realizing this is perfect, he can just frame the missing innkeepers. But his brilliant plan is cut short by a voice from the shadows. The innkeeper's partner reappears, casually asking if they came back for more noodles. Stunned, the disciples freeze, as their leader desperately asks if she's seen a sickly young man. The innkeeper's partner feigns surprise, noting she didn't see such a pretty lady yesterday. But Jo Yoon has no time for games, grabbing her and demanding she get to the point. The answer she gets chills her to the bone. The sick man would surely be dead by now. The girl casually continues, tapping Jo Yoon's cheek as she recalls he didn't look like he'd survive the night. She even makes a little splat motion with her hand, mocking his potential fate. "That's it," Jo Yoon snaps, lunging forward in pure rage as Hyungjin desperately holds her back. But then the partner's demeanor shifts, as if she's just remembered something important. She points outside, explaining a group of men in black passed by at dawn. Maybe they're related. Wasting no time, the Duda sect disciples follow her lead out into the snowy courtyard. Jo Yoon freezes, realizing the direction they're heading is right back towards their ambush site. This information is real. Jo Yoon desperately asks if they had the patient with them, but the girl just shrugs, claiming she was too scared to get a good look. With a frustrated growl, Hyungjin pulls her away, insisting they have to continue their search based on the lead they got. The innkeeper's partner waves them off into the snowy forest, a cryptic look on her face. Once they're gone, she thinks to herself with a strange mix of pity and amusement, "Sorry, sis." Jo Yoon's desperation was so palpable, she almost gave her a genuine hint. She quickly returns inside, sliding open a hidden door and asking if there's been any improvement. And there, in a back room, the old innkeeper is watching over none other than Kang Wunian. He confirms the medicine worked. Their patient has finally passed the critical stage. The innkeeper asks if the Duda disciples are truly gone, and she assures him they are. But her focus is on Wunian, as she states the obvious. There's only one way to truly save him now. And deep within his fevered dreams, Wunxian sees the face of his grandfather. The innkeeper watches over him, noting how much the boy resembles that legendary man. Finally, after days of unconsciousness, Wunxian begins to stir. He bolts upright with a scream, a name on his lips and vengeance in his heart for the one who betrayed them. The haze of the nightmare clears, leaving only confusion as he realizes he's in a strange room with the innkeepers. The old man calmly explains he was out at dawn when he spotted a group dressed in black moving through the pass. While investigating, he stumbled upon Wunxian, collapsed and left for dead in front of a cave. Grasping the situation, Wunxian bows deeply, thanking the elder for saving his life. But his mind is already elsewhere, his eyes burning with the need to hunt down Wu Yong and the dark butterfly shadows. He tries to leave at once, only to be stopped by the innkeeper's partner, who flatly tells him his body needs years to recover, not a day. Wunxian politely thanks the woman for her concern, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. He tells her there's something he absolutely must do, his gaze hardening with grim resolve. Ignoring his broken body, he staggers outside, clutching his arm as the morning sun hits him. He tries to cycle his internal energy, but the old man's words about opening his flow just confuse him. The warning echoes in his mind. Forcing it could be fatal, especially with blood clots near his dantian. He's left speechless, the harsh reality of his crippled state finally sinking in. But even so, he clenches his fists and presses on, one unsteady step at a time. The woman watches him go, turning to the old innkeeper and asking if he's really just going to let him leave. She points out that if only Wunxian had mastered the second stage of his supreme divine skill, this wouldn't be an issue. With a smirk, she calls the old man heartless, but he simply watches in silence. Her smirk widens as she suggests a different title for the old man. Or perhaps, she should just call him Master. He finally speaks, saying he'll think about Wunxian again only if they are fated to meet. The scene shifts to the aftermath of Wunxian's rampage, where Choa-Young's brother grunts in pain. His masked subordinates rush to his side, calling out to their vice leader in alarm. But he brushes them off, his own agony irrelevant compared to a more urgent problem. They turn to find their leader, Choa-Young, lying broken and motionless in the dirt. Just as despair sets in, he twitches violently. He's alive, but barely. A calm, mysterious voice cuts through the chaos, explaining the fire chi has been suppressed. With that, the shadowy figure turns away, leaving Cho-Young's fate entirely in his own hands now. The mysterious master gives his final diagnosis. Cho-Young's body is permanently broken. He orders the vice leader to support his now crippled master from this day forward. Overcome with emotion, the vice leader can only choke out his master's title. He immediately prostrates himself, vowing to repay this immense kindness for the rest of his life. But the master tells him to rise, asking what fault he possibly has in this. He looks down at his fallen subordinate, taking full responsibility for failing to cover for his disciples' mistakes. The vice leader remains, with his head pressed to the ground, an unmoving symbol of gratitude. Tears of silent, profound thanks fall from his eyes. And then, in a flash, the powerful figure vanishes into thin air. Far away, Wunxian desperately flees, putting the carnage behind him. After a desperate search, Wunxian's eyes narrow with grim focus. He's found their hideout. But the cave he discovers is completely empty, a hollow monument to his failure. He was too late. The rumors were true. The dark butterfly shadow moves like ghosts, leaving no trace. He pieces it together, a small breakaway faction from the Great One's divine sect, hiding in the shadows to grow their numbers. And to attack the Kang Manor with such audacity, they must have had a powerful, unseen backer pulling the strings. A wave of fury washes over him. He let those bastards just slip away. His bandaged fist clenches tight, the pressure a mirror of his own seething rage. He curses himself, grinding his teeth in regret. If only he hadn't fainted at that critical moment. But then, his anger cools into a chilling question as he recalls a hand closing around his throat. Just how did that man get to him? Glancing at Choa-Young's body, he rules him out instantly. Could it have been the vice leader who ambushed him? No, he thinks. It wasn't the vice leader either. That man would have killed him instantly for what he did. The one who attacked him and his companion didn't kill either of them, which means there was a third person. A shadowy figure lurking in the chaos, unseen by anyone. The memory is a blur, just a swift, dark force that overwhelmed him completely. A cold sweat runs down his back. Just who was that? He stands alone in the desolate aftermath, a storm of questions raging in his mind. Trying to push it aside, he decides his first step is to regroup with the senior disciples. But just as he resolves to move on, his eyes catch something on the ground. Someone had written a message for him, carved right into the dirt. Eyes not recognizing the character Dean, an idiom for someone oblivious to what's right in front of them. A sudden, chilling realization hits him. Wait, am I missing something? He flashes back to when Hyungjin and Do-pyong proposed a different way to handle things. He remembers Do-pyong specifically, how he seemed to be waiting for something. A sinister grin flashes in his memory. He was waiting for a chance to harm him. A voice from his past echoes, a warning from Jo-yoon to never trust people so easily. The message in the dirt suddenly clicks. Is he supposed to doubt his own comrades? This has to be the work of a third party, one who knew he'd return but didn't want him dead. His mind jumps to the shady duo at the inn, but he quickly dismisses the thought. No way. Overwhelmed by paranoia, he knows he can't stay. He has to keep moving forward. His destination is clear. The foreboding Yongmun sect headquarters, high in the mountains. Peeking from the tree line, he finally confirms it with his own eyes. Hez made it back to the Yongmun sect's main gate. But he can't just waltz in. He's certain Do-pyong has already reported him dead, and his return would cause chaos. He needs to assess the situation first, and just then, a memory sparks in his mind. He remembers a secret path, something he'd almost forgotten about. From the main gate, if you turn right, you'll find a distinctive rabbit-shaped rock, and underneath it, a secret passage known only to a handful of disciples. He quickly finds the spot and begins clearing away the snow and debris. Ah, there it is. For once, he thinks, Do-pyong's big mouth actually came in handy. With a determined look, he slips into the dark, hidden tunnel. The passage is suffocatingly tight, and he grits his teeth, feeling like he's been crawling for ages. A single thought races through his mind. Please, let this lead somewhere secluded. At last, he feels his foot touch a wooden floor, the board creaking under his weight. But the sound of footsteps above sends a jolt of panic through him. He's inside a building. A voice drifts down from between the floorboards. It's the Duda sect leader, Go Yu-sang, confirming that their secret meeting has been discovered. And he's not alone. An entire council of sect leaders is gathered right above Wunsian's head. A cold sweat breaks out on his face. This is monumentally bad. He didn't emerge in some forgotten corner, but in the most conspicuous, high-stakes location imaginable. Just then, another leader asks about the sword, God's disciple, and Go Yu-sang falls silent. Go Yu-sang explains that a search party was sent out for the disciple 2 hours ago, but they've heard nothing back. One of the female leaders looks concerned, remarking on how unfortunate that is. But listening from the floorboards below, Wunsian's blood runs cold. That's a blatant lie. The mountain path is a single trail he would have seen them. His mind races. Why would the Duda sect leader lie to this entire assembly? Up above, Go Yu-sang clears his throat, changing the subject to the real reason for this clandestine meeting. He reminds them that they gathered to respond to the divine sect's aggression. Yet, ever since the conflict began, their side has been consistently outmaneuvered. His eyes narrow as he drops the bombshell. He suspects there is a spy among them. The accusation hangs in the air, sending a shockwave of disbelief through the council. The council members erupt in fury and disbelief at the accusation. Wunsan, listening from below, can hardly process what he's hearing. A spy? Here? One leader slams his foot down, his rage shaking the very room. The very idea is absurd, an insult to their entire alliance. He flares his powerful aura, declaring there's no way they would ever side with the demonic sect. His voice cracks with fury as he demands to know who would dare betray them. After all, the demonic sect was responsible for his own brother's death. But the female leader calmly brings them back to reality. How else would the enemy know their movements? The furious leader freezes, the terrible implication finally dawning on him only his sect hasn't been attacked. Another elder tries to de-escalate, but it's too late. Lord Go Gundong is now the prime suspect. But the accusation falters as another leader points out 2 other sects have also suffered no losses. The suspicion only deepens when a different master adds that his sect hosted this very meeting, where the attacks began. A scarred leader smirks at the accuser, sarcastically congratulating him for supposedly catching a spy. Lord Go Gundong is left sputtering, completely unable to process the shifting blame. The female leader cuts through the noise with a chilling observation. At this moment, none of them can prove their innocence. Seeking to regain control, the Duda sect leader suggests they table the spy hunt for now. He takes command, ordering each sect to deploy reconnaissance teams to the foot of the mountain tonight. With their assignments given, the tense meeting is adjourned until morning, when they will discuss strategy. But later, as the Duda sect leader stands alone in the quiet hall, he's stopped by a familiar voice. His disciple Hyungjin has returned from his search, and he has something important to report. The sect leader's voice is low and serious, ushering Hyungjin inside where no one can overhear. Elsewhere, hidden in darkness, an injured Wunsian believes the coast is clear for his escape. His heart stops when the first thing Hyungjin asks is about his exact whereabouts. The senior disciple reports that he followed the trail but found nothing, and Jo-yoon is still searching alone. He feigns remorse, clenching his teeth and blaming himself for the trouble Du Pyong ultimately caused. Wunxian smirks, thinking Hyungjin is protecting him, but a voice cuts through his relief, asking how long he'll keep up the act. The sect leader's gaze is piercing. He asks Hyungjin if he anticipated that Wunsan would become a problem. A dark, unsettling noise escapes Hyungjin's lips as his polite facade begins to crack. His expression twists into a cruel grin, admitting he only protected Wunxian so the inferior fool would solve the problem himself. The horrifying truth dawns on Wunsan, his world shattering in a moment of pure terror. Hyungjin mockingly explains that if not for Jo Yun's meddling, he would have acted sooner. But luckily, Do Pyong was a convenient fool. He then turns his cold gaze back to his master, flipping the interrogation on its head. Why, he asks, did the sect leader bother protecting that useless child after already obtaining the scripture? The sect leader lets out a weary sigh, calling his own disciple a damn fool. He erupts in a furious rage, demanding to know if Hyungjin thinks he can just abandon the boy. What would become of his reputation? His aura flares as he screams about honor if he betrays someone's trust. Who would ever follow him again? But for Wunsan, collapsed on the floor just out of sight, these words are nothing but poison. His mind reels, unable to process the betrayal from the very people he looked up to. A fleeting memory surfaces the warmth and kindness of a man named Yi Baek, but that memory shatters into a million pieces, revealing Hyungjin's cold face. It was all a lie. A single tear escapes Wunxian's eye, carrying the weight of his shattered world. It falls into the abyss of his despair, the ripples spreading through his broken soul. But that small sound, that shift in the air, doesn't escape the sect leader's notice. His senses flare as he roars, realizing a rat has been listening in on everything. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a wave of pure power to drag them out. The entire sect building trembles from the force of his furious attack. And there, thrown from the shadows, is Wunsan, coughing on the ground. The sect leader looks down, his voice chillingly calm as he asks if the boy heard it all. Wunxian stares up, trapped, his face a canvas of pure, unadulterated terror. He desperately asks if his master would believe him if he claimed to have heard nothing. The sect leader's face twists into a horrifying grin. He knows the boy heard every last word. Without warning, his energy erupts, seizing Wunxian in an unbreakable, crushing grip. The young disciple is flung through the air like a rag doll, completely overpowered. A scream of agony is ripped from his lungs as he crashes hard against the far wall. His master mockingly tells him that playing ignorant is no longer an option. Another subordinate appears, sword at the ready, asking for the order to finish the boy. But the sect leader feigns contemplation, saying it would be wrong to kill him, given their history. The subordinate offers a grim reminder of Wunxian's past, when he was supposedly tortured by another sect. A sinister spark lights up in the sect leader's eyes as he remembers the convenient excuse. But Wunsan knows the truth. They're the ones who will sever his hands and tongue to bury their secrets. But even broken on the floor, a fire ignites in Wunxian's eyes. He will not let them get away with this. He strikes back not with his body, but with a memory, asking his master about a man named Yi Baek. The sect leader's composure shatters as Wunxian brings up the secret scripture passage. Wunxian mockingly points out that his master probably hasn't deciphered it yet. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he reveals the truth. He scrambled the text himself. He taunts the old man, telling him he can't be killed, not if he ever wants to read that scripture. The sect leader can only grit his teeth in fury, realizing he's been played by this sly fox. Wunsan admits he knew something was wrong from the moment he was pushed into the tournament. It never made sense why a peerless master like Yi Baek would covet the supreme divine technique. And in that moment, the sect leader realizes his fatal mistake. He thought the boy was just a naive child. He wasn't just some naive disciple, he was just like that child. A memory flashes of the legendary Yi Baek, warning that the technique would never be deciphered. He remembers Wunxian's past fury, screaming his own master's name in defiance. A deep, obsessive resentment reflected in the young disciple's eyes. And with that chilling realization, the sect leader's patience finally snaps. He lunges forward, all thoughts of the scripture gone, replaced by pure killing intent. A wave of brilliant blue energy slams Wunxian into the ground with overwhelming force. Hyungjin can only scream out in shock, watching his own master attack a fellow disciple. Wunxian is left kneeling in a crater, dazed and broken from the sudden assault. The sect leader looms over him, his face a mask of cold fury, calling him an ungrateful wretch. He rages at Wunxian, spitting that instead of gratitude, he was met with nothing but lies. But down in the crater, something within the disciple begins to crackle and burn with a dark energy. Wunsan coughs up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief at his master's betrayal. That shock twists into pure, unadulterated fury as he screams his defiance into the night. And as his strength gives out, a lone figure is seen observing from a distant rooftop. The masked man turns away, his voice echoing across the courtyard, amused by the boy's spirit. He'd heard the one word he needed to hear, and now he would leave them to their little drama. That simple acknowledgement ignites a terrifying new fire within Wunxian's gaze. The sect leader freezes, his face paling as he instantly recognizes that voice from the shadows. In that moment of distraction, Wunxian's killing intent explodes, his very soul warping with a newfound power. A torrent of blue energy explodes from Wunxian's body, fueled by the sheer audacity of their mockery. Before the sect leader can even react, Wunxian is on him, driving a fist deep into his gut. The old man is launched across the courtyard, carving a trench through the stone with his own body. It's a desperate, hate-filled strike that cracks the very air with its raw force. But Go Yusang rises, calmly brushing dust from his robes like it was a minor inconvenience. He looks down on the fallen boy, sneering that this was all he could expect from Yulchan's disciple. His face contorts with fury, roaring that no matter what, Wunsan will share that same miserable fate. But instead of fear, a low chuckle escapes Wunxian's lips, stopping the sect leader mid-rant. The chuckle becomes a horrifying, soul-shaking laugh as a dark, corrupted energy begins to consume him. He claws at his own face, his body twisting as the last remnants of Kang Wunian begin to fade away. Through a broken snarl, he mocks the sect leader for wandering aimlessly while the true threat was right before him. Go Yusang's arrogant composure shatters that can't be, it's impossible. He finally recognizes the swirling dark energy, the legendary supreme divine technique. The realization sends him into a rage, accusing the boy of secretly deciphering the forbidden scriptures. Fine, he thinks. Let's see what this stolen power can really do. He vows to personally demonstrate just how worthless Wunxian's hidden strength truly is. But our story shifts away from that bloody past, to a quiet, moonlit night elsewhere. Goga Undong muses that the great Yi Baek couldn't have been so careless with the swordmaster's disciple. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Could it be that Yi Baek already has the completed manual? The female sect leader's expression hardens. If He's right, they need to act, and they need to act now. She wonders how he attained the Grand Master's position, knowing she can't let this chance slip by. Clenching her fist, she vows to seize the secret master's wisdom and become the best in the world. But her intense focus is suddenly shattered by a loud, crashing sound. Her eyes snap towards the source, the main building where all the leaders were gathered. A worried expression takes over. She knows she needs to investigate what's happening. As she turns to leave, a voice from the darkness stops her, asking why she's in such a rush. It's another sect leader, calmly addressing her by name. He asks if it was the noise that startled her, gesturing back towards the main building. He dismisses it as disciples dropping materials while building an outpost, saying he was just heading over to warn them. He smoothly dismisses her, suggesting she go rest and apologizing if he caused any trouble. She's frustrated. The conversation is over, and it would be strange to press him for more details. With a quick farewell, he turns and speeds away, kicking up a storm of dust in his wake. His calm expression vanishes, replaced by a cold and deadly serious focus. He pauses, looking back towards the sect's main hall with an unreadable silence. The scene then violently cuts to a memory of a throat being crushed by an iron grip. The Duda sect leader, Go Yusang, glares down with utter fury, calling the disciple an idiot. Beneath him is a younger Kang Wunian, dark energy seething from his body as he's choked out. With a furious roar, Go Yusang demands that the boy just give up already. The fight is over. Kang Wunian lies broken on the ground, his body limp. His eyes are wide but vacant, the last of his life force seemingly extinguished. Go Yusang looks at his own hand, annoyed he was even scratched by this bug, as Hyungjin rushes to his side. The young disciple pleads with his master to leave now, warning that other sects are about to arrive. The sect leader seethes with frustration, furious that Wunxian's defiance has trapped him here. He realizes the boy knew he couldn't take his own life, so he fought with reckless abandon to expose the truth. Even at death's door, that kid was still finding ways to be a thorn in his side. But it's too late to run. A new figure emerges, casually asking if the sect leader needs a hand. It's the bearded sect leader, and he makes it clear he wants to know the very same secret Wunsan died for. Meanwhile, another figure is desperately racing through the darkened woods. It's Jo Yoon, exhausted and leaning against a tree after a fruitless search. She can't believe it, she's covered the entire mountain without a single clue. For a moment, she wonders if that strange girl from the inn lied to her, but she quickly dismisses the thought. The girl had no reason to, and clearly wasn't a martial artist. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and she freezes in place. The Great One's divine sect, the story of a grandfather and his granddaughter. Her blood runs cold, as the pieces horrifyingly click together. The girl can't use martial arts, oh no. She bursts into motion, realizing the old man hid because she would have recognized them instantly if she'd seen them together. Now, all she can do is pray that she isn't already too late. She lands hard, racing against the clock. Jo Yoon pushes her speed to its absolute limit, soaring across the rooftops. Every second counts. She can only pray she isn't too late. Finally, she bursts through the door of the inn, startling the person inside. A familiar girl greets her, remarking that she knew she'd be back. It's the young woman from before, who asks with a knowing smile what took her so long. Jo Yoon quickly apologizes, confessing it's been so long she didn't recognize her. The girl grins, reintroducing herself as Yoon Seola, the medicine immortal of the 7 Supreme Lords. But Jo Yoon cuts right to the chase, desperately asking where Wunseon is, certain he's being protected. Her hope shatters when Yoon Seola explains he left the very moment he woke up. A cold dread washes over Jo Yoon. He went to the Youngmun sect alone. For them, Yoon Seola's eyes practically glow with excitement, eagerly volunteering to join the chase. She turns to her grandfather, the old innkeeper, as if asking for his blessing. But instead of an answer, he calmly prepares a meal. He insists they fill their stomachs first, a moment of peace before the inevitable storm. The scene cuts away, flashing back to Hyungjin, giving a grim order to protect the brat. We see who they were protecting: Wunseon, his eyes blazing with a desperate, final resolve. But it was a losing battle. As blood splatters across the dusty ground, the terrible truth is revealed. He's been captured, broken, and bound helpless to a chair. And as his consciousness fades, Wunseon can only lament that, in the end, it was all for nothing. His consciousness flickers, filled with the single, agonizing thought that he failed to get his revenge. The worried face of his master, Yibek, flashes through his mind, and that memory twists from sorrow into a burning, protective rage. How dare they harm his master? He swears on his life that he will make them pay. Suddenly, a pathetic whimper cuts through his thoughts as another prisoner complains about the smell of blood. The man's eyes land on the gruesome source, the headless body of his senior brother, Guak. Wunseon realizes his captors know he's awake, and the clock is ticking. He knows they're after the scriptures, and they won't hesitate to torture him for the contents. The primal need to escape, to protect his master's secrets, becomes his only focus. But his new cellmate, trembling with fear, begins desperately pleading with him for help. But his new cellmate, Do Pyong, scoffs, saying he's just following the sect leader's orders. Wunseon fires back, asking if this clueless fool even knows why he's been thrown in here. And in that moment, Wunseon realizes this guy is completely out of the loop. A wicked idea begins to form. He can use this ignorance to his advantage. He starts circulating his energy, reciting the first principles of the scripture he memorized. The sudden, overwhelming aura sends Do Pyong into a state of pure terror. Wunseon smirks, knowing that to someone with such shallow knowledge, this is an unbelievable skill. And just as he predicted, his cellmate recognizes the display as the legendary Supreme Divine Technique. Wunseon feeds the lie, claiming he inherited the wisdom of the secret master. The blood drains from Do Pyong's face. This means Wunseon actually deciphered the scripture. He spins a tale of greed, claiming he tried to keep the power for himself but was caught by his master. With a desperate look, Wunseon offers a deal: release him, and hell share the scripture's secrets. The hook is set. Do Pyong is visibly trembling with shock and avarice. His mind races with fantasies of wielding that power and crushing everyone who ever looked down on him. A predatory grin spreads across Wunseon's face, thinking how this power will indeed be his, just like it was for Senior Guak. The memory flashes back to Guak, his own greed ignited at the thought that if a mere pool manager could do it, then surely he could be the one to master that legendary technique. Wunseon leans in, twisting the knife of ambition just a little deeper. He suggests that with this power, Do Pyong might even surpass his own revered senior brother. The words land like a thunderclap, leaving Do Pyong speechless as the temptation consumes him. And so, the memory begins. A desperate escape through the frozen wilderness. Do Pyong drags a panicked Guak along, insisting he knows exactly what he's doing. He lays out the brilliant plan to dig a new tunnel, completely bypassing their pursuers. From there, they would make for the safety of a place called Rabbit Rock. He leans in, whispering that Guak should trust him. He's the first outsider to find this path. But the moment that trust sinks in, a brutal strike smashes into Guak from the side. His eyes widen in shock, betrayed in the blink of an eye. Do Pyong's feigned scream for his senior brother echoes as Guak collapses, choking. In the present, Wunseon's lips curl into a knowing smile as Do Pyong finally understands the game. The vision returns to that moment, with Do Pyong looming over his victim with a hollow promise. The man's grin widens, informing Wunseon that his death would just be an inconvenience. For Wunseon, this is it. Absolute despair crashes over him. It's all over. Then the horrifying truth dawns. This is Jo Sang-won of Yongmun, a monster on par with his own master. With a swift movement, the sect leader grabs him, saying they have much to discuss. Wunzan can barely even stand, his mind screaming in panic, searching for any way out. But what can he possibly do? He's completely powerless, cornered by a legend. A fleeting image of Do Pyong's defeated face flashes through his mind. He grits his teeth in anguish, realizing he'll die without avenging anyone. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the snow. Wunxian is yanked off his feet, his hand reaching out in one final infuriating act of defiance. But as Hez dragged through the snow, a flicker of defiance ignites in Wunxian's eyes. With a sudden burst of will, he makes one final, desperate move. He wrenches himself around, trying to break free from the sect leader's grasp. But in the struggle, the precious scripture slips from his robes and falls to the ground. Wunxian's heart sinks, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. His captor simply looks down, mockingly telling him he was far too slow. Even with his last hope lost, Wunxian flares up, his spirit unbroken. He roars that he would die before revealing the scripture's secrets to scum like him. For his defiance, a heavy boot comes crashing down, stomping his face into the dirt. Pinned and broken, he dares the man to kill him, vowing his lips will remain sealed forever. The bearded sect leader scolds him, telling the boy to calm his fiery temper. He mocks Wunxian, noting that if he talks, he'll learn the scripture's secrets before even Yibek. But Wunxian is far from broken, spitting back defiantly what's he going to do about it. His captor suddenly lets out a long sigh, looking almost relieved. Wunsan stares, completely bewildered by this sudden shift in the man's demeanor. The leader then poses a question, asking if he's ever found it strange. How the Great One's divine sect always seems one step ahead, almost as if there's a mole. He then drops the mask, revealing his true name. Jo Sang-won, the cloud sword of the old country. The horrifying truth slams into Wunxian, a traitor, a mole, right there among the sect leaders. Jo Sang-won grins, admitting he held back just to savor that look of utter shock on his face. And so the truth spreads. Under the pale moonlight, the Yongmun sect's leader was a mole all along. Elsewhere, the medicine immortal confirms this news to her traveling companion. She explains that this secret support from Jo Sang-won was the only reason Wunxian and his people survived for so long. She sneers at his supposed generosity, while the old innkeeper quietly calls him a man of deep affection. The scene then shifts to a tense memory, with Jo Sang-won demanding to know if he's truly going to abandon that child. He warns that if left alone, the boy will surely be killed by the legendary Yi Baek. He slams his foot down in frustration, asking if the innkeeper is really fine with the scripture falling into enemy hands. But the old man doesn't even flinch, continuing to eat his meal with an unnerving calm. He states plainly that even if Yi Baek finds the scripture, he won't be able to interpret it. It requires knowledge of a special notation system and immense skill, things Yi Baek simply doesn't have. The scripture's location, he explains, is hidden behind an 8-character riddle, and with a menacing grin, he declares there's absolutely no chance Yi Baek will ever solve it. Jo Sang-won fires back, pointing out that even they haven't figured out the code yet, and the scripture's secrets run far deeper. The supreme divine technique has 5 known stages, a path leading to a realm no one has ever reached. But beyond that lie 2 completely unknown levels of power, a trap that could erase Yi Baek from history forever. The old innkeeper couldn't care less, musing that it might even be a good thing for the boy to disappear with it. Jo Sang-won's eyes narrow, a dangerous thought crossing his mind. He asks the question that has been hanging in the air. Does the old man still resent him? The innkeeper's silence is answer enough, and Jo Sang-won smashes his bowl in frustration. That's when the old man's calm finally breaks, roaring at him to not overstep his bounds and just do his job. The innkeeper turns, his voice a low growl, warning Jo Sang-won that if he dares bring that up again, he's finished. But the sect leader isn't deterred, his eyes narrowing as he poses one final, crucial question. If, by some chance, the boy insists on protecting the scripture until the very end, what would he do? The old man's rage melts into a wry smirk. Hell, deal with it then, confident that blood doesn't lie. Hearing this, Jo Yun feels a wave of relief, thinking that if the sect leader is an ally, rescuing Wunxian won't be so hard. But then, a sudden jarring question cuts through her optimism. How exactly did a disciple of the Great One's divine sect become the leader of the Odasan Sword's Yongmun sect? The scene shifts to a memory, with Jo Sang-won speaking to a much younger Yi Baek about the fallen Yoguk nation. He reveals that before the kingdom collapsed, it was the origin point for not just their sect, but the Yongmun sect as well. Then comes the personal truth. He is a man of 2 worlds, born from a Yeoguk father and a Gyeongguk mother. His family, he explains, were the Cloud Sword secret warriors who guarded the Yeoguk king for generations. Their hidden identities made them the perfect moles, but the path to power was never easy. As a battered Wunseon stumbles through the snow, suddenly, Jo Sang-won is there, catching the boy just as his legs give out completely. He assesses the damage with a grimace. The kid's body is a wreck, his chi flow a mess. Yibek truly did a number on him. Still, he's impressed. To endure this level of torture requires an almost inhuman level of willpower. As a temporary measure, he begins infusing his own dark chi into Wunseon's ravaged body. A wry smile crosses his face as he muses that it must be fate for him to be the one saving the boy. Weak and confused, Wunseon barely manages to ask what he could possibly mean by that. Jo Sang-won seems almost disappointed, asking if the sword god truly never told him anything important. He leans in, dropping a bombshell that shatters Wunseon's world. Anything about his birth. Wunseon's mind blanks. His birth? What hidden secret could possibly be tied to that? Jo Sang-won continues his verbal assault, asking if he's truly never questioned his own past. Why would the sword god, a legendary figure, bother to take in some random, abandoned child? And why does he seem destined to clash with the monsters of the Great One's divine sect? The questions shatter his composure. Wunseon grabs the man, desperate to know what truth he's been blind to. A grim look on his face, Jo Sang-won finally prepares to reveal the story. But a sudden snap of a twig from the darkness freezes them both in place. A young warrior with a torch emerges from the woods, yawning and cursing the demonic sect for the disturbance. He announces he's just taking a quick look around, his gaze falling upon the two men in the clearing. Peeking from behind a tree, Jo Sang-won realizes with a grimace that the search party is already upon them. He explains that Yibek is currently leading a meeting, a clever distraction to keep the other sects occupied, but it won't last. With no time to spare, Jo Sang-won turns to leave, telling a stunned Wunseon that they have to go back. Wunseon desperately reaches out, begging for the story, but Jo Sang-won warns him that his battered body can't take any more. Survival is the priority right now, he insists. The story can wait until they're safe. They must move immediately. Meanwhile, under the cold night sky, a new location comes into view, the imposing main gate of the Yongmun sect. Having finally arrived, Yoon So-la and Jo Yoon look upon the fortress, their long journey at its end. Jo Yoon's eyes narrow with resolve, her mind fixed on one thing. She has to hold on Wunseon. She moves to rush in, but Yoon So-la grabs her, demanding to know where she's going in such a hurry. She frantically explains the situation. All the leaders of the Odasan sword are gathered inside. A reckless move now will ruin everything. Jo Yoon freezes, clenching her fist. She knows the warning is sound, but the thought of Wunseon in there is unbearable. Jo Yoon can't help but see it behind that cold front. Yoon So-la is full of affection. Taking a steadying breath, she sets her resolve. They'll go inside together and scout things out first. Yoon So-la agrees to the plan, telling Jo Yoon she'll wait at a designated spot as a backup. With a tense nod, Jo Yoon accepts the terms, her heart still pounding with worry for Wunseon. And with that, Yoon So-la dashes off into the snowy woods to take her position. She looks back, a wave of uncertainty washing over her, hoping this will all be okay. But watching from the shadows is the old innkeeper, who remarks that of course it will be fine. A confident smirk plays on his lips. After all, even if she falls into a trap, her master would never abandon her. And with that, he leaps across the vast icy canyon. The legendary swordmaster himself lands with purpose, ready to make his move. The swordmaster himself decides it's time to make his move as well. Meanwhile, deep within the enemy's stronghold, a pair of eyes cautiously peers out from the floorboards. With a sudden burst of speed, the bearded sect leader, Jo Sang-won, emerges from his hiding place. He lands silently in the middle of a room, breathing a sigh of relief that it's completely empty. He knows this is the safest place in the entire fortress right now. Signaling to a hidden passage below, he tells his companion it's clear to come out. A battered Kang Wunian climbs out, asking where this secret path has led them. Jo Sang-won explains they're in his private quarters, high above the other sect leaders on the second stage. For now, Wunseon's only job is to recover his strength and wait for their allies to move. To help with that, he tosses over a precious restorative pill, much to Wunseon's surprise. Wunseon stares at the pill, a secret treasure of the Yongmun sect, meant to restore just enough strength to move. But he has to ask, why is this man going to such extreme lengths to protect him? The question catches the bearded sect leader off guard, his confident demeanor faltering for a moment. He admits that Wunseon's suspicion is completely understandable under the circumstances. He can't explain everything, but he reveals his actions are driven by pride in his bloodline. For now, he just needs Wunseon to trust him on one thing. he will get him out of here safely. Wunxian hesitates, weighing the promise against the overwhelming danger surrounding them. With his mind made up, he swallows the precious medicine without another word. Clasping his fist, he thanks the sect leader, vowing to repay this kindness if he survives. Zhou Sangwan nods, telling him to be sure he does exactly that once they're free. Suddenly, Zhou Sangwan is lost in a memory, facing a cruel Duda sect elder who looks down on him with utter contempt. The elder's face twists into a sadistic grin as he gathers a terrifying amount of ki, ready to pass judgment. Zhou Sangwan's own power flares in defiance, but behind him, a young man who looks exactly like Wunxian watches in horror. With a roar, the elder unleashes a devastating beam of pure destructive energy. All the bearded sect leader could do was scream the name Yi Beck, a memory of failure and loss searing into his mind. The vision ends, and back in the present, Zhou Sangwan has just blown a hole clean through the floor. He turns to the council, his voice cold. The other sect leaders are stunned by the sudden turn of events, one pointing down at the scene, claiming the traitor has confessed. The accusation ripples through the room, confirming their fears that there was indeed a spy among them. The female sect leader looks on with a complicated expression, her concern focused entirely on sect leader Zhou. But Gogundong explodes with rage, pointing and declaring that Zhou Sangwan was a spy from the very beginning. He begins his story, a memory of a captured Kang Wunian, shocked to find himself surrounded by the sect leaders. A younger Zhou Sangwan had confronted the Duda sect leader, coldly asking how long he had known. The old master explained his theory the traitor had to be someone with great responsibility. With a triumphant grin, he revealed he used a soft-hearted disciple to lure the spy out and end his game. Zhou Sangwan stood silently, the weight of the accusation finally crashing down on him, but his expression twisted into a terrifying snarl as he declared that the game was now truly over. The disciple could only watch, his eyes wide with pure shock and horror. With a sharp ring of steel, a blade was unsheathed. The enraged sect leader lunged forward, a blur of motion ready to cut down his accuser. Yet, in that same memory, there was a moment of quiet acceptance, a smile as he realized his time had come to join his father. With a sharp ring of steel, he draws his blade, daring anyone to face him. He scoffs, admitting his so-called loyalty to the Alliance was a complete lie. But the power that made him a sect leader? That, he declares, is about to be proven. Back in that fateful hall, the trap was sprung, but not in the way anyone expected. Hidden panels in the floor suddenly slide open with a heavy crack. A violent wave of dark, oppressive energy erupts and engulfs the entire room. The Duda sect leader is stunned. He never imagined this kind of power, realizing this man is no simple pushover. His warriors are thrown back like dolls, unable to resist the sudden, devastating blast. Through the settling dust, Kang Wunian staggers, wounded and disoriented. A heavy blade is then leveled at his face, as Zhou Sangwan coldly tells him to listen well. This is no mere order, it's a final contingency plan, as Zhou Sangwan admits they won't make it out alive at this rate. He points to the open passage, telling Kang Wunian to escape through it, and, no matter what, never look back. Wunian is horrified. How could he just leave his master behind to die? For a fleeting moment, a memory surfaces for Zhou Sangwan, his own master, defending him, saying, "This child is different." Returning to the present, he leans in to give one final, critical instruction. He whispers something inaudible, a secret meant only for Kang Wunian's ears. The boy is completely stunned, his mind reeling as he tries to process the cryptic command. Then the act drops, and a wild, triumphant grin spreads across Zhou Sangwan's face as he declares the traitor is right here. He stands alone against the horde, blade drawn, roaring a challenge for anyone who dares to face him. And with a furious cry, the Duda sect leader and his men take the bait, charging headfirst into the fray. But it's not just the Duda sect. Another leader emerges, his face twisted in a furious snarl. Before their blades can even touch him, Zhou Sangwan explodes with a devastating wave of dark power. The ground itself cracks and shatters, stopping the entire assault in its tracks. The leader of the Yongmun sect finally understands it was Zhou Sangwan who told Yi Beck where to find this place. And he's not alone. His three vice lords, the infamous Young Brothers, step forward to face the traitor. They wave off their subordinates, ordering everyone to stand down. This is a Yongmun sect matter now. With a furious roar, they leap forward, vowing to take care of the filthy traitor themselves. Zhou Sangwan looks down, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes, to think his final opponents would be his old friends. But that sorrow hardens into resolve. For a warrior, there could be no greater honor than this. He meets their charge with a storm of his own, his blade carving arcs of pure darkness through the air. Their weapons clash with his, but it's like striking a mountain of pure dark energy. The resulting shockwave is so immense that the other sect leaders are forced to fall back. Watching from the side, Go Yusang can't believe it. The traitor's own strength has grown this monstrous. Fists and blades are met with nothing but overwhelming power. Jo Sang-won becomes a maelstrom of destruction, his form a blur amidst the chaos. A crazed grin spreads across his face as he challenges them to give it their all. He swings his massive blade, ready to show them what real strength looks like. The attack connects, sending one of the Yang brothers hurtling through the air. The other two can only watch in horror, as their brother is swatted away like a fly. But they regroup, their resolve hardening. He once led them, and if he must die, it will be by their hands alone. The remaining brothers roar, vowing to send their former master off with their own hands. They charge forward as one, screaming for their fallen sibling. But the monstrous shadow of Jo Sang-won looms over them, his power an absolute, crushing force. Yet, his tone suddenly shifts, expressing a quiet gratitude for their loyalty. A massive, draconic aura swirls around him, an omen of what's to come. He then plunges his greatsword into the earth, his voice heavy with a single apology. Go Yusang can only stare in disbelief, demanding to know what Lord Jo is possibly thinking. But the confusion quickly melts into sheer terror as a horrible realization dawns on him. Jo Sang-won grips his sword, yelling that now is the time, ordering someone to move. And, hidden from view, a young Kang Wunian grits his teeth, understanding the signal. With a final, desperate roar, Lord Jo launches Kang Wunian forward like an arrow. His eyes burn with conviction, delivering one final, silent command to the boy. He just has to survive, that's all that matters now. And then, the world explodes, as the ground erupts in a blinding flash. The blast carves a path through the earth itself, a desperate escape route. When the dust settles, a massive chasm has been torn open in the courtyard. Wunian collapses on the other side, the shock and pain finally catching up to him. His bandaged fists clench, trembling with the weight of this devastating sacrifice. Tears stream down his face as he questions his own worth, asking why people are dying for him. But through the grief, a new resolve hardens his features. He has to survive, no matter what. This is no longer just for him, it's for the guardians who sacrificed everything. He pushes himself onward, trying to reach a safe place, but his escape is cut short. A rope snaps tight, yanking him back with brutal force. He's dragged down, hitting the ground hard, his breath stolen from his lungs. Before he can even process the attack, the cold steel of a sword is pressed against his neck. The one holding the blade is Guak, his senior, screaming in fury about being betrayed. But instead of fear, a smug grin spreads across the captured man's face. Fate isn't done with him yet. Guak demands to know what's going on, only to be told they are now in the same predicament. With a chilling whisper, the man reveals a terrible truth. The sect leader knows everything. He knows Guak let him go for the scripture, and has now ordered both of their executions. He calmly lays out the two choices his desperate senior now faces. First, he can die right here at the hands of the sect leader. Or, he can escape with him, master the legendary supreme divine technique, and become a first-class martial artist. Guak recoils in disbelief, his mind reeling at the insane proposal. The mention of that forbidden art triggers a memory, a vision of a desolate, ruined sect. Two hands gripping a single blade, a moment that changed everything. A master's voice echoes, asking his student what could possibly be worth turning his back on his morals for. He laments that his student, Sang-won, was never meant to walk this dark path. And in that memory, the young man can only glare back with defiant, burning eyes. A single tear falls from the master's eye, his heart breaking for his lost student. But the young Sang-won simply bows his head, feigning regret. He begs for forgiveness, though his heart has already embraced the darkness. Back in the present, the Duda sect leader clenches his fist in fury. His prized prisoners are gone. He can't believe they dared to scurry away like rats from his grasp. He gives chase, vowing that they will never leave this mountain alive. But Kang Wunian is already miles ahead, his gaze fixed forward, utterly calm. He's led them to the edge of a massive, impossibly high cliff. Guak screams in terror, thinking Wunian has lost his mind and plans to end it all. But Wunian just smirks, grabbing a thick rope. This isn't an end, it's an escape. With a confident smirk, Wunian declares that there's always a way out. But Guak stares in disbelief, his mind reeling at the sheer insanity of the plan. He clutches his head, absolutely losing it over their suicidal escape method. Suddenly, Guak channels his energy, reminding Wunian that he still has a hold on him. He screams that he's captured Wunian's blood vessels and won't let him escape with the scripture's secrets. But while Guak is posturing, Wunian just ignores him, prompting his companion to plant his sword in the ground in a fit of rage. Guak collapses, cursing his fate and wondering how he ended up a common fugitive. Of course, in his mind, this is all Kang Wunian's fault. But Wunsan has already used Guok's planted sword, skillfully tying the rope to its hilt. He tells the whiner to get a grip, the ropes are connected, and this anchor will keep them from dying. Guok strides over, telling him to stop pretending and prepare to be dragged back up. But Wunian just smirks, genuinely grateful for the moment Guok's tantrum gave him to recover his strength. With a surge of power, he yanks the sword free from the ground. In an instant, the tables have turned, and the blade is now pressed against Guok's throat. The horrifying realization dawns on Guok Wunian was never trapped. It was all a performance. Wunian even offers some parting advice, telling him to flee from their master or face a real execution next time. Guok finally snaps, screaming that he's been tricked, that the whole story was a lie. Unfazed, Wunian prepares to put him to sleep, his hand glowing with a soft light. But suddenly, a massive blast of blue energy erupts, and a new voice echoes out, questioning their presence here. Wunian can only watch in utter shock as his perfect escape plan is violently interrupted. From the dust emerges a group of sect elders, their leader mockingly commending Wunian's audacity. The furious elder, Yibek, glares at the scene, his rage barely contained. But Wunian has already made his move, grabbing Guok and pressing a blade to his throat. Yibek freezes, realizing that if a Duda sect disciple dies, the political fallout will be disastrous for him. He's trapped. He needs the scripture Wunian holds, but now has no justification to attack. The Duda sect leader steps forward, calmly telling Wunian to stop resisting, reminding him of his broken body. He even tries to appeal to their past, offering to spare Wunian's life if he just cooperates. Wunian's eyes burn with pure hatred. He'd rather smash his own skull than beg for mercy from them. The cold steel against his neck sends a wave of pure terror through Guok. Wunian leans in close, whispering a chilling promise that he won't kill him for now. And with the hostage in hand, Wunian backs away, stopping at the very edge of a sheer cliff. The female sect leader panics, screaming for him to stop, desperate to get her hands on the scripture. Yibek roars in fury, his composure completely shattered by the thought of losing that precious text. But Wunian just looks at them with cold, dead eyes, seeing them for what they truly are. In his mind, their faces twist into the grotesque masks of greedy, disgusting monsters. He takes a final step back, the ground crumbling beneath his feet. Rocks tumble into the endless abyss, sealing his decision. With his eyes closed, he accepts his fate, wondering if this is truly the end. He then turns to his terrified hostage, offering a calm, chilling thank you to senior brother Guok. Guok's blood runs cold as he realizes the horrifying truth Wunian is about to jump. But before he can act, an arrow rips through the air, silencing Guok's terrified screams forever. Wunian's mind goes blank, his world shattering as he watches his senior brother die in his arms. Another disciple, Hyungjin, grabs him, shouting for him to get a grip. But the Duda sect leader only roars, promising Wunian won't be allowed to die until he hands over the scripture. The other sect leaders rush forward in a desperate wave, praising Yibek for taking the shot. A flicker of realization cuts through Wunian's grief. He remembers their own words that they weren't hunting a rabbit, but a tiger. He finally understands. With grim resolve, he plants his foot firmly on the crumbling edge of the cliff. And without a moment's hesitation, he throws himself and Guok's body into the endless abyss. The so-called masters can only watch in impotent rage as their ultimate prize vanishes into the mist. As Wunian falls, his life flashes before his eyes, his master, his senior brother, he misses them all. But there's one more person on his mind in these final moments. A memory surfaces of Jo Yoon, her voice gently calling his name. That same voice now echoes in the air, desperately screaming for him as his eyes flutter open. He feels something wet on his face and wonders if it's rain, but a reflection in his eye tells the truth. It's Jo Yoon, standing at the edge of the cliff, her tears falling like a storm. She lets out a gut-wrenching scream, her heart shattering as she watches him fall. Her hand reaches out, a desperate, futile gesture as he drifts further and further away. He becomes a tiny speck, swallowed by the endless, misty chasm below. All that's left is her final, agonizing cry, reaching for a ghost she can no longer touch. Jo Yoon stumbles to the very precipice, her body moving on pure instinct. She collapses to her knees, his name a shattered whisper on her lips. A final, desperate scream echoes into the abyss, a sound of a world ending. But among the masters, grief quickly turns to rage as the Duda sect leader erupts. He furiously accuses Master Yibek of ruining everything when the scripture was right in their grasp. Yibek, however, turns with an unnervingly calm expression, addressing Elder Go directly. He scoffs at the accusation, reminding them he sacrificed his own disciple for this chance. It's not his fault they failed to seize it. A female sect leader steps between them, urging everyone to calm down and think rationally. But as Elder Go turns his back, her placating smile vanishes, replaced by a cold, sharp glare. She sees right through him, realizing this old fox has far deeper intentions than he lets on. Yi Baek's unnatural calm doesn't fool her. He's either found something or has another card to play. She smirks, vowing to herself that she'll uncover whatever secret he's hiding. Turning to Jo Sang-won, she quietly suggests they send a team down the cliff to find the body. He immediately agrees. His eyes darting towards Yi Baek, they both share the same suspicion. The Duda sect leader, Go Yu-sang, watches this exchange with a grim and silent disapproval. He then approaches a solitary figure perched on the cliff, calling out to Lady Jo. He puts on a somber face, lamenting that they did all they could for Wunxian, but it was in vain. She turns, her voice laced with ice, finding his sudden performance of sorrow almost laughable. With a sharp gaze, she asks him to drop the act. Isn't it true that all of them deceived that child? Her own composure finally cracks as she admits she, too, betrayed him, overwhelmed by her guilt and sorrow. And as her grief spills over, the memory of another's regret flashes to the surface, a disciple questioning his own loyalty to Wunxian. He collapses, the weight of his actions finally crashing down on him as he identifies the sickening feeling. Regret. The memory sharpens. A younger Hyungjin races to meet his master, Go Yu-sang, who greets him with a cold reprimand for being late. Flustered, Hyungjin quickly apologizes, explaining he was delayed on his way over. But then his eyes widen in shock as he finally takes in the scene before him. There on the ground lies his fallen comrade, Do Pyong, killed by a single, familiar-looking projectile. Unbothered, Go Yu-sang simply turns away, telling Hyungjin it's time to go. They have work to do. Hyungjin is frozen, barely able to call out to the man he called master. He points a trembling finger at the giant needle embedded in his friend's throat, asking if it isn't his. Without even turning around, Go Yu-sang callously dismisses his student's death as simply a regrettable matter. Hyungjin can't believe it, screaming that Do Pyong was the one who found the cave for them. But Go Yu-sang just scoffs, mocking his disciple for being so pathetically emotional. He lectures that a person's life is simply determined by fate. Today was just the day Do Pyong's fate ran out, and that's the only reason that matters. As Hyungjin whispers an apology to his friend, his master asks what he plans to do now that Wunxian is also gone. Before he can even process the question, Go Yu-sang reveals he has an alternative. Hyungjin's eyes widen in shock as his master explains someone else knows the scriptures, at least partially. Of course, He's talking about the sword saint, Jo Yun, who was placed by Wunxian's side for this exact purpose. Go Yu-sang clarifies that she's likely uncertain of what she memorized over the past decade. But he doesn't need the full technique, only the script sword saint she knows. That, he says, is all that matters. Hyungjin's eyes narrow with resolve. He promises his master he will find out what she knows. The scene then fades, shifting to a quiet, snow-covered estate under the pale moonlight. Inside, a heavily bandaged man groans, slowly blinking his eyes open as a voice calls out to him. He finds himself on the floor, looking up at a gruff, white-haired elder who scolds him for taking so long to awaken. The warrior's eyes widen in shock, recognizing the powerful figure standing over him. He tries to push himself up, but a blinding flash of pain shoots through his battered body. The elder sharply warns him not to move, explaining that his fractured bones need a long time to heal. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the warrior manages to sit up, offering a breathless word of thanks. The elder simply stares down at him with an intense, unreadable expression. With immense effort, the warrior bows low to the ground, formally thanking his senior martial uncle for saving his life. The elder scoffs at the title, coldly stating that he has no disciples. But his young attendant knows better, thinking of the legendary sword god who was undeniably his student. The warrior isn't arguing, though. He's breaking down, pleading to know why he was even allowed to live. He begs for guidance, convinced this man is the only one left who can answer the questions tearing him apart. The elder's expression remains grim and unyielding, offering no comfort. The warrior collapses in total despair, his voice cracking as he remembers everyone he's lost. Finally, he screams that he just wants to die, and the old man's eyes flash with sudden, terrifying rage. A sharp crack echoes through the room as a hand connects with the warrior's face. The elder struck him without hesitation, a brutal and sudden act of violence. As the warrior stumbles, the young attendant cries out in shock, calling the old man grandfather. The elder's face contorts with pure fury, roaring at the warrior to watch his tongue. He seizes the young man by the throat, demanding to know why Sangwon sacrificed his life for someone so eager to throw theirs away. If he truly wants death that badly, the old man will gladly oblige, winding up for another devastating blow. He hurls the warrior across the room just as the young attendant screams for her grandfather to stop. With tears in her eyes, she begs her brother to snap out of it, to not let Uncle Joe's death be in vain. Her desperate plea cuts through his haze, the weight of that sacrifice hitting him all at once. She bravely stands between them, shielding her brother and pleading with her grandfather not to do this. The warrior collapses to the floor, the force of the throw and the emotional turmoil finally breaking him. He chokes out in despair, questioning how he's supposed to bear the weight of their deaths if he's not even allowed to die. The elder simply watches, his rage finally gone, replaced by a grim, heavy silence. The warrior's eyes, once burning with anguish, now hold a sliver of focus. The old man's voice cuts through the silence, asking if He's ready to learn why he must live. With a desperate plea in his voice, he looks up and begs his senior martial uncle for the reason. The elder's expression hardens, commanding him to listen carefully to every word. He will now explain the true reason why so many sacrificed themselves to keep him alive. The story begins with a fallen nation, Yeoguk, a name the warrior faintly recalls from Master Jo Sang-won. The elder is surprised Sang-won ever brought it up, but the warrior admits he died before he could finish the tale. A flicker of sorrow crosses the old man's face. Then he will continue where Sang-won left off. He reveals that Jo Sang-won's family had a long and proud history as protectors of the Yeoguk royal family. But one day, under mysterious circumstances, that powerful royal line suddenly and completely collapsed. And so, the leaders of Yeoguk prepared for a long, brutal war. They knew they needed a strategy, even a desperate one. A self-sacrificial plan that would hinge on a single, willing infiltrator. That heavy burden fell to Jo Sang-won, who resolved to become their spy inside the enemy nation. But to make his defection believable, his own father had to be publicly executed as a traitor. Using that fabricated tragedy as his reason, Sang-won left his homeland for Gyeongguk. After years of grueling effort, he clawed his way to the top, becoming the leader of the Yeongmun sect. Yet, the people of Gyeongguk never fully trusted him, constantly testing his loyalty with endless trials. He lost his grandfather, his mother fell gravely ill, and still they suspected him, pushing him to the brink. Meanwhile, his own people, the very ones he was trying to save, branded him a traitor. The old man's voice is heavy with sorrow as he confirms the name, Jo Sang-won. He explains that Sang-won has been fighting a desperate, lonely battle, hated by everyone. Every drop of blood he spilled, every life he took, was for the sake of their fallen nation. And through it all, he never despaired, holding on to his pride as a citizen of Yeoguk. The elder looks at the broken warrior before him, seeing the dawning realization in his eyes. As tears stream down his face, the warrior finally understands, and the elder confirms it. Yes, you are one of us. But he isn't just any citizen, there's a much deeper truth to be told. The story flashes back to the birth of a child, the last hope for a dying kingdom. He reveals the warrior's true identity. He is Kang Wunian, the last remaining blood of the Yeoguk royal family. This, the elder insists, is why he cannot die. He is the living embodiment of their hopes, and he must survive. Beneath the cold light of the moon, a new destiny awakens. The weight of his royal blood settles heavily upon Kang Wunian's shoulders. With his purpose renewed, he asks the only question that matters. What must he do now? The elder just scoffs, mocking him. What can a man who should already be dead possibly accomplish? But Wunian's resolve is firm. Now that he knows why he must live, he must learn how. Agreeing, the elder's tone turns serious. Their first step is to unravel the great sect's master plan. He begins to lay out the political map of Gyeongguk, a nation divided into provinces and regions, all supposedly kept in order by the 5 great orthodox sects, a fact Wunian already knows. But then, the elder shatters his entire worldview with 2 simple words. That is incorrect. A dark glint enters the old man's eyes. That order, he explains, only applies to the citizens of Gyeongguk. For years, the minor sects have been capturing the people of Yeoguk and selling them into slavery. This revelation hits Wunian hard, a direct betrayal of the promise made to his father. His father, the last king of Yeoguk, had surrendered his entire nation to Gyeongguk to ensure his people's safety. A promise the rulers shamelessly ignored. The sects Wunian hunted were nothing but slavers in disguise. The elder's rage boils over, his fist crashing down onto the table. And at the heart of this entire despicable operation, he reveals, is the Sun Grim Security Bureau. His eyes burn with a furious red glow. Their mission is to destroy these sects and the powers that protect them. With the truth laid bare, he tells Wunian that now he must make a decision. A young woman nearby watches him, waiting for his response to this crushing history. But for Wunian, there's nothing to decide. His choice was made the moment he leaped from that cliff. He understands the profound responsibility he bears for those who sacrifice themselves to save him. Far from the inn, within a snow-dusted mountain fortress, a council of war is already in session. A Duda sect elder lays out his prediction that the enemy's next move will be against another trading syndicate. But his train of thought is shattered by a sudden, alarming realization. He quickly tells the other leaders they must pivot their strategy and prepare to face the Goddazan sect first. The meeting is suddenly interrupted, and an elder named Master Yong furiously demands to know who is barging in. His anger turns to shock as an official stumbles in, carrying a disciple from the Goddazan sect, covered in blood. Master Yong recognizes the boy, Injiong, and slams the table in a rage, demanding to know what happened. The wounded disciple looks up at his uncle, barely able to speak through the pain. With tears streaming down his face, he delivers the horrifying news about the leaders of the Great One's divine sect. The story throws us back a few days, to the remote, misty stronghold of the Goddazan sect. There, a young Ingyong tries to meditate on old teachings about the illusions of the world, but he quickly snaps out of it, knowing this is no time to be lost in poetry. His father had just been killed, and the entire future of his sect now rests on his shoulders. Steeling his resolve, he prepares to follow his Grandmaster's last instructions, but just as he picks up his brush, a piercing scream shatters the night's silence. His blood runs cold, that was no animal. A horrifying realization dawns on him as he pinpoints the sound's origin. It came from the main hall, and he bolts from his room without a second thought. He arrives to find his home engulfed in flames, a courtyard littered with the bodies of his brethren. His mind blanks, unable to process the sheer carnage laid out before him. Amidst the bodies, he spots a familiar face, one of his brothers, somehow still breathing. He scrambles to the young man's side, cradling him and demanding to know who did this. Yongjun can only gasp out a single desperate plea. He has to run, now. But Ingyong's panic is focused on one thing: he needs to know where the Grandmaster is. The dying disciple explains it was the Great One's divine sect, before his gaze drifts weakly to the side. Ingyong follows his line of sight, and a cold dread washes over him. It can't be. Plunged deep into the earth is his master's iconic, blood-splattered sword. Just then, a cold, unimpressed voice cuts through the crackling flames. One of the attackers looms over him, an amused smirk on his face, surprised to find a survivor. Another voice cuts through the chaos, as a red-haired warrior points out the survivor to his senior brother. The younger man, Jiok Woo, cracks his knuckles, volunteering to quickly dispose of their little problem. With a burst of speed, he lunges forward, aiming to end Injiong's life in an instant. His eyes gleam with malice, certain of the kill, but his attack is stopped dead, a massive blade blocking the path just before Ingyong's terrified eyes. The senior brother holds his blade steady, telling his overeager partner to stand down. He looks down at the young disciple, asking if he grasps the meaning behind this sudden act of mercy. He's being spared not out of kindness, but to be a messenger of doom for the Odasan sword. The scene shifts, as a traumatized Ingyong finishes recounting his tale of bare survival to a council of elders. The lead master's face darkens with a horrifying realization. This whole summit was just a diversion. Master Yong tries to calm the trembling Go Yusang, suggesting they need to stop and think of a plan. But Go Yusang is far beyond reason, roaring that they should be tearing their enemies apart, not wasting time talking. The Huangshi sect's leader cuts in with a cold dose of reality. How can he possibly fight the sword demon with only 30 men? He argues their only logical move is to retreat and strategize, leaving Go Yusang clenching his jaw in silent fury. But as the other masters turn their backs to leave, Go Yusang realizes they aren't just advising caution, they're abandoning him. He slams his hands down in desperation, pleading with them, insisting there is simply no time to debate. His rage gives way to a raw plea, reminding them of their lifelong friendship and shared banner, begging for help. The Huangshi leader turns back, acknowledging Elder Go's pain and saying his own heart aches just as much. But the pause that follows is heavy with unspoken finality, sealing the Duda sect's fate. He coldly informs Go Yusang that they cannot help. The Huangshi sect must now prepare for its own battle. The Huangshi leader turns his back without a second thought, his cold announcement echoing in the tense silence. Then the excuses begin, as the Seonun sect's leader claims her own people are now the most likely target. One by one, the other masters follow suit, all finding their own reasons to flee. But amidst the shameful display, Master Yong of the Yongmun sect can only let out a bitter, disgusted laugh. Go Yusang stares in disbelief, the truth crashing down on him. So this was the great loyalty of the Odasan sword. He turns away, his voice hollow as he realizes his lifelong pride was built on an alliance as fragile as sand. With a final, chilling take care, he watches them leave, vowing that his sect will face its fate alone. Yet, not everyone has moved. One of the remaining masters quietly observes, his expression unreadable. He turns to Master Yong, putting him on the spot and asking what the Yongmun sect plans to do. In a stunning turn, Master Yong extends a hand, offering a new alliance and declaring that the Duda sect will not stand alone. But in the shadows, other allegiances were already being sworn. A new, unknown power was gathering its forces. 3 formidable warriors kneel, gratefully accepting the generosity of a mysterious Lord Yi. Far from the safety of any sect, a column of smoke stains the night sky. Around a crackling fire sit the broken survivors of a brutal massacre. A senior warrior, his face etched with exhaustion, watches over the remnants of his sect. His men are still reeling, their minds shattered by the sudden devastating attack. He himself is at a loss, admitting that even he doesn't know what to do next. But as his nephew looks on, seeing the despair, a fire ignites in the young man's eyes. He swears an oath to avenge his father and grandfather, destroy the demonic bastards, and rebuild the Godason sect. The uncle's weary gaze softens, lost in a memory of a much brighter day. A proud smile touches his lips as he recalls his nephew's immense potential. He had told the boy he could one day surpass everyone, but that hopeful memory is now tainted by blood. Suddenly, the vision shatters as a monstrous hand clamps down on him, dragging him back to the nightmare. A towering warrior stands amidst the carnage, his voice cold as he asks for the sect leader. The uncle's face contorts with shock and pure, undiluted rage. He knows this man and he screams the name of their executioner, Ma Jinjian. His men draw their blades, the horrifying realization dawning on them this isn't a battle. It's an extermination. In a flash of desperate clarity, the uncle knows what he must do. He shoves his nephew away, ordering Injiong to run, to live, and to never return. But Ma Jinjian simply stares back, his gaze cold and final. The uncle roars one last command to his fleeing nephew: never forget the face of the man who destroyed their family. Injiong can only scream in horror, his heart shattering as he watches his uncle prepare to die. But before he can turn back, a sharp chop to the neck sends him spiraling into darkness. It was another elder, carrying the unconscious boy to safety as the uncle gives a silent, grateful nod. The man promises to pray for his return, a somber farewell they both understand all too well. With his duty done, the uncle ignites his blade and leaps toward the enemy line, a one-man army against a tide of death. A grim smile finds his lips. This is enough. As long as the boy lives, their legacy survives. Ma Jinjian, spattered with the blood of his men, simply sneers at the pathetic resistance. He bellows a final order, leading a brutal charge to erase the Godasan sect from existence. Ma Jinjian smirks, dismissing the desperate final stand as a futile effort. A single, brutal slash carves a path through the remaining defenders. But the Godasan sect leader's eyes burn with unwavering resolve. With a final roar, he leaps forward, aiming to take the monster down with him. Meanwhile, miles away, Ingyong's consciousness slowly returns. He finds himself being carried, the wind whipping past his face. The man carrying him, Elder Huang, notices he's awake. Ingyong frantically asks about his uncle, but the elder's face is grim. He tells the boy his only mission now is to survive and continue their sect's legacy. But as they race towards safety, a blood-soaked figure rises to block their path, asking where they're rushing off to. Elder Huang immediately puts himself between the boy and this new threat, and the pursuer greets them with a chilling smile, recognizing Ingyong from the Godasan sect. Without a second's hesitation, Elder Huang flings a projectile, a desperate attempt to create an opening. Ingyong can only watch in horror, screaming out for his martial uncle. But the elder shoves him back, ordering him to run to Yongmun Mountain and survive, no matter what. He pours all his remaining strength into one final attack, the fifth form, timeless mountains and rivers. The red-haired pursuer's grin only widens. This is exactly the kind of fight he lives for. Green and red energy collide in a cataclysmic explosion that tears the forest apart. He laughs, impressed by the formidable power behind the technique, the unyielding scenery. But for Elder Huang, it's not enough, and he roars in fury at the sheer disrespect of this monster. The pursuer sneers, asking the senior if, in this world of raw power, age even matters, before smashing his glowing red fist right into the elder's jaw. The devastating blow sends Elder Huang reeling, spitting a spray of blood. From the ground, Ingyong can only watch in horror, screaming out for his martial uncle. A grim realization dawns on the elder. He has to buy Ingyong enough time to escape, or they both die here. So, gathering every last shred of his life force, he begins to channel his energy. He's putting it all on the line, preparing the ultimate call of the mountain sword technique. For the first time, a flicker of caution crosses the pursuer's face. He can sense it. This is dangerous. A magnificent wave of green sword aura fills the air, the immaculate blade of the morning dew. But the pursuer's caution turns to pure ecstasy. Dodging would be disrespectful. Hell meet it head on. The two ultimate techniques collide in a blinding flash of green light. A massive explosion of energy rips through the desolate landscape. Ingyong is thrown back by the sheer force of the shockwave. He grits his teeth, believing his martial uncle's final, desperate gamble must have worked. As the dust settles, he sees two figures still standing in the crater. But his hope turns to ash as he sees his uncle, motionless and drenched in blood. He can only stare in horror, whispering his uncle's name in disbelief. The red-haired monster, however, looks completely untouched, almost bored. Fueled by grief and rage, Ingyong screams, charging forward with his own glowing blade. But the pursuer stops the attack cold, catching the sword between two fingers without even flinching. But instead of a killing blow, the pursuer simply grabs him by the neck, lifting him with contempt. Even as his vision fades, Ingyong sputters out a vow to kill this man, no matter what it takes. The monster just smirks, calling him a foolish brat for trying to throw his life away so meaninglessly. He holds the boy aloft amidst the carnage, telling him to see the harsh reality of this world. A cruel grin spreads across his face as he issues a challenge. Endure this, get stronger, and come find him in a decade. Only then, he promises, will he deem Ingyong worthy of facing his true, full strength. And with that memory fading, the scene shifts to a silent, snow-dusted building. The door creaks open to reveal an interior frozen in time, abandoned for what seems like an eternity. But it seems someone has finally come to disturb this place's long slumber. A sharp-eyed woman runs a finger through the grime, noting just how long this place has been left untouched. Her suspicions were right on the money. She came here just in case, confirming Wunxian's connection to this place. But a voice cuts through the silence, and she whips around to find Hyungjin standing right behind her. He immediately gets defensive, questioning why she's here and if she thinks he's hiding something. But his aggression fades into regret, confessing he followed her, clinging to the slim hope that Wunxian is still alive. The very thought catches Jo Yun completely off guard. Could he really be? Hyungjin bows deeply, proposing they hunt for the truth together, convinced the divine sect is the key. He pleads with her, asking Lady Jo to join him so they might find even a single clue. For a long moment, she's silent, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. But then, her patience snaps, and she turns away from him in a flash of anger. She coldly orders him to stop pretending to care, and to never dare associate her with his master again. But just as he loses hope, she stops, offering him a single condition to earn his place by her side. Hyungjin is stunned by the sudden turn, and she declares that if he agrees, he may follow her. A wave of relief washes over him, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks at the unexpected chance. And with that, Jo Yun leads the way out, Hyungjin falling into step right behind her. The search begins, and an entire year flashes by, shifting our focus to a bustling coastal town. Inside a tavern overlooking the water, the mood is tense and frustrations are boiling over. One merchant complains bitterly that they've been stuck here for a year, all because of the divine sect. Another adds that rumors of an attack on the Unpyeong Security Bureau have crippled their business. But nearby, a familiar face, Ingyong, listens quietly, his intense gaze fixed on the conversation. Suddenly, one of the merchants glances over, his eyes landing on a nearby table. He scoffs, pointing out the men from the Godaisen sect sitting right there. The others join in, sneering that after the divine sect crushed them last winter, they're just rats scurrying in the shadows. For one of the younger members, Youngjun, that insult is too much to bear, and his face twists with rage. A senior companion quickly brings over a bowl of noodles, trying to defuse the situation. He quietly tells Youngjun to stop, to remember their circumstances and just eat. But Youngjun can't let it go, hissing that listening to these ignorant fools makes his blood boil. The merchant's mockery escalates, one of them even invoking the name of a dead master, and Ingyong's eyes flare with cold fury. But before he can act, Youngjun snaps, slamming his fists on the table and roaring at the men who dared to disrespect his sect. The lead merchant leans in with a smug grin, completely unfazed by the kid's anger. His friends snicker amongst themselves, mocking the name of their hall. For Youngjun, this is the final insult, and his face twists with pure, unadulterated rage. He lunges forward with a roar, determined to shut their mouths for good. But his reckless charge is stopped dead as a hand clamps firmly onto his arm. It's Ingyong, his voice low but filled with authority, ordering Youngjun to stand down. He calmly steps forward, shielding his subordinate and facing the hostile merchants alone. He introduces himself as Ingyong, the leader of the Godaisen sect, and suggests this was all a misunderstanding. His attempt at diplomacy is met with scornful laughter. A mere brat is their leader? The Godasan sect has truly fallen. The merchant leader leans in close, his voice a venomous whisper mocking Injiong's new title. With one last parting shot, the group turns and walks away, leaving the humiliated disciples behind. Youngjun seethes, ready to charge after them, but Ingyong's sharp voice cuts him off. He calmly imparts a lesson on strategy. When you are weak, you don't fight. You seek harmony. The harsh truth sinks in, and Youngjun lowers his head in shame, admitting his short-sightedness. Ingyong simply tells him it's fine, directing their attention to their next destination, Hwangsok Mountain. But from across the room, a silent, scarred figure with cold red eyes watches their exchange. Their destination appears in the distance, a rugged mountain range glowing under the setting sun. And so, the small band from the Godasan sect begins their journey through the autumn wilderness. Injiong announces their plan, a short break at Hwangseok Mountain before they reach the Huangshi sect. Suddenly, he pauses, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He stops to admire the breathtaking autumn scenery, the sunset painting the cliffs in gold and red. Even in the midst of his grim mission, he finds a moment of quiet leisure, reflecting on a year lived only for revenge. His mind flashes back to the brutal destruction of his sect, his comrades falling to that red-haired demon. But he hardens his expression, vowing to rebuild the Godasan sect, no matter the cost. He will never give up. As if on cue, a glint of steel cuts through the falling leaves, a dagger hurtling straight for him. His senses scream danger, his eyes widening in the split second before impact. With a sharp clang, Ingyong deflects the assassin's blade, the peaceful moment shattered by a sudden ambush. Ingyong's subordinates rush to his side, but he's already focused, ordering them to draw their swords. He glares into the forest, knowing this isn't over. Their unwelcome guests are still here. On the cliffs above, a group of armed men appear, their leader sarcastically congratulating him on the block. Furious, Ingyong demands to know the meaning of this cowardly attack, questioning if they have any honor. The leader just scoffs, admitting they've heard the Godasan sect is hiding something very important. A dangerous green aura begins to simmer around Ingyong, his patience wearing thin at the accusation. With a roar, the ambushers leap down to attack, revealing their true goal, the legendary scripture of the sword god. His men shout to protect their leader as the assassins close in, all demanding the wisdom of the secret master. But hidden behind a tree, another figure watches the chaos unfold, the name of that scripture echoing in his thoughts. The Godasan sect warriors struggle to hold their ground as the ambushers press their assault from all sides. Their leader screams his demand, his eyes wild with greed for the wisdom of the secret master. But Ingyong parries a heavy blow, his face a mask of frustration and anger. He shouts back that they know nothing of this scripture, accusing them of chasing baseless rumors. The leader just laughs maniacally, questioning why the Great One's divine sect would have wiped them out if not for that very scripture. A chilling realization dawns on Ingyong: these men are beyond reason. He decides there's no point in talking any further, his green aura exploding around him. Unleashing the Great Mountain Sword technique, he launches the first form, Ascending Heaven sequence. The ambusher leader's smug face contorts in pure shock as the wave of energy blasts towards him. His own men can only stare in awe, realizing the true power of their sect leader. His subordinate remembers his leader's grueling training since the Great One's divine sect attacked. He has absolute faith that there's no way his master would lose to such low-level scum. But the powerful technique backfires, and Ingyong suddenly coughs up blood, staggering from the recoil. The ambusher leader smirks, completely unfazed. He remarks that he figured as much. He mocks Ingyong's impressive external arts, pointing out his one overwhelming weakness, a lack of inner power. Ingyong trembles with rage and exhaustion, unable to refute the claim that he recklessly overused his abilities. Realizing they'll all be slaughtered, he yells for his subordinate Youngjun to run and get reinforcements from the Huangshi sect. Youngjun snaps to attention, understanding the dire order immediately. But as he turns to leave, two ambushers appear from the shadows, asking if he really thinks he can just leave. They lunge forward to intercept him as Ingyong screams his name, ordering his remaining men to hold them off. The ambusher leader sneers, calling them fools as his men prepare their attack. One of them unleashes a massive energy blast, mocking their dream of revival. Ingyong can only scream a desperate warning, his face a mask of pure terror. The lethal blue projectiles streak through the forest, homing in on the fleeing Youngjun. The young disciple turns, his eyes wide with the realization that he's been caught. Ingyong roars his name, unleashing a desperate torrent of green energy to intervene. But in his heart, he knows he's not going to make it in time. Suddenly, the ambusher leader's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by utter disbelief. One of the Godasan disciples collapses as a mysterious, scarred figure simply appears behind him. It's Kang Wunian, dark energy coiling around his bandaged hands, demanding to know who they are. From a nearby cliff, Kang Wunian watches the chaos, coldly noting that this is the price for using power beyond one's limits. His young, green-eyed companion looks on with concern, asking his brother if they shouldn't intervene. But Wunian is firm, stating he has no desire to get mixed up in the affairs of the Godazan sect. The youth presses him, reminding him that the secret master scripture is involved, and calling him out for being so cold. Suddenly, a new thought seems to strike the young man. Wunian's resolve crumbles under the most ridiculous pretext. He claims the warriors forgot their change at the inn. A sly, knowing smile spreads across the youth's face. Has gotten through to him, but before they can act, a flash of blonde hair cuts through the battle as a new warrior descends, instantly disabling an ambusher. This mysterious newcomer lands amidst the stunned ambushers, demanding to know just who they are. And at that exact moment, Kang Wunian appears before the bewildered leader, calmly telling him he forgot his change. The leader is shaking with rage, utterly insulted by Wunian's ridiculous excuse. He bellows at his men to finish their slaughter and come deal with these new pests immediately. A cruel, vicious grin spreads across his face. He's decided to handle this annoyance personally. One of his subordinates eagerly agrees, easily dispatching another of Ingyong's men, bored with the lack of challenge. Ingyong can only watch in terror as the ambusher now barrels towards Wunian, promising a swift death. He screams. Desperate to intervene, he can't let his savior die because of him. But a split second later, he's frozen in place, utterly confused by the scene unfolding before him. Wunian isn't even trying to dodge as two blades swing directly at him. His scarred face is a mask of pure calm, his eyes showing not a flicker of fear. Suddenly, the ambusher's swords clatter harmlessly to the ground, just inches from his feet. Another ambusher lunges forward, furious that this nobody dares to resist. He roars, calling Wunian a rat, his face twisted with rage. But Wunian meets his fury with a cold, unimpressed gaze. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he unleashes a blast of brilliant blue energy. It's not a sword technique, it's something far faster, a storm of projectiles. Ingyong can barely register the movement, his mind struggling to keep up. The ambusher's leader stares, his smug confidence vaporizing into pure disbelief. In a flash of light, all three attackers are shredded by the pinpoint strikes. Wunian stands over them, not a single drop of blood on his robes. The leader is paralyzed with fear, realizing they were all just killed with tiny throwing needles. Ingyong's mind reels this man wasn't just strong, he was an unbelievable master. As Wunian takes a casual step forward, the terrified leader warns him to stay back. But he refuses to back down, roaring as he pours all his remaining power into a final, desperate strike. Ingyong feels the immense energy build and screams a warning, realizing this is no ordinary attack. It's too late. The leader lunges, his blade glowing with a lethal blue aura. Hez going to try and block that barehanded? Ingyong screams for him to get out of the way, convinced it's suicide. A blinding flash of energy erupts from the point of impact. But when the light clears, Wunian stands firm, having caught the blade in his bare hand. Blood drips from his palm, yet his expression remains utterly unimpressed. And with a single, almost lazy push, he sends the attacker flying backward, crashing into the forest. Wunian simply lowers his smoking hand, the blue energy dissipating around him. Ingyong is completely stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer gap in their power. Before he can even stammer out a word of thanks, Wunian is already on the move. In a blink, he's gone, leaving Ingyong to wonder why such a master would need to hide his identity. But no matter who he is, Ingyong makes a silent vow to never forget the man who saved him. Elsewhere, Wunian sighs in frustration, realizing his face mask has been shattered. He rips off the broken disguise, muttering about how his plan to live in seclusion just went up in smoke. He can already picture his master's lecture, though he wonders if saving someone might get him off the hook. Nah, probably not. With a resigned groan, he speeds off through the forest. But his escape is cut short as a familiar face appears, calling him brother. A young woman with piercing green eyes drops down before him, calling him Siola and asking why he seems so troubled. She tries to reassure him, saying that even though their grandfather warned them to stay hidden, he did the right thing. But Wunian's expression remains grim. That's not what's bothering him. The issue isn't that he saved someone, it's that he saved disciples of the Godazan sect. A bitter memory flashes in his mind, a moment of defeat, bloodied and broken. He remembers the faces of his tormentors, the very sect he now helped, and he knows he can never forgive them. He feels a deep, agonizing contradiction for protecting the lives of his sworn enemies. Siola simply listens, her gaze filled with a profound understanding. This internal conflict, she explains, is not a weakness. It is proof that deep down, he is still a truly warm-hearted person. Meanwhile, a high-ranking elder rushes through a compound, his face etched with urgency. He arrives at a private room, out of breath, to meet with a calm, seated figure. The man greets him coldly, noting that he's a bit late for such a critical meeting. The elder explains his delay. He was dealing with guests from the Godasan sect, and a small misunderstanding. But the seated leader's eyes narrow, sensing this is more than a trivial excuse. The elder sweats, knowing full well the trouble he almost caused. The leader warns that with their grand event approaching, they can't afford any mistakes, revealing their transport is now under imperial supervision. The news hits the elder like a thunderclap. The imperial court is involved. He demands to know why. The pathetically weak Godasan sect is part of this, but the leader dismisses them as mere justification. This plan, a year in the making, has no room for error. The Godasan sword is simply a pawn, a piece to be sacrificed if it means defying the imperial court. If things go smoothly, great, but if not, he explains they'll need a scapegoat for the imperial court. The elder listens, a cold realization dawning on him. This man is already planning to sacrifice the Godasan sect. He almost pities them. The poor fools barely survived their journey just to walk into a predator's den. But then, a new thought sparks in his mind, a glimmer of pure ambition. If he plays his cards right, this whole Unpyeong bureau job could be his ticket to becoming the Huangshi sect leader. His face twists with greed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just then, the leader shatters his fantasy, casually suggesting the Huangshi sect should probably stay out of this. He has no desire to die over something so trivial, his expression hardening with contempt. The leader then mutters a name, a powerful variable in their equation. Sect leader Yi. Unlike them, it seems that monster is dead set on getting involved, adding a terrifying new layer to the conspiracy. The leader seethes with frustration, cursing a man named Ma Sifeng for being so cautious. The bureau elder advises him to withdraw, but the leader flatly rejects the idea. He tries to reason with him, reminding him of the danger sect leader Yi represents, but the leader's mind is set. Hell meets sect leader Ma personally, seeing it as his chance to finally act. The story shifts to a quiet, moonlit harbor, where shadows cling to the wooden buildings. A much younger Wunian is seen scouting carefully, peeking around a corner. Suddenly, a calm voice calls his name, catching him completely off guard. A young man appears, playfully asking his senior brother why he's sneaking around like a rat. Wunian is flustered as the man pats his head, explaining he came because he heard he and Seola were here. His senior brother then looks past him, calling out to their other companion, Seola, in the distance. Wunian's senior brother looks troubled, admitting their current situation is tricky. The Unpyeong Security Bureau is a fortress, a maze making infiltration nearly impossible. Still, he tells them not to worry, confident a solution will present itself as they head inside. Once settled in a candlelit room, the three of them finally get down to business. He turns to Wunian, asking if his scouting has turned up anything useful. Wunian and Seola both look nervous, clearly shaken by what he's about to reveal. He explains that, while many famous warriors were hired, only 6 members of the Godasan sect actually showed up. A horrifying realization dawns on his senior brother. Are they planning to use the Godasan sect as scapegoats? Wunian is completely lost, asking what he means by sacrifice. But senior brother quickly backpedals, dismissing it as just a guess, and telling them not to worry about it yet. His senior brother's tone shifts, becoming sharp and focused. He has a more pressing question for Wunian. He reminds him that his mission was to stay hidden, to lay low and observe. So why, he demands, is Wunian not wearing his disguise mask? The order was simple. Seola immediately leaps to his defense, shouting that it was her fault for dragging him into a fight with Wonyang Hall. But the senior brother cuts through her excuses, asking Wunian if he feels guilty for what they did to the Godasan sect. He reveals their actions weren't personal. Most of their comrades were orphans, who suffered because of the Godasan sword. Wunian is stunned into silence by this revelation, but his senior brother continues, saying even their most vengeful brother would have helped. He places a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to carry the blame for doing the right thing. However, the gentle moment passes, and his expression hardens once more. There is one thing that still worries him. By intervening, Wunian has now made a very powerful, very ruthless enemy out of Wonyang Hall. Wonyang Hall's leader, he warns, is on another level of dangerous. The weight of that threat settles heavily on Seola's shoulders. Noticing her distress, Wunian brings her a warm meal, urging her to eat. But she can't hide her feelings, remaining silent and withdrawn. He sits with her, asking what's wrong, and she admits she's sad to be leaving their current sanctuary. Wunian smiles, reminding her they did a good thing and saved someone's life. Their quiet moment is interrupted as the senior brother calls out Wunian's name. He acknowledges Wunxian's martial arts have reached the impressive third stage, a feat in itself. But he points to the bandaged arm, a critical injury blocking his meridians. With their next mission being a massive rescue, he declares it's time to leave the inn and find a new base of operations. Wunsan quietly agrees. His senior brother is right. He can feel his internal energy has grown, but with his arm out of commission, it's all for show. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupts an old man, a regular, has overheard their plans. He turns in disbelief, scratching his head. Did he just hear them say they're closing the inn? The senior brother confirms the news, and the old man is devastated. This was his favorite spot, a gem he'd found after 10 long years. But his grief quickly turns to hunger. Fine, if they're closing, he's going to eat his fill, demanding they bring him double his usual order. Seola is shocked by his audacity, but the senior brother calmly tells her to just serve the man. Without waiting, the old man grabs the noodles already on the table, deciding he'll snack while he waits for the rest. Seola is at her wit's end, appalled that even a regular would act this way, but he just stares back, unbothered. He flashes a toothy grin, teasing her to be kinder, or her brother will never see her as anything more than a sister. Flushed with embarrassment, Seola insists they're just siblings, but the old man just laughs it off. Her mind races in a panic. How could he tell? Was she really that obvious? Suddenly, the old man's playful gaze sharpens, his attention caught by something else. As a new figure enters the inn, Seola quietly begs the regular to keep her secret, but he's not listening, instead asking aloud about the man who just walked in. In the back, Woon-san is busy at the stove, unaware of the menacing shadow looming behind him. He turns, offering a polite greeting to the potential customer, commenting on the delicious smell of the noodles, but his smile freezes as his eyes lock onto the man's uniform. Woon-san recognizes the attire instantly, and the stranger presses him, asking why he's hesitating. The man removes his hat with a sinister smirk, introducing himself as Heo-yun, the vice leader of Wonyong Hall. The air in the inn grows thick with tension as Woon-seon faces the unwelcome guest. He tries to play it off, suggesting the vice leader must have the wrong person. But Heo-yun isn't here for pleasantries. He's hunting for the owner of a very specific item. He dangles a grisly leather mask, its empty eyes, a silent accusation. Woon-seon's face darkens as Heo-yun explains some of his disciples were murdered, and this mask was left at the scene. With a predatory smile, he reveals that local gossip led him straight to a server with a telltale facial scar. Just as he corners Woon-seon, Seola bursts in, demanding to know what this early morning harassment is all about. She calls them out, confirming that Wonyong Hall is nothing but a gang of thugs, and Heo-yun's face twists with rage. Her brave defiance instantly crumbles into sheer terror under his murderous glare. He lunges forward to silence her, but a figure flashes in from the side, intercepting the deadly attack. Gotcha, Heo-yun sneers, his hand clamped firmly on Woon-seon's arm. An explosion of blue energy erupts as Woon-seon blocks the attack meant for Seola. The vice leader smirks, revealing this was all a test. Threatening the girl worked like a charm. But feeling that raw power, Heo-yun's expression changes. This internal energy confirms it. Hess found the owner of the mask. Woon-seon is forced back, his posture purely defensive. He looks troubled, asking if they really have to do this here. But Heo-yun is done talking. Whoever Woon-seon is, meddling in this sealed his fate. Watching from his table, the old regular muses that this is unbelievable. He knew the kid had deep energy, but as he analyzes Woon-seon's form, he notices a glaring flaw that Stance screams has never trained in external martial arts. The old man wonders who his master is, because while he could handle thugs, Heo-yun is on a whole different level. And unlike Woon-seon, Heo-yun is a master of both, gathering a vicious blue energy in his palm. With a manic grin, he lunges forward, unleashing the Dragon Palm triple strike. Woon-seon's senior brother watches, his face a mask of pure shock and terror. The blast slams into Woon-seon, sending him flying across the room. He skids to a halt, the impact rattling him. This guy is on a whole different level. He realizes the critical disadvantage. Heo-yun can use external techniques freely, but he can't. In that case, he has only one option. Turn this into a raw contest of internal energy. The vice leader feels the pressure, grudgingly admitting the kid's internal power is immense. But it's not enough. He declares that this next strike will confirm everything he suspects. Twisting his body, Heo-yun begins to channel all of his energy for one final, decisive blow. Woon-seon digs in his heels, steeling himself for the inevitable impact. The vice leader lunges forward, roaring that without external techniques, Woon-seon is finished. But in a flash, his devastating attack is stopped dead in its tracks by a pair of chopsticks. Heo-yun's eyes widen in disbelief as his own ki rebounds violently. His arm explodes in a shower of blood, the force of his attack completely neutralized. From the corner, an old regular sighs that he really wasn't planning to help. Wunxian can only stare as the man explains he's repaying a debt and plans to teach him something. With a wild grin, he asks if Wunsan wants to learn the legendary Fist Wind. The name hangs in the air, leaving Wunsan utterly baffled. The old man just scoffs, questioning if the boy even knows the first thing about internal energy. Heo Yun can't believe it, screaming internally about this insane old man. His eyes widen in pure shock as he finally senses what he's up against. A tremendous, suffocating energy explodes from the elderly regular. Clutching his ruined arm, Heo Yun accuses him of being a coward for interfering, but the old man just scoffs, asking if that one-sided beatdown even qualified as a fight. His expression hardens as he turns the tables with a sharp glare. He asks if it isn't more shameful to ambush survivors of a catastrophe. The old man then turns to Wunxian, promising not to interfere in his fight, but only for a short moment, just enough time for a little lesson. With a grin, he summons Wunxian over, calling him innkeeper, to begin. Wunsan is suspicious, but he knows he needs time to recover from his injuries. He decides to play along, leaning in to hear the old man's simple, confident plan. The three men stand in a tense triangle, the air thick with unspoken threats. The old man tells Wunxian that if he just follows his lead, victory is guaranteed. He then turns to Heo Yun, cheekily telling him he better give it his all, too. Seething, Heo Yun has no idea what game they're playing, but He's not about to find out. Without another word, he explodes forward, launching himself at his targets. He knows he can't win a battle of attrition. He has to end this with the first strike. A blast of pure, crackling blue energy erupts from his palm, aimed straight at Wunxian. But the speed is staggering, far faster than anything Wunxian saw from him before. Wunsan breaks into a cold sweat, realizing his stance is completely off for this level of speed. The blast of blue energy screams towards him, with Heo Yun declaring, "This is the end." With a furious roar, the vice leader puts everything he has into this one desperate, killing blow. He unleashes a devastating combination, the Dragon Palm Triple Strike, intertwined with Dragon Tiger armor. But Wunsan isn't just going to take it. He knows he has to tap into his own inner strength and stop holding back. His eyes lock onto the incoming attack, determined to meet it head-on with a single, perfect strike. Yet from the sidelines, the old man just smirks, enjoying the show he's orchestrated. He casually remarks that while retreating might be wise, Wunxian's response earns him a passing score. Then, in a blur of motion, the old man steps forward, his fist shooting out to intercept the attack. His casual punch meets Heo Yun's ultimate technique, creating a massive shockwave that engulfs the entire courtyard. The vice leader can only gasp as the old man's casual punch completely shatters his ultimate attack. He's sent flying backward, his pride and his technique utterly broken by a single, effortless blow. Wunsan stares in disbelief, wondering how this elder could unleash such internal energy with a supposedly injured arm. He finally turns to the old man, demanding to know who he really is. But a voice from the rooftops calls him a fool for not understanding the situation. Suddenly, the mysterious woman's serious expression melts into pure, unadulterated joy. Another figure appears, an old master with piercing red eyes, whom she calls grandfather, here to scold his old friend for interfering. The two powerhouses trade insults, revealing their true identities. Ma Sefeng, the Huangxi sect leader, and the legendary sword demon. With these titans revealed, the scene shifts, taking us to the bustling city of Unpyeong. Inside a lively tavern, a new chapter of this tangled story is about to begin. A loud voice suddenly shatters the tavern's peace, demanding the best food and drink available. The other patrons turn to see a hulking, red-haired warrior making all the noise. He flashes a wild, almost unhinged grin, clearly a man who enjoys making an entrance. His companion, a far more composed man with white hair, calmly tells the fool to take it easy. But the warrior just scoffs, asking why he shouldn't show off, much to his friend's quiet exasperation. He just lets out a hearty laugh, pouring a drink, completely unbothered by the scolding. Just then, a woman named Seola arrives, greeting the boisterous warrior with a warm smile. After a quick hello, they get straight to business, asking if the plan is ready. Her friendly expression shifts to one of focus. She was just about to brief them. To complete their transaction, they must pass through 3 towns and ambush the enemy's base. The first stage of their plan is an ambush in Jukpyeong, designed to fail at a crucial moment. The strategist quickly understands the deception. It's a deliberate failure to create a diversion. Seola confirms his theory. The real goal is to rescue prisoners from the post office during the chaos. With the details clear, he has one last, critical question for her. How is the most important part of this entire operation progressing? She answers with a confident smile, assuring him that everything is going perfectly. Miles away, A raw, dark power emanates from Kang Wunian as he sits in deep meditation. The old innkeeper watches over him, observing the young warrior's explosive growth. He muses to himself that he'd only brought the kid here for a bit of fun, trading some information. But looking at the sheer power radiating from Wunian, he can't help but realize this kid is the real deal. As Wunian's training reaches its peak, his senses sharpen to a razor's edge. The faces of his enemies, the ones who destroyed his life, are burned into his mind. He channels that burning hatred, vowing that it's only a matter of time before they all pay. Meanwhile, the first stage of the mission begins as a lone swordsman blocks a heavily guarded path. The guards, confident in their numbers, leap forward to eliminate the single obstacle. But their attack halts as a chilling blue aura flares to life before them. In an instant, a whirlwind of swordlight tears through their formation with impossible speed. The mysterious swordsman remains utterly calm, his eyes cold and focused on the task. The surviving guards can only stare in disbelief as their comrades fall around them. They realize too late, this isn't a random encounter. It's a full-blown ambush. Their leader roars in frustration, screaming at his men to stop floundering and attack. Spurred by his rage, the last two warriors lunge forward for a final, desperate charge. But it's useless. They're already ensnared by the swordsman's flowing blue energy. In another blinding flash of steel, the path is cleared of the remaining fodder. The commander can only seethe, calling his men pathetic for falling to a single intruder. But a cold voice cuts through his rant, correcting him whoever said he was alone. On cue, 3 more figures emerge from the tree line, their presence suffocating. The leader's bravado shatters, replaced with pure terror as he feels their immense inner force. They are the Taeol Shingyo, a legendary team moving as one unstoppable unit. Wunian looks on with a calm confidence, declaring that now, the real fight can begin. The scene shifts, rewinding the clock back 10 days. Under the moonlit sky, a clandestine delivery is being loaded onto heavy wagons. A young silver-haired man oversees the work, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he declares it's enough. His men look relieved, congratulating their leader on the successful preparation. He rallies his followers, reminding them this mission is their one shot to rebuild their sect with the promised support of the 5 great clans. As an elder bows with concern, the head of their hired security, a man named Yongjo, steps in to offer reassurances. He boasts that his Undyong escort agency is full of seasoned professionals and that Old Master Go has nothing to fear. But one of the young leader's subordinates still looks deeply unsettled, his instincts screaming that something is wrong. He politely interrupts, explaining that due to the high stakes, he must personally inspect the cargo before they depart. Yongjo's face remains pleasant, but his mind seethes with contempt for this young sect leader, only humoring him because of a national lord's direct command. Yongjo waves him off, and the subordinate moves to inspect the other side of the wagon. The escort leader scoffs internally at this impudent kid, deciding to just let it slide for now. But as the subordinate passes the wheel, his eyes catch a subtle detail that sets off alarm bells. He immediately kneels, his instinct screaming that his bad feeling was right all along. In an instant, the cold, hard steel of a blade is pressed against his neck. He looks up, stunned. As a stranger he's never seen before demands to know who he is. The man quickly spins a story for Yongjo, stammering about how the wheels are too weak for heavy cargo. He claims he was just reinforcing them with leather to make sure they could handle the weight. Yongjo listens, and on the surface, the excuse seems plausible enough. The man doesn't appear to be lying. Still, a deep suspicion takes root. A common porter would never act alone without orders. Yongjo decides he's heard enough. It's time to test this suspicious porter himself. The disguised Wunian's eyes widen as he feels a surge of killing intent. Without warning, a blade slices through the air, aimed right at his neck. The porter cries out, asking why the head is doing this when he was just trying to be useful. Yongjo sheathes his sword, offering a flimsy apology for the misunderstanding. He tries to smooth things over, suggesting he'll report the wheel idea to the national lord. Playing the part of an ambitious fool, Wunian asks if this means he can stand at the front carriage. Yongjo walks away, completely convinced. His intuition, he decides, must have been wrong. But the moment his back is turned, Wunian's terrified expression melts into a cold, satisfied smirk. It was a close call, and he knows he'll have to be more careful now if he wants to remain hidden. A single thought hangs over the city. If this fails, all plans will be ruined. Elsewhere, the national lord of the Unpyeong escort agency, Ma Cheong-ok, sweats over the final details. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts in with a panicked announcement. Lord Ma looks up, shocked to hear that the head of the Duda sect is here in person. And indeed, Go Yusang strolls in, much to the lord's surprise. The old sect leader gives a thin smile, saying how reassuring it is that Lord Ma is handling the transport himself. Ma Chung-ok laughs nervously, assuring him the journey was perfectly safe. He eagerly explains that he followed instructions to the letter, loading the special tribute right in the center. And to complete the deception, prisoners were placed at the very front and back of the convoy. His men are making sure the decoy is convincing, earning a nod of approval from their client. With the meeting concluded, Go Yusang gives Lord Ma a heavy pat, telling him to rest well for tomorrow. The Lord flinches, clearly startled by the sudden contact from the powerful sect leader. He stammers out a farewell, wishing the old man a safe journey home. Meanwhile, Yongzhou is practically melting in the background, terrified by the war of nerves he just witnessed. Having left the agency, Go Yusang walks alone through a moonlit forest path. He stops abruptly, calling out into the darkness for whoever is watching to show themselves. A figure emerges from the rustling bushes, their footsteps silent on the forest floor. It's his disciple, Hyungjin, who respectfully greets his master. The old man asks if the preparations are going well, and Hyungjin confirms his part of the plan. He'll let the first ambush happen, only to join another faction and plunge the entire affair into chaos. Go Yusang cuts to the chase, demanding to know what Hyungjin found out about Ju-woon. Hyungjin nervously reports that Ju-woon knows nothing of the sutra's contents. But he hesitates, knowing the next part of his report is the real bombshell. He reveals a critical piece of information he's uncovered. It seems Ju-woon will be moving with the main group starting tomorrow. The old master's composure shatters, his eyes widening in complete shock. Hyungjin, seeing the chaos this will cause, swears he'll risk his life to stop her. But Go Yusang scoffs at the idea, asking how he could possibly hope to stop that child. Just as quickly, however, the old man's expression shifts, a new plan forming in his mind. He dismisses his disciple, needing a moment to process this unexpected opportunity. Alone in the woods, Go Yusang finalizes his grim strategy. He smirks, confident that if the disciple is in danger, her master will have no choice but to appear. As the sun rises the next day, a new phase of his plan is set in motion. A long caravan, carrying our disguised warrior Kang Wunian, rumbles down the mountain path. Watching from a clifftop are two figures, who confirm their target has finally arrived. The red-haired one seems almost concerned for their quarry, but his partner tells him to focus. With their prey in position, the two assassins make their move. Leaping from the cliffside, the red-haired warrior roars that it's finally time to have some fun. Down below, the caravan continues, unaware that the time for the ambush is now. But Wunxian's instincts scream, and he whips his head around just as the attackers descend. The two assassins land with blinding speed, the red-haired warrior grinning with sheer bloodlust. Panic erupts as a woman named Siola screams for help. The attack has officially begun. The Duda sect disciples stare in disbelief, recognizing the markings of the Great Unity sect. An officer desperately shouts for the flag-bearers to form a defensive line and stop them. The white-haired strategist warns his partner not to get carried away, but the warrior just tells him to stay back. He grips his massive axe, ready to unleash absolute carnage on the guards. And with a roar, the infamous Jaekwu carves through their ranks, promising to slaughter them all. Watching from the side, Seola is completely flustered and terrified by the sudden violence. Spotting a weakness, a disciple points past the monstrous fighter, ordering his men to kill the woman first. The strategist's eyes narrow into a cold, deadly glare. They just made this personal. The strategist's voice cuts through the air, coldly asking what they intended to do with the woman. But he doesn't wait for an answer, as a flash of golden light executes the fools instantly. Further down the caravan, a young master is jolted by the commotion, his subordinate calling out to him in alarm. The man points towards the carnage, identifying the aggressors as the infamous Great Unity sect. His master repeats the name in disbelief. The Great Unity sect? What are they doing here? The subordinate can only stare in wide-eyed shock at the unfolding disaster. All the while, Jaekwu continues his gleeful rampage, laughing manically as he tears through the guards. The entire escort line is thrown into complete disarray, their defenses crumbling. An officer screams for the central flag-bearers to hold their positions, but one of them hesitates. He thinks they should be fighting, not waiting, completely baffled by the command. His moment of confusion is interrupted by a hulking shadow that appears right in front of him. Before the poor fool can even raise his weapon, a massive blade erupts straight through his chest. A strangled cry escapes his lips, as his world fades to black. The spray of blood hits their leader, who screams a warning that the Great Unity sect is on them too. His remaining men can only curse the cowardly ambush as they brace for the inevitable. But their defiance means nothing to the white-haired beast, who winds up for another devastating swing. His glaive cuts a bloody swath through the escort, felling multiple guards in a single motion. Further back in the caravan, the disguised Kang Wunian's eyes narrow, sensing the slaughter. The wheels of his cart keep turning, pulling him ever closer to the chaos. All the while, the warrior from the Great Unity sect continues his brutal, unrelenting massacre. The remaining escort members scatter in panic, desperately trying to protect the caravan's cargo. Watching from a safe distance, In-gyong smirks, thinking the plan is a success. They've bought enough time. All he has to do is give the signal to retreat, but a sudden, overwhelming presence freezes him in place. He knows this energy, his eyes widen in dawning horror as he realizes who it belongs to. Peering out from under his hood, his gaze locks onto a familiar figure riding calmly amidst the chaos. His uncle, the Godaesan sect leader, is here, and a cold, murderous rage instantly consumes In-gyong. He knows Jokwoo's violent nature. There's no way hell spare the sect leader, even if he's vital to their plans. Screw the infiltration. In-gyong decides he has to abandon the mission to save his uncle's life. But as he's about to leap into action, a firm hand lands on his shoulder, and a calm voice tells him to leave it. In-gyong's blood runs cold. The arrival of this man is a complete disaster. The man introduces himself with a confident smirk. Bang In-beom, the chief escort leader. In-gyong is completely paralyzed, his mind racing, unable to process what he should do. Bang In-beom leans in, telling him to stay put. Hell handle things, since it's too early to blow his cover. He turns away without another word, ready to join the fray, leaving a stunned In-gyong behind. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jokwoo carves through warriors, utterly bored by the lack of a real challenge. But then, his eyes snap open as a powerful aura enters his range. It's the Godaesan sect leader, rocketing towards him with a glowing green sword, roaring that he's never forgotten that face. Consumed by hatred, the sect leader screams his promise to finally end Jokwoo today. Jokwoo, however, just breaks into a wicked, bloodthirsty grin, recognizing the young warrior from Godaesan. He mocks the incoming attack, sneering if he's really come for revenge already as their energies collide. But just as their powers meet in a cataclysmic explosion, a new figure intercepts the attack, stopping the Godaesan sect leader dead in his tracks. It's Bang In-beom, and the enraged sect leader demands to know why he's interfering. He screams that this is his sect's business, ordering Bang In-beom to get a grip on reality. But the chief escort calmly asks if revenge is really his top priority right now. He reminds the leader that his first duty should be protecting his disciples, who are dying all around them. With a firm command, Bang In-beom tells him to go save his men. He will handle this fight. The words hit home, and the sect leader is flooded with regret, realizing he was a foolish leader blinded by vengeance. With a quick word of thanks, he leaps away to rejoin his men, trusting Bang In-beom to hold the line. Left alone with his opponent, Bang In-beom lets out a soft, confident laugh, ready for what's to come. Watching from the sidelines, In-gyong has a chilling realization about the rumored spy from the Unpyeong escort agency. But before anyone can react, a new powerhouse appears, intercepting Jokwoo's attack as the young warrior stammers in shock it's his uncle. In the background, the battle rages on, with desperate cries to block the escaping wagons. This bizarre family reunion takes center stage, leaving everyone wondering what is happening. The uncle turns, his expression hardening with disappointment at his nephew's blatant insubordination. With a sharp crack, his fist connects, a brutal lesson for the overeager warrior. He grabs Jokwoo by the hair, furiously reminding him of his one crucial order: keep the Grandmaster alive. Now that their allies have broken the wagon wheels, he declares that their primary mission here is done. Jokwoo, thoroughly put in his place, can only lower his head and accept the command. With a smug smile, the uncle pats a now captured In-gyong on the back and begins to leave, bidding his nephew a casual farewell. The Godaesan sect leader watches on, his mind reeling from this sudden, bizarre turn of events. He confronts the pair, demanding to know what in the world is happening. But on the battlefield, the chaos only escalates into a one-sided slaughter. His own men are being mowed down, completely overwhelmed by these new combatants. All they can see are monsters, a deadly duo that appeared from nowhere. The two warriors stand ready, their eyes cold and focused as they coordinate their next move. With another explosive burst of speed, they carve a path straight through the enemy lines. Elsewhere, In-gyong breathes a sigh of relief as he sees the Great Unity sect finally retreating. But his victory feels hollow, replaced by a sudden and deep sense of unease. The Godaesan sect leader finally confronts Chief Bang directly, demanding an explanation for his alliance with the demonic Jokwoo. Chief Bang is internally spiraling, convinced the sect leader has discovered his true purpose. His hand tightens on his sword hilt, tempted to silence him for good. But he quickly realizes that killing this man would endanger his agent, Unseen, and ruin everything. With sweat beading on his brow, he sees there's only one terrible choice left to make. The sect leader's patience finally shatters, demanding to know why he's just standing there. Suddenly, a sharp sound breaks the tension, and the chief's eyes widen. It's Jaekwu, lunging for the sect leader, but his own uncle moves to intercept him. Blood sprays as the chief's blade cuts deep into Jaekwu's flesh. The boy's shock curdles into pure, unadulterated rage at the betrayal. Now, uncle and nephew face off, their bond broken, ready for a fight to the death. As the battle rages, Jaekwu's mind flashes back to a calmer time, under the falling cherry blossoms. He remembers sharing a drink with his uncle, who suddenly turned serious with something to say. Bang In-beom spoke of his future, a long, grim life as a spy in enemy territory. Jaekwu tried to laugh it off, blaming the alcohol and dreaming of the day they could return to a normal life. His uncle agreed that would be nice, but his gaze turned distant and cold. Then came the chilling words. One day, Jaekwu might be forced to kill him. The statement hangs in the air, a shocking prophecy that makes the young man's blood run cold. His uncle tries to play it off with a rough joke, asking if he secretly wants him gone. But Jaekwu can't see the humor, telling him that some lines should never be crossed, even in jest. The smile vanishes from Bang In-beom's face as he tells him, this is not a joke, and he must never forget it. His uncle's voice then booms in his memory, laying down a final, chilling instruction. The signal would be his Hakyuwu technique. Jaekwu flinches, the name of the move hitting him like a physical blow. His eyes widen in dawning horror. That technique, no, it couldn't be. He remembers the training, his uncle screaming die, as he demonstrated the overwhelming attack. But it wasn't a lesson in how to perform it, it was a lesson in how to break it. Back under the cherry blossoms, Jaekwu quietly confirmed that he understood the grim lesson. His uncle tried to laugh it off, explaining the name meant to live freely, a cruel joke given his life and his tears gave him away. But the memory is suddenly tainted by the sound of fresh blood spattering on the ground. In the present, the prophecy is fulfilled as Jaekwu's own demonic arm has pierced his uncle's chest. All Jaekwu can do is weep as his uncle's final words promise that this was his only way to finally come home. A faint, blood-soaked smile forms on his uncle's lips, a look of pure relief. He whispers his final wish, for Jaekwu to live wantonly and freely. And with that, Bang In-beom's body goes limp, slumping lifelessly to the dirt. One of the nearby warriors can only stare, his mind refusing to process what he just saw. All he sees is the demonic cultist standing over the body of Chief Bang. A surge of blue energy erupts from the warrior as he screams, demanding to know what Jaekwu has done. He lunges forward, his blade clashing violently against the demonic sword. But another warrior recognizes the attacker, his eyes widening. That man is Jingun. Before he can move, a white-haired swordswoman flashes in front of him, blocking his path. She coolly asks what he's doing, reminding him that there is still time to retreat. But the swordswoman senses something is wrong, her head snapping to the side. Her gaze falls upon Jingun's still form, defeated and sprawled on the forest floor. A cold dread washes over her. How could he have been taken down? Before she can process it, more enemies emerge from the trees. The Great Unity Sect has arrived. She grabs Jaekwu's arm, her voice laced with urgency, telling him they have to go, now. But he ignores her, his fiery eyes fixed on their leader, Captain Yong, burning the man's face into his memory. Jaekwu's silent vow echoes with menace. He will come for him, and he will kill him. Suddenly, the Great Unity Sect begins to pull back, their captain being dragged away by his own men. Captain Yong is furious, demanding to know why they're retreating unless their objective was already met. And then he sees him. His men are gathered around the lifeless body of Chief Bang, and the terrible truth of their mission's failure crashes down. Captain Yong's mind screams the question, was it all a failure? Back at the Unpyeong Escort Agency's camp, a leader tries to restore order amidst the chaos. He barks at his crew to get the injured treated and the carts fixed, knowing they're on a tight schedule. Later, the weight of their situation settles on him as a subordinate checks in on him. The leader can't shake his anxiety, convinced the Taeyul divine cult will strike again. His subordinate tries to offer a sliver of hope, pointing out the carts are at least repairable. After a heavy sigh, the leader finally asks the question that's been haunting him. What have they done with Chief Escort Bang's body? The subordinate explains the scene was too gruesome to abandon, so they gave him a proper burial. But a shadow crosses his face. There's one thing about it that just doesn't sit right with him. He tries to make sense of the battle, recalling the strange, unsettling atmosphere. But the subordinate dismisses the thought, if Chief Bang was a spy, there's no way he would have been left alive. Just then, a new warrior interrupts their meeting, announcing his arrival with unearned confidence. He introduces himself as Baek Hyung-jin, a disciple of the esteemed Duda sect. With a self-satisfied smirk, he declares he's here on his master's orders to join the Godaisen sword party. Later, under the pale moonlight, the subordinate finds himself at a makeshift grave, marked by a single sword. As he silently pays his respects, a voice cuts through the quiet, asking why he's come here. He turns to find In-gyung, explaining he's just honoring his fallen chief. The young master's gaze falters, a flicker of deep regret crossing his face. He finally confesses that Chief Escort Bang's death is his fault, a casualty of his own blind desire for revenge. But his confession is cut short by a cold, unfamiliar voice. The mysterious porter turns his back, warning In-jeong never to be so reckless again before walking away. In-jeong is left stunned. Who is this man? That voice, that overwhelming aura, it feels oddly familiar. A memory flashes in his mind, the scarred, weary face of the waiter from the noodle shop. He realizes with a jolt that it's the same person, and a cold sweat breaks out as he senses the man's displeasure. He calls out, trying to stop him, but the figure vanishes in a blur of motion. Alone in the clearing, In-jeong is left with 1,000 questions. What is his goal? Why is he here? But one thing is certain, that man saved him. He just hopes they never have to be on opposite sides. A new dawn breaks over the mountains, signaling the start of their journey. The escort party's wagons roll onward, carrying the weight of secrets and unspoken tensions. Aboard the lead wagon, the escort chief seems pleased, noting they'll reach Yunhyang in no time. His subordinate agrees with a hollow smile, but internally, that destination carries a heavy weight. Because as they pass through this desolate canyon, he knows today is the day his true plan comes to an end. The scene flashes back 3 days, to the war room where the operation was born. A young strategist lays out their only option, an ambush in the valley to rescue the prisoners. But another operative quickly points out the fatal flaw in any direct assault on Yunhyang. It's too close to enemy territory, and they simply don't have enough time to secure the hundreds of captives. By her calculations, enemy reinforcements would swarm their position long before any evacuation could succeed. She voices her doubt, with all the masters Joyang has stationed there, how could they possibly buy enough time? But a grizzled, bandaged elder cuts in, his voice dripping with confidence, asking what master would dare face him and the sword demon. The young strategist sweat drops, nervously pointing out that this isn't about their skill, but the old man slams the table, yelling at her for daring to talk back to an adult. She ignores his tantrum, pointing to the map to get them back on track. From Yunhyang, she explains, the convoy can take one of 3 different paths. They'll have to split their forces to cover them all, which makes the operation nearly impossible. Jaekwu, ever the simpleton, yells that they should just cut everyone down, but gets immediately shut down. But the strategist cuts through the noise, revealing she has conceived of one possible method, and that one way has led them to this very moment, in a massive, winding valley. The leader of the escort convoy smirks, confirming the lead cart is taking the left path as planned. His words are cut short as the cold, sharp steel of a blade presses against his throat. The strategist grins, correcting him they're not going left, they're taking the middle path, and she'll be the bait. The driver can only watch in horror as his cart suddenly lurches, breaking from the formation. She immediately starts tossing out small devices, creating chaos and confusion in her wake. From a wagon further back, one of the young escort members peeks out, wondering what all the noise is about. His blood runs cold. After the recent attacks and that mysterious savior, he knows this can't be a coincidence. The entire convoy is thrown into disarray as the lead cart forces them down the wrong canyon path. Unaware of the danger, the escort agency leader irritably tells Captain Yong to go see what the commotion is. His silver-haired companion just scoffs, feeling completely secure with the support of the Deutegongpa. He boasts that they even managed to get the legendary Hwangsokpa sect to join them for this mission. But his arrogant speech is cut short, as a massive impact sends them all flying inside the carriage. Scrambling from the overturned carriage, the escort agency leader demands to know what's happening. The silver-haired man peers out, his arrogant composure finally cracking as he sees the source of the chaos. His eyes widen in utter shock, a cold dread washing over him. Down the canyon path, a single man stands amidst the wreckage, having stopped the entire convoy alone. It's the quiet porter, who now stands with an aura of deadly intent. He slowly turns his head, his scarred face and piercing red eyes leaving no room for doubt. A wicked, bloodthirsty grin spreads across his face, a promise of the violence to come. The silver-haired man's face contorts with rage and disbelief. He knew it. He spits out the name, Kang Wunian. The escort agency leader recoils in pure terror, stammering the name of the man who should be dead. With the reveal complete, the elite Huangshi sect warriors leap into action, determined to cut him down. But against the legendary Kang Wunian, their numbers mean absolutely nothing. A single, blinding flash of his sword tears through their ranks like paper. Their leader can only scream in frustration, calling them pathetic for falling to one man. But a chilling voice cuts through the chaos, mocking his assumption he's not alone. From the shadows emerge more warriors, their presence confirming his worst fears, the Tael divine cult. Their leader gives a calm, almost gentle smile before giving the final command to begin. And high above the canyon, more figures are revealed, watching the scene unfold. It's none other than Kang Yulchan and the Masked Man, orchestrators of this grand spectacle. A grim smile plays on Yulchan's lips. This fiery entrance reminds him of his own past. Down below, the Huangshi leaders stand frozen, finally understanding the true depth of the trap they've walked into. The Huangshi sect leader is absolutely livid, enraged that his men are acting without his permission. Amidst the chaos, his warriors scramble to guard the carriage, branding their attackers as demonic sect scum. The escort agency leader frantically orders one of his men to protect the wagon, but the silver-haired warrior has other plans. He tells his lord to flee, warning him that the area is far too dangerous to remain. Then, with a flash in his eyes, he dashes forward, knowing they must kill the porter before Ju-won arrives. Meanwhile, the tail cult leader sees the wagon moving and gives his own forces the signal to charge. He turns to give an order to the porter, Wunsan, but the man is already gone, a blur of motion. Stunned, the leader can only watch as Wunsan vanishes into the distance. The silver-haired man is left sprawling in the dirt, completely outclassed by the porter's impossible speed. A slow realization dawns on the tail leader's face. He knows that was no ordinary man. The silver-haired warrior charges in, a wild grin on his face as he screams Wunsan's name. Their swords crash together, a violent explosion of sparks filling the air. He sneers, convinced he's finally cornered a traitor colluding with the demonic sect. But Wunsan's eyes are cold, effortlessly holding him back while questioning that very term. Pushing his opponent's blade aside, Wunsan's voice drips with righteous fury. If his people are the demonic sect, he snarls, then what does that make these filthy beasts he's fighting? With a deafening roar, a shockwave of raw power erupts from the porter, sending the warrior flying. He lands hard, his body trembling. He can't comprehend the sheer force of this internal energy. His mind flashes back just a year ago. Wunsan was nothing more than a walking corpse. How is this possible? But there's no time for answers as Wunsan, now a blur of dark power, leaps in for the final blow. His sword misses, but the sheer force of the blow shatters the very ground. Wunsan lands with a savage grin, dark energy still coiling around his bandaged fist. Looking up from the dirt, his opponent scoffs, mocking the porter's monstrous new look. The taunts cut deeper as he sneers, wondering if a certain Ju-won would still want him like this. That name stops Wunsan cold. Ju-won? His mind races. How could this man possibly know her? A moment's shock gives way to pure fury as their energies collide in a blinding flash. Far from the duel, the escort agency's leader whips his horses, desperate to get the wagons clear. He grits his teeth, remembering the emperor's order to protect the secret tribute at all costs. The caravan rumbles on, trying to put distance between themselves and the chaos. In the back, two tied-up members whisper, wondering what cargo could be so important. He can't help but wonder why the Taeol divine cult would mobilize like this. What secret could they possibly be hiding? Suddenly, the escort leader's senses scream, his head whipping to the side. A lone, silver-haired man blocks their path, and a guard foolishly tells the Taoist to get lost. In a flash, the stranger has the guard's face in his grip, quietly asking if he's truly desperate to die for this cargo. His fingers tighten with a sickening crunch. With a single, brutal shove, he sends the guard flying back. The entire caravan grinds to a halt, the members watching in horror as the body soars. A devastating impact echoes as the man slams into the wagon, shattering wood and bone. The other captive can only stare, his mind reeling from the impossible speed and power. All eyes are frozen on the silver-haired man, standing calmly over his brutal handiwork. Another member finally snaps, drawing his sword as he recognizes the truly ominous aura before him. But the silver-haired man is unimpressed, identifying the technique as the sword ghost, and its user as the heir of the ancient mountain sect. The young heir grits his teeth, telling the monster to shut his mouth. He lunges forward, sword blazing with green light, screaming that the Taeol divine cult took everything from him. The silver-haired man just watches, a picture of absolute calm as the attack closes in. But the blade never reaches him, stopped cold between two fingers as he scoffs that the boy is 100 years too early. The heir's eyes widen in disbelief as his sword, his ultimate technique, shatters into pieces. The old master calmly examines the broken tip, musing that seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. He then turns his attention to the cargo, grabbing the thick canvas covering the wagon. With a powerful rip, he tears it away, telling the boy to watch closely and see for himself what he's been protecting. The heir's mind goes blank, his eyes wide with utter confusion. Because what he was guarding wasn't medicine or supplies, it was a wagon packed with people. Desperate hands reach out, their voices a chorus of pleas for mercy, for water, for an end to their pain. He can't comprehend it, this sickening scene. What is the meaning of this? Gaunt faces, beaten bodies, a mother clutching her child. This is the cargo he protected. The silver-haired man states the obvious. The sight before them needs no explanation. A silent, suffocating rage begins to boil within the young heir, his face twisting in disgust. The master then poses the final, damning question. Who exactly is the villain here? Blood drips to the dirt, not from an enemy's blade, but from his own fist, clenched in furious shame. The silver-haired man grabs him, seething with rage and disbelief at the man he trusted. Wunsian's eyes are cold steel, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword with deadly intent. Suddenly, a dark, menacing aura erupts from his body, blasting the man back in shock. He leans in close, his voice chillingly calm, stating that past allegiances mean nothing to him now. A single, powerful stomp cracks the very earth beneath his feet, a declaration of what's to come. He then throws himself from the clifftop, a shadow against the sky. But for a brief, heartbreaking moment, he looks back, a name escaping his lips like a forgotten memory. That flicker of humanity is gone in an instant, replaced by a terrifying mask of pure killing intent. He crashes down in a blur of motion, intent on ending their fated connection right here, right now. With a final, explosive counter, Wunsian sends the silver-haired man hurtling through the air. Blood erupts from the man's lips, his mind reeling in pure disbelief. He crashes to the ground, utterly defeated, unable to comprehend losing to someone he saw as an insect. But for Wunsan, this isn't over. He grips his sword, knowing this fight ends only one way. He stands over his fallen enemy, blade held high, his revenge finally within his grasp. He screams that now is the time to pay for all his sins with death. But as the sword descends, a hand suddenly shoots out, stopping the execution cold. It's Injeong, holding Wunsian's arm with a strength that defies the killing intent. His eyes are wide with a mix of shock and resolve, silently demanding an explanation. As Injeong holds him, Wunsian's mind flashes back to a gentler touch, a familiar voice calling his name. The scene shifts to the Duda sect leader, Go Yu-sang, sitting alone, reading a report. His hand trembles as he reads the message. Hyungjin, that fool, has already joined the escort mission. A flash of rage crosses his face. This impulsive move changes everything. He realizes their enemy will now act sooner than expected, throwing all their careful plans into chaos. As one of his subordinates tries to interject, the old leader is already moving. He's on his horse, shouting orders to immediately request support from Cheonseo-guk. The subordinate can only stare in shock as his leader acts with such desperate speed. Without another word, Go Yu-sang gallops off, leaving his clan behind in a desperate race against time. And far away, the Duda sect leader can only pray that no unexpected variables derail their desperate plan. But it's too late for prayers. The ambush is already a whirlwind of chaos and slaughter. The enemy commander grows impatient, demanding to know where the target wagon is. He knows time is running out. If they stall any longer, reinforcements will make this impossible. Just then, a new warrior crashes onto the scene, roaring a name into the fray. The commander's blood runs cold. A master from the Bunyung sect is the last thing he needed. His carefully laid plans are unraveling in real time. But this newcomer isn't interested in him. His eyes are locked onto a much bigger prize. He stands before the Huangshi sect leader, ready to challenge the old master himself. The commander freezes, recognizing the warrior as he screams out a name, Ma Munju. The Huangshi sect leader, Ma Se-pung, is absolutely livid, cursing the Bunyung sect for their interference. But Ma Munju just roars right back, calling the old master out for this entire farce. They stand face to face, the air crackling as Ma Munju demands to know how far the Huangshi sect will sink into sin. The old man just sneers, retorting that a vagabond who abandoned his own sect has no right to speak of righteousness. A dark, twisted grin spreads across Ma Munju's face. He promises to show the old fool what true sin really is. Realizing the deadly intent, the commander screams and desperately lunges forward to stop him. It's useless. In an instant, Ma Munju's blade pierces the sect leader's back, stripping him of his name and honor. The old master can only gasp in disbelief, blood spilling from his lips as the fatal blow registers. The old master's legs buckle, sending him crashing to his knees. Ma Munju looms over his brother's broken form, laughing at what a fool he's become. He sneers that Ma Se-pung is the one who truly needs to get a grip. A memory surfaces in the old man's mind of a time when his brother was purer than anyone. How could things have come to this? What on earth changed him? The commander screams at Ma Munju, frantically pleading for him to just step back. He tries to remind him of his other duties, desperate to snap him out of his rage. For just a second, Ma Munju clenches his jaw, a flicker of conflict on his face. Seeing his plea is useless, the commander pivots, ordering his men to secure the cargo and retreat. But the commander's order to retreat is interrupted. He turns and sneers at the fallen sect leader, calling him a fool. He doesn't even finish his sentence before a fist slams directly into his face. The impact is staggering, a sickening crunch that shuts him up instantly. He's launched off his feet, crashing hard into the dirt. Dazed and bruised, he looks up in disbelief at the monstrous old man who just decked him. It's Ma Se-pung, the Huangshi sect leader, wounded but standing tall, his spirit unbroken. With eyes blazing, he declares his name, a final roar of defiance against his enemies. The commander scrambles back in a panic, screaming at his warriors that the old man is on his last legs and to finish him quickly. At his command, the remaining fighters leap as one, a storm of blades descending on the lone elder. But the battle fades away, replaced by a bitter memory on a desolate, rocky plain. A woman, Ju-won, grabs Kang Wunian's bandaged hand, his name a pained whisper. She tells him she's been searching for him all this time, that there's so much to say. But first, she reaches up, her hand gently touching his cheek. With a look of profound sorrow, she confesses just how much she's missed him. Wunian is frozen, completely unprepared for this sudden, gentle warmth. He finally breaks the silence, asking why she came all this way, when she could have just left him for dead. She pleads with him, insisting he doesn't have to struggle like this, that she knows he's a kind person deep down. But he recoils in fury, screaming that he doesn't want to hear her pity. If she's going to stand in the way of his revenge, he roars. She should never look for him again, leaving her utterly shattered. Jong Yan is shattered by his words when a massive explosion suddenly rips through the battlefield behind them. They both turn towards the sound, a strange dark energy beginning to swirl at their feet. Wunian's face drains of all color, a cold dread washes over him as he recognizes that aura. It's his master's. The feeling throws him into a memory of a desperate battle, with his master, Kang Wunian, fighting alone against a horde. The Huangshi sect warriors press their attack, their leader screaming that taking down this one old man will win them the war. But their target is no frail elder. Enraged, Kang Wunian unleashes a blinding wave of golden energy. Before he can strike, however, the charging warriors are suddenly stopped in their tracks, their bodies frozen. A dark, shadowy power erupts from the ground itself, wrapping around them like icy tendrils. They're violently yanked into the air, screaming in terror as they realize a new threat is looming from above. A hand descends with immense power, ready to teach these foot soldiers their proper place. With a command to bury him, the shadowy force slams them into the dirt like ragdolls. The battlefield falls silent as Kang Wunian stands alone amidst the broken bodies of his enemies. But the victory comes at a cost. As blood sprays from his lips, he staggers, realizing with a grimace that using such a taxing technique while injured was a foolish mistake. If he can't stabilize his energy right now, this could be the end for him. But there's no time. A surviving warrior lunges from behind, screaming his name with murderous intent. The man cackles, believing his single desperate strike will usher in a new era for the Huangshi sect. As his vision fades, Kang Wunian's mind drifts back, wondering if his fate was sealed long ago. He's in a hall, listening to the Huasan sect leader coldly declare that they are martial men, not politicians. The leader announces his sect's abstention, and Kang Wunian can only stare in disbelief at this utter betrayal. A subordinate desperately tries to convince his master, arguing that glory stained with blood is a worthy price for the nation. But another elder counters, questioning if true honor doesn't lie in protecting the innocent instead. The debate is cut short by a thinly veiled threat from a court emissary, who offers to relay their disloyalty to the palace. This sends the subordinate into a panic, grabbing his master and begging him not to ruin their sect's name. Kang Wunian watches the pathetic political theater unfold, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. The elder then proposes a twisted compromise: join the war, but only in operations that prevent meaningless slaughter. The Huangzhou sect leader is cornered, the sweat on his brow revealing the immense pressure he's under. He finally relents, telling himself that if it can't be avoided, this is the only path forward. He tried to prevent the worst, but the memory shifts to the fiery reality of that choice, a village burning to the ground. And there, kneeling in the ashes of his failure, the leader looks up in horror at Kang Wunian. A cold voice cuts through the smoke, asking if the sect master has come to witness his handiwork. The leader's eyes fall upon his fallen disciples, the meaningless slaughter he hoped to prevent now a grim reality. All his grief and shame twists into pure rage, directed at the man standing before him. He lunges forward, only to be caught and held back by his own subordinate. The leader thrashes wildly, demanding to know what Kang Wunian thinks he's doing here. His man pleads with him, begging his master to show some restraint before it's too late. But Kang Wunian is unfazed, reminding him that this is war, a place where ideals of righteousness are meaningless. He scoffs at the leader's hypocrisy, asking if he didn't foresee this outcome when he agreed to join. With his brutal lesson delivered, Kang Wunian simply turns his back on the broken man and walks away. The sect leader finally crumbles, whispering that it's all his fault for giving his people a false hope that led them to their graves. And as his world crumbles, the Huangzhou sect leader's mind drifts back to a promise he couldn't keep. He remembers finding a child in the rain, broken and bleeding on the ground. The poor soul's eyes had been stolen, and they could only beg for someone to save them. Overcome with rage and pity, he'd sworn to get them to a physician immediately. He promised the child vengeance, telling them they only needed to hold on and live. But that memory fades into another the day his own life was taken from him. A powerful warrior held him fast, mocking the dying old man for struggling. With his last breath, the sect leader whispers the name of the child he failed. He's so sorry he couldn't finish the vengeance he promised them. His life ends, impaled on his enemy's blade, his promise forever broken. He understood the price. This was a ministerial execution, a final, heroic technique. With a deafening roar, a grand power is unleashed in a blinding flash of light. The shockwave rips across the battlefield, a wave of absolute destruction. When the dust finally settles, the canyon is littered with the bodies of the sect's warriors. A massive crater is all that remains, proof of the devastating force he just used. In the center of it all, the old master stands, his body utterly broken from the strain. His strength completely spent, he finally collapses onto the fractured earth. Looking up at the sky, he feels a sense of peace, knowing his time has finally come. But a desperate cry for his master cuts through the silence, and he remembers, that's right. He thinks of his student, a kind kid on a path of revenge. As the young man sprints towards him, Wunian scrambles to his side, his voice cracking as he begs his master not to die. He cradles the old man, who can only think of his one failure, raising a monster, not a man. With his last breath, he feels his dream slipping away, a life's ambition turning to dust. But Wunian refuses to accept it, shaking him, pleading for him to just wake up. As he grieves, the remaining enemy warriors descend from the cliffs to finish the job. But in a flash of icy blue light, a figure cuts through the air. Before the enemy can even react, they are sliced apart by an impossibly fast swordswoman. Wunian looks up in a daze as she calls his name, warning him of the danger. His hand on his master's chest, he feels it a faint flicker of inner energy, not yet extinguished. She tells him there's still a chance if they can get him to Elder Sale, they might just save him. She calls back, telling him they have to go together, right now. With his master on his back, Wunian takes a desperate leap of faith across the chasm. Elsewhere, a cavalry detachment gallops through the woods, their commander yelling to form up for battle. But as they break through the trees, they're greeted not by a fight, but by a lone body on the road. The captain pulls up short, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. He recognizes the face immediately. It's the corpse of Lord Ma Munju. Wheeling his horse around, he confronts Wunian, announcing they are reinforcements and demanding to know what happened. But Wunian is lost in a daze, muttering that everyone was evil, that this was all wrong from the start. The commander stares, thinking he's gone mad, as Zhou Yun desperately tries to snap her sect leader out of it. His mind races in panic. He rushed here on an urgent report, only to find this disaster, and the tribute for the emperor is gone. The commander's mind reels. Where on earth did everything go? The carts, the tribute, all gone. Miles away, the real culprits flee, their leader yelling at his driver not to slow down. He screams in a panic that a pursuit team is hot on their trail. And it's not the kingdom's soldiers, it's the original escort agency guards, and they are furious. Their captain roars at the demonic cult bastards, demanding they stop the carts and return the imperial tribute. But the thief leader just smirks. He thinks it's finally time to finish this little chase. With a calm and chilling tone, he announces it's someone else's turn now. He calls out for Jiaoku, and a monstrous, red-haired warrior steps forward with a savage grin. With a grunt, he slams his colossal blade down into the earth. A devastating shockwave erupts, tearing the ground asunder as it blasts toward the charging guards. But this incredible power is born from pure, unadulterated agony. Jiaoku pushes his body far past its breaking point, unleashing everything he has in a furious torrent. His companions watch in horror, the young woman begging him to stop before he tears himself apart. Hez lost in a storm of guilt, screaming that because of his failure, he couldn't even protect his own family. In his despair, he even tried to destroy his own blade, believing he no longer deserved to wield it. But suddenly, the leader of their group grabs his arm, stopping the self-destruction dead in its tracks. He furiously demands to know if Jiaoku thinks their fallen comrade, Uncle Bang, could rest peacefully watching this. The leader brings up Bang's last words, but Jae-wu spits back that it just means being free of responsibility. But the leader's eyes burn with intensity, retorting that such ideals are completely meaningless to a dead man. He grabs Jae-wu by the collar, calling him an idiot, desperately trying to shock him back to his senses. He roars at the broken warrior, asking who's supposed to bear the responsibility Uncle Bang carried. With fire in his eyes, the leader declares that the burden is now theirs to carry, that the Taeyol Shin-gyo will take responsibility. The words finally break through, and with tears streaming down his face, Jae-wu looks up, his resolve shattered. But the moment is cut short as the pursuing escort guard captain can only stare in utter disbelief. With a whispered apology to his uncle, Jae-wu lunges forward, unleashing a devastating crimson slash. The guard doesn't even have time to register the attack before he's torn apart in a spray of blood. Jae-wu's eyes now burn with a terrifying new light. He's decided he will be the one to lighten their burden. He lets out a final agonizing scream, telling his uncle to rest in peace as his power explodes outwards. In the ensuing chaos, the tribute thief leader snatches the stunned escort guard captain. He flees into the woods, a grim thought crossing his mind. All the bastards who deserve to die are gathered in one place. But as he escapes, another figure blocks his path, demanding to know who he is. The old man smirks, telling the boy to call him Elder Go, and chastising his lack of manners. Wunsan grits his teeth. He knows he's no match for a warrior of this caliber. But with his master's life on the line, he can't afford to run or waste a single second. Elder Go extends his hand, offering a simple choice. Hand over the traitor and the medicine for a quick death. But before Wunsian can respond, his master's voice rings out, screaming for him to dodge. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant blue energy slams into the earth between them, a third party arriving in style. The elder's face twists in rage, wondering what rat dares to interfere with his business. From the dust emerges a young woman, her eyes cold as steel, a disciple of the Sword Immortal. The standoff is shattered, now a tense triangle between three powerful warriors. Done with the pleasantries, Elder Go roars, lunging forward to see what this girl is made of. But Jo Yun's eyes are sharp, her focus absolute. Sparks fly as their blades meet, the old master's raw power crashing against her perfect defense. She calmly tells Wunsian to leave this to her and get his master to safety. But Wunsian is terrified, warning her that even she can't face Elder Go alone. A calm "don't worry" is her only reply, as she closes the distance in a flash. After all, she reminds him, she is the Sword Saint's one and only disciple. Her eyes harden as she tells him to go, now, her sword art already beginning to flow. She unleashes her technique. Falling leaves, no shadow, a whirlwind of strikes that leaves him stunned. The elder can only seethe, enraged that this little brat would dare to challenge him like this. She looks back at the stunned Wunsan, asking him to make her a single promise. With a faint, determined smile, she tells him to find her when all of this is finally over. Wunsian is speechless, completely taken aback by her sudden, heartfelt request. He clenches his jaw, his mind made up in an instant. With a firm yes, he scoops up his master and bolts, leaving her to face the elder alone. The old man is furious, screaming at the fleeing boy to hand over the core. But like a phantom, she's already there, cutting off his path and reminding him who his opponent is. He can only grunt in surprise as her blade stops him cold, her speed utterly beyond him. She watches Wunsian disappear into the distance, her part of the promise now fulfilled. The elder can only grit his teeth, seething in absolute rage at being so thoroughly outmaneuvered. The elder's patience has completely evaporated. If she's so eager to die, then he will gladly grant her wish. He doesn't even bother with a sword, instead channeling a terrifying golden aura into his fist. She feels the shift instantly. This isn't just raw power. His internal energy has changed, and a cold sweat tells her this is dangerous. He roars that it's far too late for her to have any regrets now. His fist slams into her defense, erupting in a blinding explosion of force that shakes the very ground. She's thrown back, stunned by the sheer, unblockable power. So this is the strength of a master from the 5 great mountain swords. A flicker of urgency flashes in her eyes. She needs to get into her proper fighting stance immediately. But he gives her no time, already unleashing a massive technique, the Tyrant of the Stone Mountain. His face is a mask of pure fury, as he bellows that this is her end. The colossal energy construct crashes down towards her, a golden executioner ready to deliver the final blow. Facing certain death, Jo Yun finds a sliver of peace, believing she has no regrets as long as Yunseon was saved. But before the golden energy can consume her, a figure intercepts the blast, casually deflecting the sect leader's full power. It's an elderly woman, her expression one of sheer disappointment, sighing that she has to work this hard for one disciple. With a single, effortless motion, her sword shatters the Tyrant of the Stone Mountain into nothing. Go Yusang is frozen in shock, his ultimate technique completely nullified by this unknown woman. She moves in a blur, disarming him and bringing him to his knees, scolding him like an ill-mannered child. Jo Yun can only stare in disbelief. It's her master. The Duda sect leader finally recognizes the legendary figure before him, the sword saint, Muyong. He demands to know what she thinks she's doing, but she calmly states she's just visiting her disciple. Enraged, he screams that she's interfering with a grand undertaking of the 5 great mountain swords and the imperial family. The sword saint's eyes narrow, her patience completely gone, as she tells him to watch his tongue. She gives him a final chilling warning. One more vulgar word, and it will cost him his head. The sheer pressure radiating from her is immense, and for a moment, Go Yusang is frozen in fear. But his greed is stronger. He can't pass up this chance to get the core, rationalizing he can win against an unknown power. He declares her an enemy of the imperial family, sentencing her to immediate execution for her interference. With a roar, the Duda sect leader charges forward, ready to deliver the punishment himself. The ground itself shakes from his aura, and Jo Yun can only watch in horror. She desperately tells her master to run, but Muyong calmly states that it's already too late. Go Yusang unleashes a devastating whirlwind of mystic energy, a technique meant to obliterate everything in its path. The sword saint simply looks on, sighing at how pathetic her own disciple is for even worrying. With a flick of her wrist, the sword saint summons a phalanx of ethereal blades. She tells her panicked disciple to watch closely as she's forced to commit murder. Unleashing the 12 forms of the waning moonstar, her technique crashes into his. Go Yusang can only stare in disbelief as his ultimate attack is simply erased from existence. She casually compliments his technique, noting it took 11 of her 12 forms just to block it. But that, she sneers, is all it was good for, and her final stance is reserved for his life. He desperately tries to surrender, screaming that he already admitted defeat, but her answer is a flat no. The only way to atone for threatening her disciple, she declares, is to offer up his life. Watching from afar, the other sect leaders finally grasp the gravity of the situation. The Huasan sect leader realizes with dawning horror that what she's about to do is irreversible. The other sect leaders can only watch in horror, finally understanding that a grand master is about to be executed. But before the final blow lands, one of their own, an elder named Zhou Yang, grabs Jo Yun by the head. The Huasan leader roars at him to let the disciple go right now. Zhou Yang just sneers back, mockingly asking if he means this hand, tightening his grip. That single act of defiance redirects the sword saint's full, murderous attention onto him. He remains completely unfazed, even offering a smug compliment on her impressive internal energy. Then he lays out his plan. Hell, just kill this disciple who's getting in the way. The sword saint suddenly clutches her chest in pain, hissing that he's nothing but a coward. But Zhou Yun, through the agony, pleads with her master not to worry about her. She begs her to forget the hostage situation and just destroy him, her plea hardening the sword saint's resolve. Finally breaking, the sword saint demands to know what he wants, and Zhou Yang laughs, glad she's finally come to her senses. His eyes narrow, telling her she already knows perfectly well what he's after. He just wants one thing, the secret of Hypocritical, the information he tried to confirm with the Demon Lion King's son. All she has to do is correct the details her little disciple misinformed him about. As Zhou Yun listens in horror, the sword saint is torn, silently apologizing to the late Kang Yulchin for what she's about to do. But right now, her priority is saving the life she still can. She relents, agreeing to tell him the character. She begins to explain the information she got from Wunzan, something about Sona 9 respects. Zhou Yang's expression immediately shifts to one of utter confusion. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face as he realizes that brat Kang Wunzan played him. The sword saint clarifies the mistake. The characters weren't 9 and water, but Buddha and object. Ah, there it is. Zhou Yang's face twists in a snarl of pure rage as he finally understands. He declares he'll keep his promise, kicking the disciple back towards her horrified master. But before he vanishes, he leaves her with one final, chilling warning for the future. With the threat gone, the sword saint rushes to Zhou Yun's side, who tearfully apologizes for everything. But her master knows better. What she just gave that man wasn't the real secret of Hypocritical. It was a carefully crafted message from Kang Wunian, designed to give Zhou Yang the bare minimum, while also leaving a hidden signal that only she and her old friend Kang Yulchan could ever understand. A faint, proud smile crosses her lips. It seems she's raised at least one good disciple after all. With the tense confrontation finally over, the sun begins to set on the aftermath. Our focus now shifts elsewhere, to a place known as the Divine Realm Inn. And there, vassal Tabo Zhou Yang makes his grand entrance. He immediately falls to his knees before a far more powerful figure. With his head bowed, He announces himself to the man lounging before him. A bead of sweat drips down his face. He knows he's walking on thin ice. This is no mere lord, but the crown prince Lee Jium of Gyeongguk. The prince casually plucks a grape, his gaze cold and calculating. He cuts straight to the point. The tribute transport was a failure, so what else did he discover? Zhou Yang offers no excuses, his mind racing. He must never let this man find out about Hasimul. But the prince is no fool. Seeing Zhou Yang as a poison, he must keep close for his own ambitions. He lets out a disappointed sigh, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he expected this failure all along. The prince sneers that he had some hope for Zhou Yang, but this is why lowborns always fail. He taps the table dismissively, adding that it hardly matters. He has plenty of other pawns to use. With his back turned, he orders Zhou Yang to prepare something more impressive for their next meeting. He glances back, a sinister smile creeping across his face, promising he'll have a new title by then. A final, derisive "ha" echoes as he departs, leaving the elder seething in silence. Zhou Yang's face twists in pure hatred, his mind screaming a vow to one day take Li Jum's head. The memory shifts to a desolate field, where a battered Kang Yulchin kneels, his life fading. His disciple, Wunian, holds him close, desperately pleading for him to endure just a little longer. The old master can only weakly utter his student's name in reply. With his last breath, he murmurs that he already knew, collapsing as Wunian looks on in horror. The memory flashes back again, this time to the Hwangsuk sect leader and his commanders. He gives the fateful order for his entire sect to march to the battlefield. The old master knew this was coming from the moment he agreed to participate in the war. His subordinate can't hide his bloodlust, thrilled that the moment for battle has finally arrived. But the sect leader reflects on his nagging doubts. He'd sensed something suspicious about Go Yu-sang all along. Against his better judgment, he admits he chose to trust them anyway. He now stands alone before a ruined landscape, asking himself why he made such a foolish choice. The answer floods him with shame. He simply wanted to escape his own responsibility. And so, to flee the consequences of his failure, he began a life of seclusion. He left the sect and his disciples behind, believing all he could do was atone for his sins in solitude. But his self-imposed exile is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected arrival. The old master recognizes the man, Mas Pung, demanding to know why he's here. Yet it's a hooded figure who steps forward, addressing him by his old title, Sword Demon. The man has a favor to ask for him to take in an orphaned child who has lost his sight. The request sends him reeling. How could a coward like him possibly help a child seek vengeance? The memory then snaps to another time, another master and disciple in their final moments. A desperate Kang Wunian carries his master, pleading with him to just hold on a little longer. But the old man knows his time is up, reflecting that at least in the end, he didn't run away. With his fading breath, he imparts one last command to his beloved student, Wunian. He must live a life where he never flees his responsibilities, and then, he moves no more. Kang Wunian stands alone in the field, the weight of his master on his back, calling out to a man who will never answer. There is no life left in the old warrior's eyes. A cry of pure, unadulterated anguish rips through the mountains. And just like that, the seasons turn, and 3 long years go by. The stage is now the Hwangsuk sect martial arts tournament hall, bustling with warriors and spectators. The crowd is buzzing. After so many years without a tournament, they're ready for a spectacular event. One man bitterly recounts their losses to the Taeol divine cult, but he's interrupted by a voice asking to pass. A new figure with an imposing aura carves a path through the throng of people. The crowd recognizes them instantly. The Godaesan sect has arrived, and their young leader looks absolutely serious. For him, this is the first time he's stood in public since that day 3 years ago, the day his entire world was shattered. He thinks to himself that this tournament is the perfect chance to see where the other sects stand and find a new path for Godaesan. But in the crowd, the whispers have already begun. One man scoffing that it's just the Godaesan sect, nothing special. His companion shushes him, but the man just smirks, openly wondering what a fallen sect could possibly do if they overheard. After all, he muses, it's completely understandable why Godaesan is no longer considered a major power. First, there are the 3 fearsome Yonga brothers, who now dominate the martial world without any competition. The Seonwon sword sect also remains a powerhouse, all thanks to its strong and captivating leader, Sojung. And here at the Hwangseok sect, the great elder Go Yu-sang managed to sweep away all chaos after his own leader's death. Compared to legends like these, Godaesan just doesn't measure up anymore. These are the true 5 mountain swords. And so, the Godaesan members take their seats alone, isolated and ignored by the rest of the martial world. From another corner, a young warrior scoffs, his gaze locked on their leader, a mere brat who couldn't possibly rebuild his sect. The young warrior continues to glare, thinking to himself that the Godasan leader's inner power looks pitifully weak. One of the Godasan disciples, young Jun, can't take the insults anymore, gritting his teeth and suggesting they leave. But his leader simply tells him to calm down, reminding him that they must endure what the public says. Suddenly, the main ceremony begins, and the voice of the great elder Go Yusang fills the air. He stands before the entire assembly, announcing that this gathering has a much greater purpose than simple celebration. The elder's face is grim as he speaks of the unsettling state of the world and a fragile peace that could shatter at any moment. He then brings up a dark memory, the brutal annihilation of the Unpyeong escort agency 3 years prior by the Taeol divine cult. His voice hardens as he declares that he, Go Yusang, will use this opportunity to make a momentous announcement. He is going to reveal the hidden truth of what really happened on that tragic day. The Godasan leader's eyes widen in disbelief. Could it be? Is the Hwangzok sect truly about to expose everything? But before the elder can continue, a voice cuts through the tension, asking if he might be the one to explain everything. A young warrior strides forward, introducing himself as Baek Hyungjin of the Dudagong sect. The leaders murmur amongst themselves, the Dudagong sect? What are they doing here? The sharp-eyed Seonwoon sect leader smirks, recalling how they swore they wouldn't attend this tournament. Indeed, Hyungjin had told everyone his sect was abstaining due to his master's secluded training. But now, with tears streaming down his face, he admits he couldn't stay away. He screams that he had to come, fearing for the very future of the 5 mountain swords if the truth remained buried. Go Yusang listens, beginning to recount the official story of the Taeol divine cult's ambush on the tribute. A pathetic farce, the Seonwoon leader thinks to herself, knowing full well it was a treacherous backstab, not a negotiation. But as the story mentions a kind-hearted warrior being killed after being startled by a boy, the Godasan leader's mind reels. What is this version of the story? The Seonwoon leader scoffs. The boy is irrelevant. What mattered was the tribute and why the Taeol cult would risk everything for it. Hyungjin agrees, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. That boy, he explains, was their old friend, the sword god's disciple, Kang Wunian, a man they all thought was dead. The name sends a shockwave through the crowd. Kang Wunian? If he was there, then the tribute's true identity was the legendary scripture, the Haisim Milgyeongso. A tremor of excitement runs through the Seonwoon leader, her hand clenching the armrest. A wicked, hungry smile spreads across her face. So, it was still out there after all. Hyungjin continues, explaining that Wunian had fallen from a cliff years ago, but the scripture he carried was a fake, a decoy. The Godasan sect leader begins to tremble, his disciple looking on with concern. He grits his teeth in pure disgust. These pathetic squabbles, these worthless men, this is what the 5 mountain swords had become? But Hyungjin interrupts, his voice cutting through the tension. He claims this entire story is a complete lie. Fed up, the Godasan sect leader makes a shocking declaration. His sect is withdrawing from the 5 Mountain Swords Alliance. His disciple can only stare in disbelief as his master turns his back on everyone. But the leader isn't done. He grabs Hyungjin, accusing him of knowing what the tribute really was this whole time. Hyungjin's patience snaps. He threatens to expose all of Godasan's dirty laundry if the leader doesn't let go. He asks a venomous question. You were following Master Ma's carriage that day, weren't you? How is it, Hyungjin wonders aloud, that you're still alive when the sword demon completely annihilated that area? The unspoken accusation hangs in the air that the Godasan sect was in league with the Taeol divine cult. Fine, Hyungjin shouts, deciding to end the charade. He tells everyone to listen up as he reveals the tribute's true identity. From the side, the Hwasan sect leader watches this powder keg of a confrontation, his expression grim. A senior warrior confirms the grim truth with a nod. The tribute wasn't goods, it was prisoners, shipped in from Ryoguk. Before anyone can process the revelation, a demon descends, tearing through the guards. It's Kang Wunian, a whirlwind of death cutting a path through the escort. The captain is stunned. Who would dare try to block the wind blade pursuit? But Wunian doesn't just block it. He stops the blade cold with a single hand. He shoves the warrior aside, remarking with disgust that this place still stinks of filth. The young warrior can only scream his name as Wunian turns with a chilling smirk. He decides he'll offer a special greeting for the fools of the 5 mountain swords. And the memory becomes clear. This all happened 3 years ago, at Golden Stone Mountain. And with a thunderous roar, Wunian unleashes that greeting, a wave of power that shakes the very mountains. As the dust settles, a young ally rushes to his side, screaming his name in desperation. He finds Wunian kneeling in the wasteland he created, asking if he's okay. But the warrior's concern quickly turns to wide-eyed horror. He sees Wunian's hands, trembling uncontrollably and bleeding through the bandages. He panics, shouting that using so much internal energy was suicide, but Wunxian weakly insists he's fine. Internally, though, he's seething with regret, lamenting that Murim is a world where only raw strength matters. He sees himself as nothing but trash who let his benefactor die just so he could survive. A tear traces a path down his cheek as his resolve crystallizes around one single thought. He clenches his bleeding fist, vowing to master the radiant spirit fist his master taught him. With a guttural scream, he declares that this is the only path to his revenge. He surges forward, consumed by rage, leaving his concerned ally in the dust. The friend can only call him a pathetic fool, watching him charge towards his own destruction. But a firm grip stops him cold, a memory flashing to life, halting his body and mind. It's his martial uncle's voice, chiding him for planning to burn out his energy and die alone. The old master's words echo, a stern reminder that strength isn't born from simply abusing one's body. Wunxian tries to argue, to explain his desperation, but his uncle's next question cuts him deep. How badly does he want this power, and is he truly willing to sacrifice everything to get it? The scene shifts again, to another lesson from his grandfather, Go Yu Sang. He explains that power needs a foundation to blossom, and as he is now, Wunxian isn't ready. But his uncle offers a path, pay the price, and he will become a peerless master in 3 years. The memory shatters as Wunxian crashes the party in the present, a blur of deadly motion. He smirks at the silent, stunned elders, inviting them to continue their little story. The senior elder is paralyzed with shock. This boy is stronger than ever. How did he even get here? From the balcony above, another leader watches the chaos, the guards already down. He can't believe it's the same kid who ran away, now radiating the energy of a true master. Wunsan stands amidst the carnage, casually mentioning he overheard their interesting conversation. He lets the tension build, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Then he pulls out a familiar scroll, asking if this is what they were so desperately searching for. The faces of the elders twist in a symphony of pure, unadulterated shock. He confirms their worst fears with a wicked grin, naming the legendary Sea Heart secret art. All pretense of civility shatters as the senior elder lunges for it, screaming that the scripture is his. A younger warrior grabs Wunxian, panicking, questioning why he'd ever show them the real thing. But his frantic concern quickly evaporates, replaced by the cold sweat of pure, unadulterated greed. He shoves past Wunxian, staking his own claim as the rightful owner of the Heisimil. Another sect leader explodes in fury, roaring about their complete lack of dignity, while his own eyes burn with that same desperate, possessive hunger. And amidst the chaos he's created, Wunxian stands perfectly still, a picture of calm amusement. He watches the so-called masters descend into a greedy mob, a satisfied smirk on his face. Elder Go can only stare from the side, utterly dumbfounded by the pandemonium this one boy has unleashed. The young warrior offers to join the fray, promising to help Wunxian escape safely. But Wunxian just looks back, telling him no, he's the one who needs to run. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he warns the boy to flee if he values his life. The warrior feels an immense, terrifying energy and wisely backs off, hoping to speak again another day. But it's too late for the others, as the greedy sect leaders lunge forward, demanding the scripture. Wunsan watches them come with a look of pure contempt, muttering about how these fools never change. With a roar, he unleashes a torrent of fiery, beast-like energy. The technique explodes outward, the great frost of the radiant spirit. Caught in the shockwave, the young warrior recognizes the attack. It's a secret art from years ago. He can't believe it. How has this kid grown so powerful? His consciousness begins to fade. As the warrior's vision fades, his last desperate thought is a plea for Elder Go to finish the fight. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, cursing his own weakness in this crucial moment. But as his consciousness slips, he realizes his opponent has simply vanished. The scene shifts, pulling us into the memories of another, a younger Elder Go. He walks with purpose through the halls of his sect, entering a quiet, private room. But he stops dead in his tracks, his eyes narrowing at something completely out of place. Seated on a shelf is a single, unassuming object he's never seen before. A small, white porcelain jar, placed there with clear intent. A smooth voice suddenly breaks the silence, and Go Yusang turns, startled by the presence. It's a young Kang Wunian, a confident, chilling smirk playing on his lips. Go Yusang's sword is already drawn, demanding to know if Wunian is trying to make a deal. But his suspicion quickly melts into raw greed. Any deal is possible, he snarls, for the Heisimig scripture. Wunian lets out a soft, knowing chuckle, his trap perfectly sprung. Just as expected, Elder Go had a price, and now it was time to begin their fateful negotiation. And the consequences of such choices ripple outwards, as a different scene of carnage unfolds. The young Godasan sect leader arrives with his disciple to find the temple steps littered with bodies. His disciple, young Jun, turns to him with unease, asking what thoughts are racing through his mind. Standing amidst the fallen, he wonders what choice they could possibly make now. The sect leader's face hardens with resolve. As the one in charge, he knows he cannot hesitate. A single bead of sweat rolls down his chin as he prepares to make a decision that will change everything. Elsewhere, the Seonwoon sect leader curses under her breath. That old fox Go Yusang is definitely making a move behind their backs. A flash of panic hits her. They have to capture Kang Wunian immediately before they lose the initiative for good. But her train of thought is shattered by the Godasan sect leader's voice, announcing his sect's final words. He speaks of his ancestors, who treated the other leaders as blood brothers and fought for them their whole lives. They knelt and pleaded not to be abandoned, a desperate cry that the other sect leaders now seem to have forgotten. The Seonwoon sect leader can only seethe, infuriated by this young brat's public shaming. Another leader erupts in fury, accusing him of slander and questioning the very honor of the 5 great mountain swords. But with his blindfolded disciples behind him, the young leader declares that if this is their loyalty, then his sect no longer belongs. His voice rings out, officially renouncing their title as a pillar of the great 5 mountain swords. And with a final, cold farewell, he turns his back on the alliance, leaving them all in stunned silence. The fierce sect leader breaks the silence, desperately yelling for him to stop. But his disciple, young Jun, simply offers a knowing smirk. Their plan is complete. The young leader walks away, convinced that his sect is now on the path to true honor. Later that night, the mood is heavy in a secluded meeting hall. The Seonwoon and fierce sect leaders sit across from each other in tense silence. She quietly processes the day's humiliation, trying to find a way forward. He can only glower, his explosive anger having solved nothing. Suddenly, the Hwasan sect leader enters, offering a polite apology for his tardiness. The other 2 leaders look up, their expressions unreadable. And with perfect, blissful ignorance, he asks where the Godasan sect leader is. The Hwasan sect leader is immediately hit with the bewildering news. Godasan sect withdrew from the alliance. He can't believe it. How could their leader just vanish at such a critical moment? But then, a calm voice explains he had a situation that couldn't be avoided. It's the Duda sect leader, Go Yusang, and he drops a bombshell. He just met with Kang Wunian. The Seonwoon sect leader erupts, accusing him of consorting with that very same monster. But she catches herself, realizing this old fox wouldn't confess so easily. This must be a ploy. The fierce sect leader slams the table, demanding to know if Wunian was dealt with, but Go Yusang calmly denies it. His attention then shifts to a porcelain jar on the table, demanding to know what it is. Go Yusang's voice is heavy as he explains that jar contains the remains of sect leader Ma. The Seonwoon leader scoffs internally, thinking he's using the dead to change the subject, but knows she can't just ignore it. The other leaders are seething, questioning why he'd ever share words with that monster. But Go Yusang faces their fury with unnerving calm, stating he has no intention of hiding what happened. He then presents a book, a handwritten copy of the legendary Sea Heart secret scripture, given to him by Wunian. The fierce sect leader is rocked to his core. A mythical technique he thought was just a legend is now right in front of him. The Seonwoon leader, however, can barely contain a predatory smile. Finally, the scripture she's coveted has appeared. She forces her expression back to neutral, catching herself just before revealing her burning greed. Go Yusang admits he too wonders how Wunian got it, assuring them he isn't foolish enough to blindly trust a beast. But there's a deeper truth to this tale, a connection they've all overlooked. He suddenly changes the subject, asking the room a chilling question. What do they all think of Alliance Master Zhou? His words invoke a vision of the past, showing a younger Wunian standing before that very same man. Before they strike a deal, Wunian clarifies that the scripture is a copy, and he holds the key to its interpretation. Go Yusang scoffs internally at the sheer arrogance of this young brat trying to control him. But then Wunian drops the real bombshell. Alliance Master Zhou already has this scripture and is close to deciphering it. The scene pulls back to the present, the other leaders confused as to why the Alliance Master is suddenly relevant. Go Yusang explains that Wunian's story, as wild as it sounds, was disturbingly credible. In the past, this revelation had struck the old master with the force of a physical blow. The Alliance Master? Wunian calmly explains that his master, the sword god Kang Yulchin, had entrusted the scripture to Zhou Yang. Consumed by regret, Wunian admits he's been tormented by this truth, prompting an impatient Go Yusang to demand his price. With a wicked grin, Wunian lays out his true objective. He wants Elder Go to inform the 5 great mountain swords. The old master is left speechless, finally understanding the catastrophic chaos this young man intends to sow. Furious, Go Yusang accused the boy of trying to tear the 5 great mountain swords apart. But Wunxian feigned shock, waving his hands innocently as if the thought had never crossed his mind. He put on a show of respect, claiming any old malice was gone and that he viewed the elder as a brother. The sheer unadulterated nerve of this kid actually made Go Yusang pause and listen. For a brief moment, the old master was utterly thrown by the boy's silver tongue. Then, Wunxian leaned in, his smile turning sharp as he revealed his one true target, Zhou Yang. Back in the present, Go Yusang recounts this to the other sect leaders, explaining Wunxian's claims about the Alliance Master. He admits that he didn't care about Wunxian's true motives. The Sea Heart secret was all that mattered. And with his mission accomplished, the young man had simply turned and walked away. A final, smug look back confirmed it. He had played the old master perfectly. And as that story concludes, we cut to the Duda sect headquarters, perched high on the mountain. Inside, their prized senior disciple, Hyungjin, finally awakens from his injuries. A subordinate is immediately at his side, asking with concern how he's feeling. But Hyungjin pushes himself up, dismissing his wounds and asking only one thing. Where is the sect leader? The disciple hesitates, explaining that their master still hasn't emerged from closed-door training. A cold dread washes over Hyungjin. There's no energy, no presence. It feels like the mountain itself is dead. Just then, his dark premonition is interrupted by another disciple bursting in, screaming about a disaster. The first disciple tries to quiet him down, but the newcomer is frantic, insisting he has urgent news. With all eyes on him, the attendant looks to his senior brother, his face pale with fear. The devastating report is finally delivered. All the sects of the 5 great mountain swords are marching on their gates. The words barely register for Hyungjin, his face a mask of utter shock and disbelief. The scene shifts to a tense memory, where a grim-faced Kang Wunian has just laid out his dangerous plan. But his eldest brother immediately forbids it, his voice cold and absolute. Another brother argues back frantically, insisting there's no other choice, but the elder is unmoved. He roars that their top priority is survival, not sending Wunxian alone into the heart of the Murim alliance. He calls it a suicide mission, ordering the younger disciples to take shelter while the seniors handle the fight. But his protective words only ignite a fire in the youngest of their group, who screams back in defiance. A sudden, violent surge of energy erupts from the boy, blasting the eldest brother backwards. He stumbles, completely stunned by this unfamiliar power. When had his little brother grown this strong? The young warrior declares he is no longer a child to be protected, but a core force of the Taiyi faith, ready to claim his revenge. With eyes burning red, Wunxian declares that he has had enough of being sheltered. Suddenly, an authoritative figure appears, the cult leader himself, addressing Wunxian's eldest brother. He tells the brother, Seo Moon, that Wunxian's will can no longer be stopped. It's time he carves his own destiny. The old man explains, their desire to protect him is just their own selfish greed getting in the way. Hearing this, Seo Moon can only lower his head, finally conceding to the harsh truth. And so, the plan is set in motion. As a massive army begins its long march along the treacherous cliffs, Seo Moon watches them from afar, the weight of this gamble settling heavily upon him. He reflects that, just as Wunzan predicted, the 5 great mountain swords moved far too hastily. The whole situation feels suspiciously easy, making him question if his enemies are just that foolish. Or perhaps, the allure of the Sea Heart secret scripture is simply that irresistible. And though he can't be certain of everything, Seo Moon knows one thing for sure. The future of both the Taiyi faith and the 5 great mountain swords will be decided on this very day. His forces stand ready at the edge of the cliff, a silent army awaiting the inevitable clash. But elsewhere, Hyungjin is suddenly stopped by a subordinate, told it's not his time to move. He's completely disoriented, remembering only passing out during the competition. To see all their personnel gathered like this, it's not a meeting, it's a full-blown war for extermination. He rushes forward to greet the esteemed elders of the 5 great mountain swords, their presence confirming his fears. Apologizing for his unwell state, he desperately asks why they've come to Mount Duda. Elder Go looks down on him, stating they've come for the Alliance Master, and coolly asks if he has a problem with that. Hyungjin scrambles for an excuse, insisting this can't be happening, but Elder Go simply brushes him off, asking for the Alliance Master. He explains that their leader is in closed-door training, but the elder's cold gaze tells him that's not a good enough answer. With a menacing aura, the old man demands to be taken there anyway, claiming they have much to discuss. Hyungjin breaks into a cold sweat, trying to explain that interrupting such training is forbidden, but it's useless. And in that moment, a dreadful realization starts to dawn on him. The elder smirks, knowing he has the boy trapped. He then reveals his trump card, a book that he's sure will change the Alliance Master's mind about being disturbed. Hyungjin's eyes go wide as he recognizes the title, the Sea Heart. It all clicks into place. A vision of Kang Wunian flashes in his mind. This was his scheme all along. That man knew their sect leader possessed the legendary text, and now he's used that secret to bring an army to their doorstep. A mysterious woman smirks, finding the reaction to be proof enough the legends were real. She couldn't care less about the fate of the 5 great mountain swords. All that matters is that her sect cleans up the competition and secures the Sea Heart scripture. But their arrogant planning is cut short as the ground violently shakes and erupts with energy. Go, Yusang's eyes widen in shock. This isn't just a tremor, it's a terrifying surge of immense power. Suddenly, a figure stands behind them, casually noting that he might have overdone his entrance. The Alliance Master has arrived, calmly announcing he's a bit late to his own party. He looks down at the stunned invaders, asking why they were so desperate to find him. Go Yusang is frozen in place, a cold sweat breaking out as he recognizes the man before him. In that instant, his entire scheme to dethrone the Alliance Master utterly collapses in the face of true, overwhelming power. One of the assembled elders foolishly steps forward, putting a hand on the Alliance Master's shoulder to question him. Without a word or even a movement, the man's head simply erupts in a spray of blood. The Alliance Master's cold gaze then settles on Go Yusang, reminding him who is in charge here. He repeats his question with chilling patience. Why, exactly, did they seek him out? All arrogance gone, Go Yusang immediately prostrates himself, stammering they gathered to pledge eternal loyalty. A pathetic, desperate lie now hangs in the air over his co-conspirator's headless corpse. The dead man's followers can only stare in stunned silence from across the clearing. But that shock quickly curdles into pure, unadulterated rage for one of the younger warriors. His comrades grab him, begging him to stay still, knowing he's about to get them all killed. Even their powerful-looking second-in-command is sweating, realizing one thing is certain: they've provoked a demon. The dead man's second-in-command grits his teeth, knowing this is not the time to avenge his brother. If he rebels against this monster now, his entire sect will be wiped out in an instant. And so, with his followers watching, Yongsong Heian also bends the knee, swearing eternal loyalty. The Alliance Master isn't impressed, turning his attention to the next group of conspirators. His cold gaze falls upon the Seonun sword sect, demanding their answer. Their leader can only manage a strained, nervous laugh, her mind reeling from his overwhelming aura. She realizes this must be the power of the Heishim secret and decides to play along, but he's already tired of her games. He cuts her off, telling her to stop spouting nonsense. Her time for scheming is over. Leaning in close, his voice drips with ice as he asks if she really wants to die here today. Without a moment's hesitation, another proud sect leader hits the floor, completely broken. Trembling, the Seonun sword sect leader finally breaks, stammering out her own vow of loyalty. The Alliance Master just laughs, casually telling her it was all a joke and not to be so tense. He even muses aloud if he might have looked a little too authoritative just now. But one of the remaining sect leaders is watching in disbelief, thinking this can't possibly be the same man. He knows that even with the Heishim secret, fundamental energy can't change this much unless this creature isn't human. With 2 conspirators broken, the Alliance Master turns to the last holdouts on the field. He declares that today is the day their ill-fated relationship finally comes to an end. Suddenly, one of the remaining leaders freezes, his eyes widening in shock. A terrifying wave of pure dark energy gathers in the sky, blotting out the light above him. He can only stare up in horror, unable to comprehend this ridiculous, overwhelming power. And as that immense power descends, we're thrown into a chaotic memory of another time, another battle, where a blindfolded cult leader screams to his subordinate Seo Moon that the plan has been shattered. He'd foreseen a situation like this, but he never imagined it would unfold with such brutal, unstoppable speed. With a final, desperate command, he announces he will buy them time. Their only mission now is to run and survive. Seo Moon stares in disbelief, the weight of his leader's sacrifice crashing down on him. He grits his teeth, a silent cry of frustration caught in his throat. Turning to the fleeing members, he bellows the order to follow their leader's last command and escape. Amidst the chaos, he screams for everyone to run as fast and as far as they possibly can. But just then, a hand clamps down hard on the wrist of another warrior, Kang Wunian. A white-haired fighter urgently pulls him along, telling him they have to get out of there immediately. Wunian, still dazed by the sudden turn of events, can only nod, a creeping suspicion telling him that something about this entire situation is deeply wrong. But their escape is cut short by a new voice, amused by the sword demon's quick reaction. The powerful Alliance Master Zhou strides forward, looking down on the cowering elders. He tells them the Taeyul divine cult was ambushed just over the hillside. One elder stammers that this can't be. They scouted the entire area on their way here. The Alliance Master's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a chilling glare as he asks if his words are being questioned. Suddenly terrified, the Elder flips his story, screaming for everyone to chase after the demonic cult immediately. The other sects, desperate to prove their loyalty, leap into action without a second thought. Alliance Master Joe watches them flee with a look of pure contempt, sighing at what a ridiculous bunch they are. As he prepares to depart, one of his own disciples, Hyungjin, approaches him hesitantly. The young warrior looks at his leader with troubled eyes, asking if this is really him and why he's going this far. Hyungjin desperately confronts him, asking what happened to the honor he once valued. The Alliance Master coldly dismisses the sect's old ways, prompting his student to beg for new guidance. Believing he's being shown mercy, Hyungjin thanks his leader, completely oblivious to the venom in his master's heart. But the new teaching is an order. Take off the sect uniform and leave the martial world forever. In a flashback, Joe recalls how Hyungjin's pathetic loss to Kang Wunian proved everything. He declares the boy a talentless dog he's sparing only out of pity, and commands him to get lost. Back in the present, Alliance Master Joe turns away with a sigh, writing the boy off as a complete fool. He takes a step, confident that his loyal disciple has been broken and sent away. But Hyungjin remains, a slow, unnerving smile spreading across his face as something inside him snaps. But that chilling smile is forgotten as the scene rips away to a memory, a voice calling out into the wind. Two figures blur across the desolate plains, one desperately trying to keep up with the other. It's the disciple Ju-woon, breathlessly asking her master why he's suddenly racing toward Mount Duda. The master's face is a mask of grim realization the sword demon has made his move, and it's far, far too soon. They push their speed to the absolute limit, becoming little more than streaks against the sky. With a sudden stop, they finally land on the outskirts of the mountain. Ju-woon freezes, her senses overwhelmed by an immense, suffocating energy she's never felt before. Her master's face is slick with sweat. He tells her to hurry, fearing a man named Zhou Yang has already succeeded. And they aren't the only ones, as other powerful warriors are seen converging on the same fateful destination. We're thrown into a memory, with a younger Wunian carving a path through what he calls demonic cult wretches. He moves like a blur, a whirlwind of righteous fury cutting down his enemies. But then, he freezes mid-stride, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin. From behind, his comrade Hyungjin calls out, confused and demanding to know why he stopped. Wunian watches his allies, the Huangshi warriors, continue their charge, but a chilling thought enters his mind. Something is wrong. His eyes flare with a sinister red glow. He concludes that retreating now would be the foolish move. In a horrifying twist, he turns not on the enemy, but on his own men, grabbing two warriors by the face. With a sickening crunch, he slams their heads directly into the hard-packed earth. His other comrades can only watch in stunned silence, their minds reeling from the sudden, bloody betrayal. But this was all part of a plan. Wunian announces he has an idea, and tells them to summon the senior brothers. At that moment, a storm of energy descends upon the battlefield, announcing the arrival of the Sword Immortal. The Duda sect leader appears, mocking the old master for the poor quality of his disciples. The Sword Immortal finds himself instantly beset on all sides by three powerful elders. They lunge with murderous intent, even his own student Wunian screaming for his death. Yet, the legendary warrior is unfazed, casually deflecting a massive fiery blast. His attackers land on a nearby peak, their combined power shattering the mountaintop. The Sword Immortal simply gathers his own energy, his fist glowing with an intense blue light. He scoffs at their coordinated attack, clenching his fist as he calls them gutless cowards. He asks them if they feel no shame for ganging up on their old master. But one elder scoffs, sneering that someone who hid in the shadows has no right to judge them. The Sword Immortal readily admits his life is full of shame, but has no one's dog on a leash. The elders erupt in fury, enraged that he would dare speak the name of their new master. He stares them down, retorting that their betrayal is precisely why he's speaking it. The old master gets right in their faces, questioning how they could forget the very meaning of justice. Stunned into silence, the others are cut off by their leader, who tells them to stand down. He calmly concedes the point. Their former leader would never have stooped so low, but he's dead now. Turning his back, he poses a chilling ultimatum. Will the Sword Immortal's cult take responsibility for their sect? The Sword Immortal is left speechless, realizing the grim implication of their words. But one elder, Yong Song-hyun, flares his aura, declaring he has no interest in their master's goals. He's only trying to save his sect. The other elders roar with laughter, praising his pragmatism and sneering that survival is the only real justice. They mock the Sword Immortal, calling him arrogant for clinging to ideals like shame and honor, which are meaningless to a corpse. A cold fury settles into the old master's eyes. With that, the traitors charge forward, screaming at him to just accept the new era. As a sword descends, the sword immortal scoffs at their talk of the times. In a flash, a crimson-clad figure streaks down from the sky, intercepting the blow. The elder freezes in shock, recognizing the face of his opponent. It's Kang Wunian, and he has no idea how he got there. Kang Wunian coolly remarks that he doesn't care about their new era, before mocking Go Yusang for being just another old man. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the elder crashing to the ground, who can only curse the arrogant brat's sudden appearance. One of the other traitorous elders screams for everyone to focus their attacks on the newcomer first. But as the battle erupts, he realizes with dawning horror that it's not just one man, it's an entire army of demonic cult wretches. The sword immortal is enraged, demanding to know why his loyalists are here when he explicitly ordered them to retreat. His subordinate, Seo Moon, kneels before him, apologizing but stating they simply could not follow that order. He looks up at his master. Having seen through the facade, he knew the sword immortal planned to die here alone. With unwavering conviction, Seo Moon declares that such a plan is simply wrong, leaving the old master speechless. And as the realization sinks in, the sounds of a full-scale war begin to echo across the valley. The battlefield is a storm of steel and blood, as his followers carve through the enemy ranks. One of his comrades yells that there's no time for this, panicked by the immense energy they just felt. But Kang Wunian already knows. His eyes narrow with grim certainty. That power belongs to Zhou Yang, who has finally deciphered the core secret. His colleague argues that their leader ordered a retreat for a reason, but Wunian sees the truth. It's not a retreat, it's a sacrifice. The man can't believe it, screaming back in disbelief, asking what he means by saying they can't win. Wunian explains the grim reality Zhou Yang will use that power to strengthen all their enemies, pushing them back forever. He spins around, the terrible realization hitting him with full force their master planned to die just to get him away safely. Because he, Kang Wunian, is the last remaining bloodline of Ryo, a future worth dying for. But just then, a commanding voice cuts through the chaos as the sword immortal himself appears on the field, calling his name. Kang Wunian stands firm, acknowledging his importance to the Ryo clan's future. But his eyes burn with conviction. A future built on the bodies of his friends is utterly meaningless. The sword immortal tries to reason with him, stating that with Zhou Yang's new power, this isn't about emotion. But another voice, seething with rage, cuts through, as Go Yusang lunges forward, calling him a wretch. The old man sneers, mocking him for thinking a slight increase in power makes him a worthy opponent. He roars, dredging up the past, reminding Wunian how he sacrificed Juan as bait just to run away. Wunian's face is a mask of cold resolve. He quietly admits that yes, he did run. And that is exactly why he has come here now, blade clashing against blade in a blinding flash. To cut down Go Yusang and finally destroy the weak man he used to be. Their blades sing a furious song, sparks flying as Wunian effortlessly matches the old master's strikes. Go Yusang grits his teeth, a cold sweat breaking on his brow. What is this power? He can't believe it, the boy has become incomparably stronger than before. And worse, he realizes Wunian is deliberately using only the Yellowstone sect's techniques to mock him. He realizes even on sect's action. The elder roars, enraged at being tested, promising to show this coward the true meaning of the spirit bright fist. Wunian just smiles calmly, his own energy beginning to flare around him. He challenges the old man, asking if the great sect leader would really dodge an attack from a simple coward. The elder's bravado evaporates, his face contorting in fear at the sheer scale of Wunian's internal energy. A tidal wave of brilliant blue power erupts, completely swallowing Go Yusang's attack. The once mighty sect leader is slammed into the dirt, groaning in utter defeat. And from the sidelines, Alliance Master Zhou watches this rare spectacle with grim interest. Kang Wunian looms over the pathetic elder, mocking him for falling over from sheer fright. With a smirk, he calls the once great sect leader a true coward. But in an instant, the scene shifts, and now it's Alliance Master Zhou on the defensive, parrying a lightning-fast joint assault. He can't help but be impressed, these two are strong. It's not just their internal energy, their breathing is perfectly synchronized, their bond palpable in the attack. He finds it admirable, a sad reminder of the unity his own Dragon Gate sect once possessed. For a fleeting moment, he wonders where it all went wrong before shaking off the doubt. As 9 ghostly swords bind him, he realizes this is his end. But even as his vision fades, his will is iron. He declares that the 5 great mountain swords will never know defeat. Alliance Master Zhou's consciousness fades into a memory of rage, screaming at a coward who lured an old master to steal his arts. In the vision, Kang Wunian is completely unbothered, having heard these pathetic accusations before. He ends the conversation with a swift kick, sending the defeated Go Yusang plummeting into the abyss below. But just as he turns away, a sudden, powerful energy signature makes him freeze. His eyes scan the battlefield below, locking onto a group of new arrivals. One of them, a white-haired master, is gathering a sinister and unfamiliar power. Wunxian's cold composure finally cracks as he recognizes the man's identity, Zhou Yang. But in that moment of distraction, Go Yusang strikes with a brilliant flash of golden light. Wunxian is sent flying, caught off guard by such a disgraceful sneak attack from a sect leader. And for the first time, Go Yusang's eyes burn with clarity, finally seeing the true face of Kang Wunian. Go Yusang's body contorts, radiating a sinister purple aura as he vows to kill them all. Wunian recoils, questioning what this grotesque transformation is. It looks like a forbidden art. But even Go Yusang himself is horrified, looking down at the chaos unfolding below. The battlefield has devolved into madness, with the allied masters now turning on each other. Two elders are locked in a furious battle, screaming accusations of betrayal and sin. Go Yusang feels their ki become twisted and violent, realizing only one man could be responsible. He glares down from the sky, demanding to know what kind of trick the man known as Zhou Yang has pulled. Zhou Yang simply smirks, claiming he merely offered a few words of encouragement. Fueled by righteous fury, Go Yusang abandons his fight and dives towards the true enemy. He unleashes his ultimate technique, a devastating attack aimed straight at the mastermind. Screaming that his foe has given up on being human, Go Yusang pours all his rage into one final blast. The massive wave of pure white energy tears through the sky, aimed to obliterate its target. But in a chilling vision, that very power is stopped by a single casual hand as Zhou Yang calmly addresses the sword demon. With an unbreakable grip, he corrects the young warrior's assumption. He didn't give up on being human with a terrifying grin. He reveals that he rejected it entirely. Snapping back to reality, Kang Wunian finds himself clashing with a brainwashed sect elder. Damn it all, this was never the plan. With Zhou Yang now in the open, he knows he's being delayed. Suddenly, his senior, Kang Yulchan, calls out, telling him to get a move on. Yulchan promises that he and the others will handle Go Yusang's forces. Wunsan's true mission is to join their cult leader, but another elder steps in, refusing to let him pass. With a fierce clash, Kang Yulchan intercepts the mind-controlled elder, creating an opening. He screams at Wunian, ordering him not to hesitate for a second and to run now. Wunian flinches, his heart torn between his senior and his vital mission. But the command was absolute. He steels his resolve and turns away. Trusting his comrades, he acknowledges the order and prepares to leave them behind. Meanwhile, a projection of Zhou Yang scoffs, amused that they think things will go according to their will. Wunsan leaps into the air, finally breaking away from the chaotic battlefield. The phantom Zhou Yang just smiles, watching him go as if it's all part of the plan. But then, the real Zhou Yang's voice cuts through the air, telling the sword demon to look his way. He holds up the severed head of their cult leader, declaring that his hard work is over now. But as he tries to flee, sinister black slashes erupt from the ground, cutting off his escape. Wunxian's blood runs cold as he recognizes the technique, his voice trembling as he whispers the word, "Uncle?" Elsewhere, in a remote mountain range, the sound of a vicious battle echoes through the valleys. A woman in pink robes clashes fiercely with a white-haired warrior, their duel lighting up the forest. She laughs with manic delight, exclaiming that she knew he would eventually come for her. This must mean, she gloats, that he has finally broken free from the shackles of his past. The warrior stoically blocks her blade, calmly informing her that he isn't the one who needs to break free. With a powerful shove, he declares that this is a problem they must face together. She finds his use of the word "we" absolutely hilarious, a twisted smile on her face. Does he really think, she sneers, that now is the time to be talking about personal feelings? Meanwhile, at the esteemed Seonin sword sect, a new leader is about to be named. The choice is So Jong, a decision that leaves her own sister completely stunned. Her sister immediately flies into a rage, demanding to know why her superior skills were ignored, but their mother silences her with a single command. The matriarch's gaze is like ice as she explains, "This is the will of the heavens. Raw talent," she states, "is not something you can beat with hard work alone." She declares the conversation over, turning her back on her furious daughter's cries. The rejected sister is left reeling in betrayal, wondering how all her devotion could mean nothing. Later, in the quiet solitude of the sect building, So Jong, the chosen heir, kneels alone, a heavy silence filling the room. But it's not the burden of leadership that weighs on her as a hand drifts to her stomach. A cold sweat breaks out as she realizes her secret is a ticking clock she can no longer ignore. A voice cuts through the silence, asking what troubles her. It's a man named Lord Jin Jion, and he can see she's clearly not well. So Jung panics, telling him he can't be here if her mother finds out. They're both doomed. But his playful demeanor fades as he notices the raw fear in her eyes. He realizes she was actually crying alone, and something serious must have happened. As the candle flickers, she decides to tell him everything. After hearing about her family's strife, he gravely agrees that the bond between them is about to shatter. But then, with a shaking voice, Sojong reveals the true crisis. She thinks she's pregnant. The man's world comes to a screeching halt, his mind blank with utter shock. His disbelief instantly turns to frantic desperation as he demands to know who the father is. Offended, she asks if he really thinks she's that kind of woman, forcing him to laugh it off as a bad joke. But with their secret out, Jinjian tells her there's only one option left for them now. He pulls her close, whispering his plan. They'll run away and abandon the martial world forever. She clutches his robes, her heart aching. Is he sure? His life would be ruined because of her. With a soft smile, he silences her fears. He tells her not to worry. As long as they're together, nothing else in the world matters. But that tender memory shatters into a present filled with rage, as she screams that she trusted him and left everything behind. But the moment their child was born, he took the baby and vanished, leaving her with nothing. Her blade, glowing with righteous fury, carves through the air as she unleashes her ultimate technique. And all he can do is stare, utterly shocked by the consequences of his past actions. She screams that she was forced to return to her sect, living as a traitor because of him. After suffering for so long, she finally heard the news that changed everything. The memory flashes back, her mind going blank, unable to comprehend the words. An elder had coldly informed her that the child she bore had been executed. Her body goes limp, and she collapses to the floor in utter shock. It couldn't be her son, why? The world she knew simply shattered. And in that moment, she made a decision. To get strong enough to kill every last one of them. That burning vow now fuels her blade as it tears into him. Jinjian grits his teeth, blood spilling from his lips as he takes the full force of her rage. He remembers their first clash after, her disappointment that he was defeated so easily. Impaled on her blade, he finally speaks, asking why she's silent. He confesses he thought this was the only way for her to find happiness. But his words only fuel her rage. Happy? She screams at the sheer audacity of it. Jinjian's gaze hardens. No, he tells her. That's not what happened at all. He admits he hid the truth for her sake, but now sees it was a mistake. Then, he reveals the secret he's held for so long. Their daughter, Ga-eun, is alive. Her world stops, and his mind flashes back to a humble, isolated home. He remembers her, pregnant and terribly ill, as he swore to go find a doctor. She could only weakly plead for him to be careful and return safely. And with that, he was off, running with everything he had. But his desperate search was cut short by a chilling voice, wondering how he'd been found in a place like this. He whirls around to find the sect elder, Go Jiam-jung, standing over his ailing wife's body. He demands to know why she's here, but she simply scoffs, claiming she would have taken the sect leader position by force anyway. A cruel smile plays on her lips as she clarifies that Sojong herself was never the real issue. The true problem, she purrs, is the one that's about to be born, the one that could complicate her ambitions. Her gaze falls upon Sojong's stomach, the threat hanging heavy and unspoken in the air. Jinjian's blood runs cold. Impossible she wouldn't dare harm an unborn child. She condescendingly tells him to calm down, claiming such a distasteful act is beneath her, and instead offers a proposal. With eyes glowing red, she delivers her ultimatum. Take the child upon its birth, and vanish from the martial world forever. Back in their final moments, Jinjian confesses he accepted her deal, thinking it would save them both, never expecting she would lie. But the sect elder erupts in a furious scream, refusing to hear another word of his confession. She shrieks, questioning how he could possibly expect her to believe him now, after everything. Jinjian, however, simply looks down, his expression one of quiet, bloodied acceptance. Hez made his peace. His choice was irreversible, and Hez ready to face this end. And in the next instant, a crimson arc slices violently through the air. His sword finds its mark, plunged deep into her stomach as his own hand trembles uncontrollably. Yet it's Jinjian who looks horrified, his voice cracking as he asks why didn't she dodge? Her anger finally breaks, replaced by tearful confusion as she asks why he suddenly stopped fighting back. Looking at the man she drove to this end, she finally whispers, wondering if it's truly too late. The weight of the memory is so intense that in the present, Kang Yulchan gasps, clutching his heart in agony. The phantom pain sends him staggering, lost in the suffocating grip of the past. He remembers a young Wunian, screaming in helpless horror for his uncle. His allies in the past turn their heads, their faces a canvas of shock and confusion. But a moment's distraction is a fatal mistake, and Go Yu-sang is there to punish it. He drives a brutal kick into the woman's side, a blur of motion and raw power. She gasps, her consciousness already slipping away from the devastating blow. Her last coherent thought is a desperate one. Wunsan must not witness his leader's end. With that final fear, her strength fails, and she crashes hard to the earth. In the chaos, Yulchian holds the boy tight, urging him to flee, but Wunsian can only weep. Suddenly, a dark figure appears, a cold command cutting through the noise. Stop. Go Yusang stands over Yulchan's broken body, sneering that his organs are destroyed. He then turns his cruel gaze to Wunsan, mocking the boy's suffering. Yulchan can only curse him from the ground, but Go Yusang dismisses his words as empty noise. He goads Wunsan, asking if he'll just watch as the killer of 3 of his family members walks free. The number catches the boy off guard. 3? He thought it was only 2. A wicked smile plays on Go Yusang's lips as he reveals the truth. He also killed Wunsian's parents. Yulchan panics, pleading with his nephew not to believe the lies, fearing he'll lose his reason. But it's too late. A dark ki erupts from Wunsian as he demands the man say it again. Go Yusang feigns confusion, asking why he needs to repeat himself. He twists the knife one last time, callously remarking that parents mean nothing to an orphan anyway. With a cold, condescending smile, Go Yusang offers to recount the pathetic end of Wunsian's father, the king of a ruined nation. He paints a picture of fools who couldn't let go of their regrets, fighting a pointless battle against the tides of change. In the past, Wunsian's father kneels, betrayed, asking how they could do this after proposing a peace treaty just the day before. His mother, clutching a young Wunsian, demands to know how the so-called righteous alliance master could commit such an atrocity. But the concept of righteousness is just a sweet, meaningless word to a man like Go Yusang. He sneers that in the brutal world of the Jianghu, might makes right, and that is the only reason his parents died. The old man clenches his fist, declaring that on that day, he made a decision to eliminate all who refused to bend to the strong. Yulchan desperately tries to cut through the poison, pleading with his nephew not to fall for the scoundrel's provocation. He insists his brother was a hero, but Wunsian is already shaking with rage, biting his lip until it bleeds. Go Yusang shouts over him, calling it all lies, claiming the kingdom was doomed and the only path was to execute its king. He twists the knife, screaming that Wunsian's parents broke the rules of the strong because they couldn't abandon their child. From the perspective of the revival ritual, he claims Wunsian was an existence that should never have been born. But in the present, Wunsian cradles his uncle, who has one last thing to say. With his dying breath, Yulchan insists that the old man's venomous words are wrong. A flicker of clarity seems to pierce through Wunsian's poisoned mind, but it's too late. Tears of blood stream down his face as he apologizes, believing this is the end of his road. He unleashes his energy in a final, devastating explosion, seemingly taking his own life. Go Yusang is absolutely furious, screaming Wunsian's name as his perfect manipulation shatters. But from the blast emerges a figure of pure vengeance, vowing to kill him and end this cursed fate. Wunsan rockets forward, his blade meeting Go Yusang's in a furious, desperate clash. Go Yusang recognizes this state immediately. Wunsian has awakened, just like he once did. He taunts the boy, sneering that he always knew Wunsan was hiding the secrets of the Heishim scripture. But that's all ancient history now. He boasts of outsmarting everyone to get to where he is today. He flashes back to his own moment of utter despair, on his knees, cursing the flawed scripture. He remembers the frustration, the constant failures, and the near-fatal chi deviations. The path was impossible. One had to master 2 completely contradictory martial arts just to begin interpreting the text. A wicked, impossibly arrogant grin spreads across his face as he recalls his breakthrough. Because he, Zhou Yang, succeeded where any sane man would have given up. Back in the present, he overpowers Wunsian, his voice dripping with triumph as he reveals his secret. If his own martial art was the obstacle, he would simply discard his entire life's work to seize true power. He had succeeded in a true awakening, and now Wunsian was nothing more than prey beneath him. The old man revealed the 2 arts clashing within the boy, one forcefully instilled, the other his own. But Wunsian, lost to pure rage, couldn't care less about this rotten old man's monologue. He roared, telling him to go find a conversation partner in hell as he unleashed his ultimate technique. Yet his blade, a storm of pure energy, is stopped dead by the old master's bare hands. The backlash sends a shock through Wunsian's body, and Go Yusang just laughs at his predictable foolishness. He finally reveals the truth. Wunsian is the vessel of pure internal energy he's been seeking. Watching from a distance, Kang Yulchan trembles, realizing Wunxian has completely lost his reason. If that wretch absorbs all of the boy's power, he knows with chilling certainty that everything will end as Go Yusang begins the absorption, commanding him to become fodder and die. But as his life force drains, Wunxian's mind flashes back to a very different battle from long ago. A younger Go Yusang, then known as Zhou Yang, recognizes the energy binding him, the Seonin sword sect's sealing art. He finally understands why his attacks were failing. His opponent wasn't a man, but a powerful woman. She was Sojeong, and alongside her partner, she swore that this was the day Zhou Yang's ambition would die. But even trapped within their ultimate technique, the man just laughed. Did they truly believe something so pitiful could ever hope to stop him? He effortlessly parries their pincer attack, mocking their naive and foolish attempt. The two warriors give their all, but the gap in power is simply too vast. With a bored sigh, Zhou Yang notes that he's seen this all before. Their attacks are far too simple, too monotonous, and utterly predictable. Jinjian grits his teeth in disbelief, unable to fathom how his attack was simply warped. But Go Yusang just glides between their attacks, declaring it's already too late for them. He leaps into the air and unleashes a devastating blast, roaring that this is no place for insects to intervene. Yet, through the dust, Jinjian is already on his feet, charging forward once again. The old master watches him come, a cold look in his eyes, ready to end this little game. Then, a voice cuts through the chaos. It's Sojeong, forcing herself up while insisting she's perfectly fine. For the first time, a flicker of genuine surprise crosses Go Yusang's face. He can't believe she's still conscious. But then he sees it, the volatile aura flaring around her. She's burning her own life force as fuel. He glances at Jinjian, who mirrors her grim resolve, ready to pay the ultimate price. A twisted smile spreads across Go Yusang's face. They're not trying to win, they intend to perish together, and he finds that amusing. Fine, he'll indulge them. This will be a brief entertainment, a chance to test his power before ending it all. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield becomes a blur of motion. The three warriors descend upon him in a desperate, coordinated frenzy, lashing out with everything they have. Go Yusang notes their resolve is making this take longer than he'd-like, and frankly, he doesn't have the time for it. A cruel smirk spreads across his face as he decides to stop playing around. He'll start with the easiest one first, his cold gaze landing directly on Sojeong. A terrifying, spectral demon with glowing blue eyes manifests from his aura, looming over the horrified woman. Kang Wunian freezes in utter shock. He recognizes that vile energy. It's the same power that corrupted the other sect leaders. Sojeong screams in agony, finally understanding that Go Yusang was the one pulling the strings all along, desperately trying to sever his control. But the old master's voice cuts in, telling her to come to her senses and kill the real demon standing right beside her. And then, something happens that Go Yusang didn't expect in the slightest. With a furious scream, Sojeong breaks through his mental grip and plunges her blade deep into his shoulder. The old master stumbles back, shock and pain registering on his face for the first time. He can't help but be impressed. To withstand his domination, what incredible mental strength. Sojeong pants heavily, sweat pouring down her face as she spits his name like a curse. Jinjian calls out to her, but she screams back that this isn't for him or their cause. This fight is for something far more personal. She just wanted to see her child's face one more time. Go Yusang just scoffs, wiping blood from his lip. How pathetic, to be driven by such a useless emotion as maternal love. A broken, crazed laugh escapes Sojeong's lips. That's exactly it, isn't it? It's that singular desire to see her daughter that now fuels her, as she lunges to take his head. Jinjian screams her name, horrified she's charging in alone after losing her reason. But Go Yusang simply smirks. Did she really think a suicidal charge was enough to kill him? She roars back that she won't die until she sees her daughter, unleashing her cherry blossom sword technique. He raises his own technique to counter, the heavenly sword seal, as her flurry of blades descends. But the attack is turned back on her, a web of pink energy slicing through her body as she screams in agony. Bleeding and broken, she whispers that it's finally over, believing her attack somehow landed. A sudden dawning horror fills her eyes as reality sets in. She sees a vision of her daughter, Ga-eun, reaching for her, telling her it's time to come home. Tears stream down her face as the vision says her dad is waiting too. And with her final breath, her spirit finally breaks. Watching from afar, Jinjian can only stare in disbelief, her name a hollow whisper on his lips. Standing over her broken body is Zhou Yang, mocking her pathetic attempt to kill him. He even apologizes with a smirk, noting she can't answer because she's already dead. That cruel mockery shatters Jinjian's sanity, and he roars Zhou Yang's name with pure, unadulterated hatred. He lunges forward in a blind rage, screaming for his enemy to die. But Zhou Yang blocks the wild swing with ease, casually asking if he's that eager to join his wife. The impact sends a brutal shockwave through Jinjian's body as he coughs up blood. The old master looks down, bored, declaring this tedious farce is finally over. And as this vision plays out, Kang Wunian collapses, clutching his head in agony. His mind fractures, consumed by a chi deviation and a singular, burning desire to kill that man. Wunian lets out a blood-soaked scream, vowing to sacrifice his pathetic life to end this. The vision of Go Yusang laughs, delighted that all attachment to life is gone, declaring this the final phase. And with one final, soul-shattering cry, Kang Wunian's mind breaks. The scene snaps back to reality, where a white-haired warrior lies defeated on the ground. Despite the blood trickling from their lip, their eyes are full of defiance. A scarred man looms over them, declaring an end to this vile pest. The warrior grits their teeth, refusing to accept that this is how they're going to die. But before the final blow can land, a blur of blue light slices past, striking the attacker. The scarred man whirls in shock, demanding to know who's there, as his victim looks on in disbelief. Another warrior arrives on the scene, demanding to know where Wunian is. The defeated warrior's blood runs cold if this newcomer is looking for her master. Does that mean? Far in the distance, a scream of pure agony rips through the air. An observer in a white cloak watches in horror, realizing he was a step too late. The sword saint is here. And in that chaotic vision, Go Yusang laughs maniacally, delighted by the raw power on display. A furious Kang Wunian charges forward, screaming his foe's name with murderous intent. He unleashes the spiritual name, Great Cold, a technique fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. Go Yusang simply smirks, raising a hand to casually accept the final, desperate attack. As their powers collide, he invites his opponent to enjoy this final, spectacular entertainment. Go Yusang sees the full force of the Great Cold technique rushing toward him. He scoffs internally, mocking the boy for using such a self-destructive power. If he can just withstand this one attack, he thinks, victory will be his. He unleashes his own divine skill, and the two energies collide with cataclysmic force. A maelstrom of power erupts between them, a desperate struggle for dominance. The strain is immense, and blood explodes from Kang Wunian's overtaxed hands. Seeing this, Go Yusang smirks, convinced the fight is finally over. But just as his attack is about to connect, a hand shoots out and stops him dead. His smug confidence shatters into pure disbelief. This is impossible. In a final, desperate act, Kang Wunian sinks his teeth into Go Yusang's hand. The enraged elder punts him away with a furious kick, sending him soaring. Wunian tumbles violently across the desolate battlefield, his body limp. Go Yusang glares at the bloody bite mark, disgusted by such a vulgar tactic. But his victory is interrupted as a new, powerful aura descends upon him. A cloaked figure slams into the ground, kicking up a storm of dust and energy. The sword saint appears, effortlessly blocking Go Yusang's enraged strike. He calmly explains that an old man like him has no reason to value his own life. With grim resolve, he looks to the fallen boy, calling out Wunian's name. Wunian lies broken on the ground, blood trickling from his lips as his body gives out. The sword saint's disciple rushes to his side, panicking as she recognizes the signs of a fatal chi deviation. But her master roars at her to snap out of it, reminding her this is the boy who mastered the ocean heart secret. Renewed with purpose, she realizes they just need to evacuate him. There's still a chance. But Go Yusang isn't about to let his prey be taken from him. He unleashes a storm of energy swords, the Warning Moon Morning Star, declaring their escape impossible. The elder's face twists in pure rage, insulted by their continued defiance. Yet his ultimate technique is met with a casual wave from the sword saint. Go Yusang is left completely stunned, unable to believe this monstrous wretch blocked his attack with mere palm wind. Go Yusang lifts the sword saint by his collar, roaring that losers like him should have stayed hidden. With a hand tightening around his throat, he declares that their long, disgraceful history ends today. But the sword saint, his eyes glowing with power, calmly questions if this is all the resolve he has. He smirks, clarifying to the confused elder that his words were not meant for him. A sudden chill runs down Go Yusang's spine as a horrifying presence appears right behind him. It's Kang Yulchan, and he's already unleashing the dreaded star-absorbing technique. Go Yusang can only scream in disbelief, as his immense internal energy is violently ripped from his body. His power erupts uncontrollably, blasting Kang Yulchan away in a massive shockwave. But the damage is done. As the old master stumbles back, the freed sword saint is already on the move. Kang Yulchan compliments the sword saint for holding out so long, but Mu Yong scoffs that he didn't come for his sake. A small, knowing smile plays on Yulchen's lips as his old rival puts up a familiar front. Go Yusang can't believe it, they're just standing there chatting, completely ignoring him. His rage boils over, his aura flaring as he vows to personally wipe these old relics from existence. The Sword Saint is stunned, wondering how in the world he's fine after having his energy drained. But Kang Yulchan is unfazed, casually asking Mu Yong if he remembers his other form. The Sword Saint's confusion instantly turns to dawning horror. Surely, he doesn't mean that. The scene shifts, taking us back 30 years to Hill Mountain in the old Ryo Kingdom. A younger Kang Yulchan, the Sword God, chides his comrades for their inability to cooperate even once. The sword demon Seonggan scoffs at Yulchan's plea for them to just get along for once. Yulchan insists their arts are compatible, but Seonggan insults the sword immortal's style, nearly starting a fight. Done with the conversation, the sword demon turns to leave, but Yulchan urges him to wait. He knows exactly how to get their attention by promising them a secret to unimaginable strength. The sword god explains he found an ancient text mentioning both of their signature techniques. According to the book, if their two styles are perfectly coordinated, an incredible new form is created. Back in the present, a nostalgic smile crosses Yulchan's face as he recalls this moment. Go Yusang can only stare in utter confusion, having no idea what these old men are reminiscing about. The flashback concludes with Mu Yong threatening Seonggan not to fail, but the sword demon just brushes him off.